Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. There has been a lot of innovation in the edtech area, and some says that the edtech will completely replace the way we do education. To analyze this point further, I will be joined by a very eminent speaker from Singapore. Her name is Farida Chorania, and she is the CEO of Career Zoom. So, friends, let's welcome her. Good morning, Farida. Welcome to the show. How are you this morning?
Well, excellent. It's afternoon for us and it's been a very sunny day, so that's amazing. I'm very well, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. And so I do hope our viewers are doing well as well.
Yes, Farida, thank you for asking. In fact, we are live right now, and viewers, if you have any question or comment, you can use the chat function of the social media, whichever social media you're watching this program, and we will display your name and question right away on the screen. So, Farida, I think the topic of today's discussion is about edtech. I think we would like to know from your experience, where do you see our education system going globally?
It's a very vast topic, and the whole journey from classroom-based learning to online learning, the whole digitization has happened very, very quickly, not by design but by compulsion because of this whole pandemic situation. While there are different schools of thoughts, and there are different opinions on this, I do feel that edtech is very, very prominent because it will give opportunities to people who didn't have this opportunity earlier to actually kind of engage in upgrading their skills and educating themselves. However, it will not completely replace classroom learning because social cues, the ability to interact, the ability to kind of understand working in a team, etc. At least in my opinion, it's not very easy to replicate that on online resources. So I think uh, the model will evolve, which will be hybrid, and more learning could be pushed to online, but still classroom learning will not be replaced. At least I don't see it getting replaced very quickly in the next 10-15 years.
Well, Farida, from your point of view, what are the new developments which are happening in the edtech space in order to make the experience of online component of the education system much more pleasing for the student? Would you like to talk about a little bit on this aspect?
Yes, certainly. So, as you know, and some of our viewers probably know as well, that I have a young child because I often talk about her. She's 8 now, and we live in Singapore, and the entire education system has been so there is actually an alternate education system which is available online because the schools actually, close and open depending on how the pandemic is shaping up. So what they have done is that they have created HBL portal, which is called SLS. It's home-based learning portal, and the entire experience is, actually being in a virtual school. So you can go to different classrooms. You actually kind of, go to the library. You actually do your CCA, which is your sports activities, because there are videos and you follow the exercise, etc. So in some countries, it is actually, kind of being developed in a way that at any stage it could be, either could be used classroom based learning or, home based learning. So I think in a lot of countries, this model has evolved very well. And that, kind of opens up a lot of other doors. I'm a business person, so I think, top line, bottom line. And I start thinking where, all these differences are happening. For instance, online imparting of education is a lot cheaper because your cost of books etc goes down, cost of printing goes down, your entire real estate cost actually goes down. But it's been my personal experience where I have seen that children in this entire time they have become extremely screen dependent. A lot of them have had their, myopia really badly impacted. I never used to see so many children with glasses, but now you do see them because one is lack of sunlight and they are always on the screen. So you see that that is the downside. Children are putting on weight. I had never seen such round children in my entire life. But this entire 2 years, because the eating habits have changed, there are a lot of repercussions. But the good part is that in places where they did not have access to education that easily, now can be imparted. So I think this is evolution for good. There will be some downside like anything we use. So because we will become more self-centric, we will, as an individual, when these children grow in this kind of hybrid environments, they may not make traditional choices in their careers, because now they know that they have a lot of options. You don't really need to go to an office to make money, because you can do it. So a lot of good things will also come out of this, but the downsides are also something that we need to consider. So while I don't know if this happens or not, but my expectation at least is that we should, as a society, as a global population, we should look at something which encourages hybrid models. Because either is not fantastic, but a good mix of classroom based engagement and online learning is fantastic. And also, online learning gives opportunities to adults, because a lot of these courses are asynchronous. That means you can actually do them at your own time. You complete your assignments at your own time. So working adults can actually just educate themselves, enhance their skills. So edtech definitely is disrupting the industry. Real estate costs are very high, which gets passed on to the students. So if that is not there, the infrastructure cost to set up an online education system is definitely lower. And once you have set it up, there is only maintenance cost and upgradation cost. So that way, it's very good. But personally, if you ask me, I do see the downsides very closely, and I do hope that we will evolve into a hybrid model going forward.
Farida, I think, as you rightly pointed out, that the students are having a lot of screen time and they are used to using the the systems which are currently available. And like any other field, there is a lot of advancement in AI. For example, taxation, office automation, etc. So, do you see a role of AI emerging in making sure that the experience of the students is not merely limited to screen, but a virtual augmented reality environment in education?
Yes, I do think that education is evolving much faster in the last couple of years than it ever evolved in the last 200 years. So yes, so right now probably the focus is on just making sure that you are imparting the education as per the times and as per the age and the learning capacity of that individual. But slowly things like gamification, etc., will come in, and there are a lot of companies which are already kind of taking steps in these directions. Some of them will become unicorns. Like nobody thought Uber will become a unicorn. Nobody thought borrowed cars without any infrastructure a company could actually become that big. And same thing will happen in education as well, because the entire experience of the student is going to change. It may not merely be limited to screens. It could be it could be a virtual reality glasses. It could be anything. You don't know, because what seems very unlikely today might be a reality tomorrow. 20 years back, we didn't think actually we would be using our phones as our personal entertainment systems. We just thought it's a phone, but today it's no longer just a phone. It's your bank, it's everything. So what seemed unlikely in the past is very much happening today. Nobody ever thought that maybe uh, digital currency would replace actual money, but in some countries it's actually replaced it completely. Like China, if you don't have digital currency, you can't make a transaction. So it will all happen, but we don't know how long it takes. It might take much lesser. So I think to enhance the experience of the students, taking this education right from very young kids to adults who are going to adult learning, etc. This experience will be augmented. The AI will come into picture, and AI is coming into picture everywhere. AI is not here to replace humans, like I always say, it's here to augment their experience. And that is going to happen. It might actually kind of, even AI might come into things like examinations, because in a virtual environment, it's very difficult to figure out if someone is, not really kind of being honest with the examinations. And AI can actually, kind of come into picture there. So all of these things are possible, but only time will tell how they are going to evolve.
And you mentioned a very important point about the evolution of education. And I think while there is a lot of screen time for the students who are studying in an online manner, however, I don't see any evolution over there, because they are still following the classroom pattern. They are still using the textbook, and the only difference is that instead of sitting in the classroom, the teacher is standing in front of a camera. However, why this evolution is not taking place, I firmly believe is related to regulation. So I think that the governments of various countries also need to come out with regulation. What is your opinion on this point? Do you see, or do you have a message to various governments in this area?
Yes, certainly. So the thing is that, like I mentioned earlier, in Singapore, it's very structured. Actually, Zoom classes are not very common here in Singapore, because the entire experience is like a school setup online. So, children actually, and all these lessons are pre-recorded, and, children actually take these lessons. So it really depends where you are. Now, in large countries, it's very difficult, one, to, kind of align regulations, because if you consider a country like India, it's very vast. Not everyone has access to fantastic bandwidths. Not everyone has access to, say, laptops, because a lot of them, and I know of cases where, children are studying through the phone when the schools are closed. So not everyone has access to those kind of screens. Again, languages. In India, not all education is imparted in English. It is, imparted in so many languages. So those kind of, geographies, if you look at, say, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, or, even for instance, you say Indonesia. So these countries, the regulations are very difficult to set in, but they would come in, because there is, you sooner or later you have to join the bandwagon. It's like, whole digitization phase. Like, for instance, in Africa, the entire digitization happened not because they are very forward. It happened because they don't have infrastructure. And it's a lot easier to set up digital infrastructure than to actually do brick and mortar. So, it was much easier. And that whole, pivot happened because of that. Now, various governments, I'm sure, are, kind of working towards this and there. But I think what would really help is if there is a central body globally which is able to guide and give directions. So certain things could be common across all geographies. Because if this is going to be the world tomorrow, then the hybrid models need to be, kind of, they can't be customized. I mean, they can be customized, but they can't be very different from each other globally. Because what will then happen, that some countries where it's very fantastically structured will move very much ahead of the other countries where this infrastructure is not available. So there has to be a central body which is able to, govern as to what is the best way to kind of, align this. So I think my message to any government and people who are listening is that we definitely need a global central body, and every country has to pivot. They have to kind of, come out with the ways where the cost can be reduced and more knowledge can be imparted. More students can actually get educated.
Uh, uh, Actually, you mentioned about difficulty in taking out the education system, especially in a country like India, where there are so many languages and so many different types of board systems, etc. So I think the good news is that the Indian government realized there is a need for this, and they actually standardize the NCERT curriculum across the nation. And it is provided online,
Yes.
and it is free. So I think they have taken the first step, but I think subsequently the Indian government has to create a framework to allow innovation in this area. Having made this point, I'd like to ask you that how you yourself in personal capacity or your company Career Zoom is planning, or you have some ideas about reforming the education system, whether in Singapore or any other place?
Sure. So I do work with companies in the edtech space more, as an advisor, as a board member. And one of the things which, again, education is something which is very close to my heart, because I think everyone should, it's a basic thing and everyone should have access to education. So one of the things that, which I kind of aspire to do is with the companies that I work with, that education in terms of, skills upgrading. So, the ability to learn different languages, ability to learn, different coding, etc. All of this should be available to everyone. And that needs to be done, at the top. Can't be a one person game. It has to be done at the top. It has to come from the top in terms of the availability, innovation in this area. How quickly can you actually, kind of get people onto it? How easy it is for them to understand this mode of, instruction? And more importantly, the governments as well as companies need to recognize these qualifications, because that's still a very large gap. Like, I have an online PhD, but I don't really kind of call myself Dr. Farida Churania, because though, my entire thesis is actually as someone who would, kind of have done with a coach, etc., with a guide and all of that. Honestly speaking, I don't know if it is recognized. So even if I just put it somewhere, there is no, recognition for things like that. And of course, I got this PhD a few years ago, but the thing is that even today, if I were to have the same PhD, it might not be recognized. So I think the framework needs to come into spaces where what can be recognized as formal education and what can be recognized as skill upgradation, and all of these certifications need to be recognized. It's not just a piece of paper or just not a digital certificate. So I think the pivot needs to be made there. That is very key. And then, of course, innovation comes in to make it easier to access, easier to understand, and easier to, or rather, enhance the experience of people involved in this. But the first pivot is to really, kind of get to a stage where all of these certifications can be recognized.
Absolutely, Farida ji. In fact, I second you absolutely on these points. And I think you have spoken very well. I'm sure the viewers would have got some idea. This is a very vast subject. It requires more number of sessions. So as the technology evolve, we will keep following this, and we will invite you again in future for more information and ideas from you. So thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much. Always excited to have this chat with you, CK, because always, happy to be on your show. And I think we have some great chemistry here, where it's not just about discussing, but we do come out with certain things which could be useful for people. So, yeah, I mean, happy to come on your show anytime that you call me. So great. Thank you very much, CK. Absolute pleasure. And thank you, all the viewers. Stay well, stay healthy. And I think a lot of viewers would be actually celebrating Diwali. So, yeah, happy Diwali in advance. Thank you very much. Bye for now.
Thank you, Farida ji, and happy Diwali to you too. And we will catch up in the next one.
morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Beautiful day in London, and hopefully it's a beautiful day in India.
It is very beautiful and it's very bright. There's a lot of hot sun outside, and we are thoroughly enjoying the summers.
Fantastic.
So, one thing I would like to share with you, Neville, today is that sometimes I get intuition, but I don't listen to my intuition. Sometimes I ignore the intuition and follow the book. And I would like to take your opinion. Is this a right strategy, or shall I listen to my intuition or not follow the book every time? What do you feel about this?
Well, you've introduced our trip through the alphabet really well, just by what you said today. No rehearsal, as usual. We just hit this on the road. And we're up to the letter R. And R, although today is a day of reflection, being Friday, we're not going to go down that simple route. We're going to go down a more complicated route. And you just mentioned it. It's the word relationship. And I'm not thinking of the relationship that we have with everybody else. I'm actually thinking of the relationship we have with ourselves. Because if we can get ourselves right, then we've got a really good chance of getting the relationships with other people. And intuition is one of those funny things where the book says, do this, and your intuition says, well, if I do that, I'm not going to feel happy with it. You know? And being happy at what you're doing is a relationship with yourself. And we've all been there. We've all been, if I follow the book, I'm just going to get the same. What if I just do something slightly different? And the thing is, do it. As long as it's not life-threatening, do it. Follow that intuition. But be aware, part of the relationship you've got with yourself and following your intuition is being aware of what's happening at every stage of the change. Because, as you said, the book says do this. And if you follow the book's got the answer, But your intuition will not necessarily have any answers. You've never done it before. Or you might have done it and it worked here, but it didn't work here. So what you've got to do is you've got to be very aware of what's happening when you follow your intuition. And there's a point where you drop it because actually, do you know what? It's just not the right time and right place. And that's the relationship with what's going on. But it's very personal. I hope this sort of makes sense. It's a simple concept in some respects, but once you start to get deeper into it, it gets very complicated because you can't compartmentalize it. Other things happen. Even your son might come running into the room when you're deep in something and you think, oh, for goodness sake, go away. But you need a relationship with yourself because your son's coming in for a reason. And just because it's interrupted your very important stuff to you, just think it could be important to him too. Now, we know this. You know it, don't you?
Yeah, I think what you're saying is right, but I think, I've got a problem. My problem is that although there is intuition, but there is a lot of confusion at the same time because whether this is right or whether this is wrong, or shall I follow the book? I think that's where the confusion lies. Whether should I listen to myself or shall I do what everybody else is doing?
It's a difficult one because if you do what everyone else is doing, you'll end up where everyone else is. And the question is that where you want to go? So you've almost got that end game that's defined for you. And as long as you follow the book, follow the process, because it's a process, the likelihood is you're going to get to the same place as everybody else. But is that where you want to go? Is that right for you? Does your intuition, which fundamentally builds upon your experience and your expectations, we're back in the earlier part of the alphabet now, the letter E, your experience is part of your intuition. That really doesn't feel right. And I do this all the time, frankly. You know, I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Fortunately, I've got good family around me that tell me every time I've done it wrong. I wish they'd keep telling me when I've done it right every now and again, because it would really sort of help me a bit. But like anything else, we're quick to be able to tell people, no, you've done it wrong there, you know. And if you've got a good friend around you, they'll tell you that all the time. And as long as they're little things and they catch you early, then it's not a big deal. But this intuition is not their intuition. It's not their experience. It's your experience, and that's your personal relationship. So inside of you, you've got three voices going on all the time. You've got this really expansive, you know, I want to change the world, I'm going to do this and that and the other. That's a can-do person that's in here. And we've all got that can-do person, you know. So although people don't think that they're capable of doing things, yes, you can. You may not have the experience or the right knowledge, but you can do it. But then you've got two negative voices in there. So that's the positive voice. You've got two negative voices. One is, I can't. I'm going to go with the flow. And that's there in abundance. And I'm sure you know that, and people listening know that too. And then you've got this other nagging voice out there. I'm not going to do it. This is a stubborn voice. I won't. And as you see from the map behind me, those are the three options that you've got. Everything you do, wherever you do it, you've got those three options. And it's that self-relationship that you have to fight first. You've got to kick out the can't do's, knock away the won't do's, and stay with that can do. I believe in myself. Some people will call this risk. Well, if it's a real risk, roll the dice. Let the dice decide for you, you know. And if you're really worried about it, don't use one dice, use 5. Because then you've got a chance of, you know, one dice will give you 1 to 6. 5 dice will give you 1 to 30. Pick a number when those dices land, and I'm going to go with that, you know. That's a real risk, you know. You're letting chance happen. But your intuition is more than chance. You're balancing that risk. And you're saying, I'm not going to go with the flow. You know, I'm not going to go with those people. I'm going to go and do something different. And it may only be marginally different. You know, you don't have to be a radical and flow in a completely different direction. But remember, if you're going along on parallel lines like this and you just go 1 degree away, then after a while, look what happens to that 1 degree. It really does move away.
Right.
And the issue there is, as you move away, what's happening? If you're improving, and I'm not going to say what you're improving on, but you've made a decision to do something different. If you're improving and it's working for you, are you going to stop and go back, or are you going to do more? Simple question.
If I'm improving, definitely I'll continue on that path to improve more. I don't want to stop that process.
But if you're not improving, when are you aware that you're not improving? It's getting worse, or it's not as good as it could have been. That's the issue. And that's when your intuition kicks in again. But it's only because you're being aware. Now, these are really complex concepts in some respects, but you have to take that first step. And the first step is know who you are. Have that relationship with yourself. Nobody is perfect. No one gets it right all the time. And when you realize that, the first question you ask when you start to move away and it doesn't improve, you say, well, is it me? Have I done something wrong? And although that might sound very critical, you're your best critic. Then you've got to handle it. So everything we're talking about here is captured under this term, emotional intelligence. And the best leaders in the world are highly emotionally intelligent. That doesn't mean they're intelligent. It just means they are fully aware of their situation and their emotions. And the nice thing is, when it goes like this, and it goes like that, you think, yes, wonderful. You know, I'm going to tell the world. But then you say, actually, I'm not going to tell the world because I've found something that's really unique to me, and I'm just going to keep it to myself. And that is your competitive advantage. And every business wants a competitive advantage. But you will share it with your colleagues, you know, people that work closely with you, because you say, look what's happened here. I did this. I didn't want to tell you about it at the time because I wasn't sure. But now, look what's happened. What if you were to do that? What if we were to do that collectively? How can we improve on that thing? And again, you're now talking about a relationship with everybody else. So it can blossom. But you've got to be able to handle the time when it doesn't blossom. Your intuition wasn't right. But don't let it stop your intuition taking the risk in the future. I hope this makes sense. You know, it's Friday, it's a day for reflection. So this is really internal reflection, but it's in this word relationship.
Yes, Neville, in fact, it makes a lot of sense. And as you rightly mentioned, I think the real challenge is to, is to understand the risk factor also, and how much. I think we need to work out a mechanism where we leave 10% on chance and 90% on intuition. So I think it's a long journey. I don't think, but you know, you rightly mentioned, even though you have given us a path of follow the right thing that we believe, but I think to get this process implemented, it will take a few more days for us to do a little bit more thinking.
Like anything else, some of these things are not overnight sensations. The nugget, if you like, is to be listening and thinking about what's being said. And that, again, it comes back to this phrase, emotional intelligence, which when I first came across this phrase, I thought, emotional intelligence? What emotion's intelligent? Because its emotion is typically a reaction, how intelligent is that reaction? And it takes a while to think about, is there an emotion that's intelligent? Well, probably the only one is happiness, because if I smile and you smile, it's infectious. Yeah, that's pretty intelligent. I prefer to be there rather than be unhappy and sad. But is it really intelligent? Who knows? You know, I'm not a psychologist. You know, I'm not in that world of deep research into the inner machinations of the mind and how that works. There are plenty more people that we rely upon to do that. But the common sense is control your emotions. That doesn't mean to say when you're really ecstatic and you think you've got a fantastic result that you say, oh, that's okay then. That's not the sort of control you want. You need to feel it inside. That's the relationship you got with you. You know, when your favourite cricket team, you know, scores a 6, you know, how do you feel?
You know, it's very exciting. You know, it's thrilling.
Exactly. It's thrilling. And when they hit a second 6 off the same over, how do you feel then?
Well, there are, I think, 2 or 3 Indian cricketers who hit 6s on every ball of the over. So the expectations are much higher, because if this guy,
yeah, exactly. You say, yeah, and all the tin cans are coming out, and the hoots are going, and the straw banners are going, and you're expecting the third one to go for a 6. And when it goes for a 6, your level of expectation goes up higher and higher. Okay, and then when the over finishes, fortunately, you only have to have 6 6s. No, but remember, there could be a wide in there. You might even have 7 6s. Who knows? So, but the interesting thing is, you're in control all the time. Yes, you know, when I get a result, I get more excited, and I want to do more. when I don't get the result, don't feel down about it. This is the relationship you've got with yourself. Just say, okay, so it didn't work out this time, and move on. And say, but you know what? If I just change that slightly, I think it'll work. And then will your intuition say, I'm going to do that? Will that can-do person in here come to the front? Or will the won't do and the can't do literally say, no, we're going to go back and do it by the book? Not that the book's wrong, by the way. Right? This is not saying that the book's wrong. But if you feel it's wrong for you in that particular context, you need to have the willpower to follow it through. I hope this makes sense. You know, it is Reflection Friday.
Certainly, Neville, it does. I think thanks for your advice. I think you have given me some direction to my question, which I started off this particular session. I think this is very useful, and I'm sure it is useful for others as well to follow the intuition and also gather more information to decide the next course of your action. So I think that is where we are, and thank you so much for giving us the direction.
No, my pleasure, CK. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. We're taking the weekend off to recharge batteries. Sadly, we're all at home and I can't meet the kids, so I have to look forward to that another time. So again, that's my relationship. I have to deal with that, you know. I can only have digital relationships with all the people that I love. So be safe, take care, don't go outside, enjoy the sun.
Thank you, and you too, Neville. We'll talk again on Monday.
Cheers, CK. High five.
High five.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mike Live and I'm Chandrakant. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. Today we want to discuss something about which is latest. It is going to affect all our life and it is called quantum computing. What is so different in quantum computing which is not there in our usual computers? We will discuss this after a short break. But you know, friends, I must remind you that we are live across all popular social media, and if you're watching from whichever part of the world, from whichever social media, you can use a chat function to engage with us. Send your questions and comments. We will display them straight away on our screen and address your queries. So before we start our discussion, a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, An expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Welcome back, friends. And quantum computers are going to solve our problem of future, and which will propel us to the new era of mankind. Is it true? Well, it may be. So we will actually try to understand what is quantum computer and how does it work. Is it much more powerful or is it something different? So I think first we need to understand what is the computer itself. Computer is a bunch of switches which can switch on and off, and that gives a logic in terms of if there is a command given, it could be right or it could be wrong, and based on that 0 and 1 is assigned by the computer. And this is basically what it does. And then by codifying what information is coming from the computer, you are able to make some logical conclusions out of it. And another thing that you also need to do is you need to put some logic gates after you have received your responses from the computer. And these logic gates could be different kinds, and some of these logic gates are and, or, etc. So then you can decide the problem that you are actually dealing with and how it is being computed. So once you're able to add things and subtract things, then you can pretty much do everything. And why I'm saying this, because this mathematics is the logic behind the whole normal computer that we use in our houses, calculators, mobile phone, etc. The CPU basically does a lot of computing, but these are all very simple computing problems. The only good part here is that if there are too many computers working together, then the sky is the limit. You can pretty much solve whatever problem you want to solve, because there are many computers working, many small computers working together. Now, we understood this in 1950s, and we started building more and more compact CPUs, and today the CPUs are so compact that the width of a transistor is not more than a couple of atoms. And since now we're talking about atoms, we have to get into quantum physics, because quantum physics, as we know, is the science of the small. The Einstein theory, which changed the physics, is basically explain things very well, in fact absolutely accurately, for larger things. But when it comes to small things like atoms, electrons, neutrons, protons, etc., Einstein theory and the physics is no good. We need to follow a certain different type of science, which is called quantum physics. And what quantum physics does is basically explain how these particles behave. So I'll come to that, but let's finish the regular computer that we use today. And the regular computer will then signify all alphabets and all numbers and all possible combination into zeros and ones. And once it calculates that, and it passes through the logic gate, all these zeros and ones, we can then understand some sort of answers out of what we are trying to do here, what we are trying to compute. So so in nutshell, just to summarize, the computation that we do today is more number of computation that more than human brain can do in a shortest period of time, because we are now using electronics, and therefore it can calculate faster than human brain. But these are all very simple mathematics, like adding, subtracting, divide, etc. These are very, very simple mathematical situations. However, because many transistors are working together, they are able to solve day-to-day life. So where this quantum computing and how quantum computing is different. So quantum computing is actually using quantum mechanics instead of using your binary system to calculate. That is a basic difference between a normal computer and a quantum computer. What is quantum? What is quantum mechanics? It's basically it's about the particles behaving very abnormally, not like physical world, where they can exist at the same time at two locations. So that is the first problem. And that means until unless you start looking at the particle, you will not know what is its speed, which direction it is spinning, and where it is heading. Moment you look at it, that value of that particle is frozen. And that is where the quantum mechanics explains that as long as you measure the thing, it can be anything. It can have any value, but if you decide to measure it, it will have certain value, which you think is the voltage of an electron, is like 5 electron volt. Value of certain a certain weight of a certain object is so and so. So the quantum mechanics says that weight can be anything until you decide to measure it. It could have many values, and it could have even infinite values sometimes. That is why quantum mechanics is a very, very mind-boggling concept. But it has been proven time and again when it comes to atoms and subatomic particles. The quantum mechanics is the only part of science which can explain the actual nature of the universe. And the computer scientists now have realized that they have reached the ultimate level of reducing the size of the transistors, and they cannot go below this, because now the transistor size is a couple of atoms, and when the electrons are being transmitted through these chips, they start showing quantum tunneling effect. So what is this quantum tunneling? Quantum tunneling is and quantum entanglement. See, it's like this. In the atomic world, when you have two attached particles, if there are two particles which are attached with each other, then one particle will have a positive, let's say one particle has a positive current and other one has a negative current. So what happens is that now they are together, but then you take them apart. One particle, you take one particle, because it's a pair, so you separate them and you think that you have separated them, and one particle you take it to the moon, and one is in your laboratory and on Earth. Now you know that the laboratory particle which is there is the particle which is having negative charge, and the one you have taken on the moon has a positive charge. Now you play a game here. You actually flip the charge of the particle which is with you on in your laboratory. Then moment you change that particle charge of that particle here on Earth, you will notice that the charge flip automatically, and the charge of the positive particle on the moon is now negative. So this is called entanglement. You can take them very far off, and in fact, the effect of this entanglement is breaking the law of physics as per Einstein, because the effect of between two particles is traveling faster than speed of light. So it's one of the big question which is not answered completely right now, but this is how the nature of these particles are. That means these are entangled, and you can take them to next galaxy, still they will be entangled, and if you do something to one particle, the other will also get affected. So that is one thing. And second thing is tunneling, which is basically particle getting into superposition. So when we say superposition, is basically you can't find out what these particles are up to at that point, and they can be you cannot determine what is their speed, what is their position, and that is why it is called superposition. They can be anywhere, they can have any value, but if you start looking at them, start measuring them, then they will suddenly have a value. So this is where these are the two properties of quantum mechanics which are used in developing the quantum computer. So instead of zeros and ones in a normal computer, here if you have say for example, if you have a 32-bit quantum computer, then you can have 32 combinations instead of only 2 combinations, and the possibilities of finding the answer is increased 32 times. So you can imagine, by not increasing the power of the chip of the computer, you are now increasing the possibilities of possible solutions. So that is why quantum computers are much faster, because they can calculate things parallelly, and instead of increasing the size of the chip, that means many computers working together, it is the same small computer can do many things together. So if there is a 64-bit computer, then it can calculate a variety of problems at the same time. It will have variety of solutions. Say you give them one problem can have multiple solutions. It's one of those solutions you might have seen in Marvel Comics, where Doctor Strange try to find the solution of Thanos. What if they are they able to stop him? And he goes around parallel universe, and he found only one. So it's like he is like a quantum computer, where he is checking all possibilities together, and he found one answer. So instead of using the regular computer, which will have only either state of 0 or 1, they will have multiple states, and then you will get your answer faster. Now, what are the applications? Will quantum computer going to replace your home computer, home PC, your mobile device, etc.? No, because our computer that we use right now are very, very efficient, and they're very fast. So this is not where the quantum computer will be used. Quantum computer will be used in analyzing the problems which are very, very big, very complex. For example, providing online security. Quantum computer can play a role in generating algorithms which cannot be cracked by anything. So because you will not know what is the answer. So if you don't know what is the code, because right now we are based, our whole security is based on 128-bit encryption. The defense security will be based on 256, which is, people say even 128 is not breakable, but you can still break it because there is a chance to break it. But in case of quantum computer, you can't even predict any keys, because your primary key can be anything, your secondary key can be anything, because now it's all in the quantum world. So I think that is one of the big application, crypto security, solving the puzzles which we have not been able to solve with regard to universe, simulating these situations. So quantum computers are very, very good in simulating situations. Quantum computers are also very good in solving the medical sciences challenges and things like that. So these are the applications for quantum computers which will be used where quantum computer will be used. So it's a different category of computer devices. It is not going to be used by people like you and me for our personal use. It will be used by very complex tasks and very complex situations, simulations and stuff like that. So needless to say that quantum computer are not, in terms of hardware, are not more powerful than what we have today. They have about the same power, but they can do trillions of calculations at the same time compared to our current computers. That is why the large data search engines will be based on quantum computer. Their cybersecurity will be based on quantum computing. When it comes to large data analysis, the current computer basically makes the index file and look at the index, then look at the database, or go sequentially, which is very outdated now. But quantum computer can check all your details at the same time, so it is much faster in terms of searching the data of any kind. So in terms of providing security, identifying biometrics, quantum computers will be very, very quick. Identifying solution to a very complex problem, quantum computer will be very, very quick compared to our supercomputers even today. So this is something which makes them different. As I said, in order to develop the quantum computer, we have bits, and scientists are call the bits in the quantum computing world as qubits, which is about the same. It has the same meaning. But say, for example, if you have 32-bit processor, the 32-bit processor in the quantum computing world can calculate a million calculations, while a regular computer can calculate only few. So I think that is where the difference of the processing speed will come in, and the quantum computer use the quantum nature of our universe. And so basically this is why it is much faster, and that is why it is the next phase of progress in computing devices. Now the big question is, how does this look like? So the computer does not look like anything that we have seen. The computer looks like what you see here in the picture behind me. Why? Because since minute fluctuation can also affect the quantum computer. Minute fluctuation in the space, a cosmic ray particle, can change the calculation. So that is why the quantum computers are usually kept very cold, and they are surrounded by a very cold environment with liquid nitrogen. They are actually always, the temperature is controlled. They're kept very cold so that there are no quantum entanglement or quantum tunneling that happens to the computing devices themselves. They can actually use the quantum tunneling for calculating and quantum entanglement for calculating, but it should not happen that it start giving wrong information, wrong calculation. So quantum computers are always kept at a very cold temperature, and so it requires a totally different kind of setup, different power source, and different way of doing things. It has a totally different logic. It has a different programming matrix. It is used for totally different activity. So friends, hope you like the basic differences that I told in like 15 to 20 minutes, where I wanted to give you a basic difference between normal computer and a quantum computer, because we have been hearing a lot about it. You can engage with me by sending a message from your social media. Before I go, a big thanks to our sponsor, which is Performance Works International. Their book Inner CEO is a very, very important book. I think it has a lot of tricks and tips for chief executives, whether you are a startup or even an enterprise. This is a book which is required and is a must read by everyone. So with this, I like to say goodbye. By the way, you can book your copy by clicking on the link in the description below. And I like to say goodbye, only to catch you next time.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I have a question for you. Do you believe that the cybernetic organisms or cyborgs, are they real, or are they going to come into our lives or our future generations' life for real, as we have been seeing in the movies? And that is something which is I want to analyze today in the program, that this cybernetic organism is an organism which is a combination of the biological material and the cybernetics which are attached to the biological material or biological mind. That is the definition of cybernetics. And when we are actually planning to go to space, the conversation is revolving around taking our, making large ships, taking our food, our environment, our gravity along. And it is a very, very difficult task to do that. You know that, traveling from outside Earth also is a very energy consuming process. So when we want to explore to other planets, other parts of the galaxy, we would need to get into a situation where we have a long life, we don't get entangled into carrying this atmosphere with us, carrying our gravity with us, and so on. And that is when the question of having cyborgs comes in. In fact, if you remember watching these movies where they show that along with humans there is also a robot which goes and do a lot of these jobs which humans find it very difficult to do, which I presume should not be the case. And we also notice that there is going to be an AI element. That means the AI will derive most of the equipment that we carry, which I find it very absurd. I in fact don't believe this. If you see the Marvel comics, Iron Man, it looks like the Jarvis, which is the AI of Tony Stark, seems to be more intelligent Tony Stark, yet Tony Stark controls Jarvis, and then Jarvis controls all the variants of Iron Man. So I don't think that is going to be the scene. What will happen in reality is that we will have to become a cyborg. I think that is where the reality lies. And in a way it is already happening. We can get our limbs replaced. There is already a hip replacement. There is a knee replacement, all shoulder replacements. So all those kinds of things are already happening, are available. You can get to the hospital and get your limbs replaced. There are a lot of research going on when it comes to replacement. In fact, there are replacement happening recently. I mean, just last week, the scientists have successfully replaced a pig's heart into a human body. So a lot of these replacement of organ will also happen. And when we talk about replacements, it is something which is already happening. So in nutshell, are we already sort of a quasi cyborg? And that is a very profound question. Are we already becoming a cyborg? Because we have developed the life-saving drugs for ourselves. We are developing limbs. If we have natural limbs which are not working out for us, we can get them replaced and replaced with mechanical ones. And once we have this limbs replaced, we can then next level would be to replace the limbs for that particular job. So if you want to lift a heavy weight, you can just replace your limb with a forklift, and so on and so forth. There is, however, one organ which cannot be replaced, and that is your mind. So we will come to that. But I think the limb replacement is already happening in a very big way. In fact, there are a lot of neural network based technology which is being deployed in this arena. So in a way, we are already becoming cyborg because we can treat our ailments by the medicines that we have, and we can also replace our limbs and also organs. If you want to debate on this, basically you can send in your comments. But I think 50 years back, the average life expectancy for humans were about 40-50 years. Today it is about 80. So as we progress and as our technology progress into the future, we will be able to elongate our life. And I think this is an example of having an artificial heart. What is a heart? Heart is just a pump which actually carry the blood and make sure that the blood reaches every part of the body. Now if we are replacing our limbs, our body, there will be a different kind of blood required, in the sense there will be only electricity required, and we will not need such a strong heart. We can probably replace the heart to basically pump the blood into certain parts of the body. So I think the whole structure of the human body as we see will change in future, and we will live longer, because if the natural life is not natural body is not helping you, you can always get it replaced by an artificial one. And then once you have that artificial equipment in your body, you can always replace it and get a new one. Every new replacement will be a new technology. So I think we are already becoming a sort of a cyborg, and we are actually going to have a longer life at an accelerated pace as the technology improves. There is one thing which is very hard to replace, and that is your mind. And there could be some repair required in terms of, in case your mind is still controlling and your heart, which is artificial, but your mind is your intelligence and that is controlling. So I think that is where the nanotechnology will come in picture, where these nano machines will be sent to your body, and they will not only monitor your state of your mind, will also monitor what is the health of your biological component of your body and repair it. So these cybernetic nano machines can be engineered to make sure that your biological parts are always kept healthy and are always in top-notch conditions. However, I think the scientists have noticed that the brain cells, again a biological material, cannot survive forever. There is a limitation with regard to how much survivability you have. So even though you are able to replace everything else in the body, but not your intelligence, which is actually residing in your brain as of now. So I think the next step would be to make sure that the brain is also living forever. And one of the theory to make sure that the brain does not live inside a biological brain that we have, which is having neurons, we can actually transfer your entire brain functions with memory into a computer. If that happens, then there will be no death, because as long as you're able to provide the entire electricity for brain to function, you don't need to eat food. There will be no requirement in terms of reproducing and so on and so forth, but your brain power will increase exponentially as we go along in our progress. And if that happens, then we will truly become a space-faring civilization, and we will be completely becoming a cybernetic organism which will not require to carry their atmosphere, to carry their environment with them when they go into a ship. They don't need to carry their farms or food along with them, because there could be many mechanisms to produce the power. for a cybernetic organism. And the intelligence is part of your intelligence, which has been already present with you, which is now transferred into a computer. So you will become a long lasting, very, very efficient machine or a cybernetic living organism, and then you can reach out to different parts of the galaxy, colonize these different parts of the galaxy in a true sense. So I think, in my opinion, uh, the journey to become a cybernetic organism has already begun about 200 years back. Today, if we have a problem, we go to the doctor and we say that, hey, I have this problem, and doctor will give you a medicine, you remove that problem and you live. So you live longer. 100 years back, if you had that small problem, you would die actually, because there'll be no medicine. So I think we have been able to elongate our life artificially, and therefore, I think we are already living in the era of becoming a cyborg. And I think after 100 years, I think there will be a lot of cybernetic organisms roaming around the earth, and they will also be roaming into the space in nearby planets and establishing colonies in the nearby solar systems. So friends, if you agree with me, do write in, send in your comments, and I will read out some of your comments in the next episode of Akul Mac Live. For today, I like to say goodbye, and only to catch you again in the next one.
So before we start the session, I would like to tell you little about mandala. Mandala is circular figure representation of universe in Hinduism and Buddhist symbols. Now, what it said, generally it is said that it's a psychological aspect of creation, and it is a symbol of dream representing a dreamer's research on completeness and self-unity. Teaching mandala is symbolic, generally in Sanskrit circles, and they are of three types. One is a religious mandala, sand mandala, and teaching. Now, when you are learning mandala, that means that we are initiating a step forward for learning something very auspicious. Like when we say that we are learning meditation. So first we have to learn meditation and then we have to practice. Likewise, mandala also we have to learn mandala and then we have to practice, come out to get the healing and spirituality aspect which is related to mandala art. Even if you go back in history, even Mayan calendar, in Mayan era, it is also represented in mandala art. Time you can visit any site and find out. Mandala in modern era is that Swiss psychologist Carl Sang, he explored mandala and he said that in his personal journey and in his practice, he believed that it collectively, unconsciously heals you while doing mandala. So let's now start mandala learning. So all we have is, I'm taking help of this. We have paper, and I am dividing this paper into equal parts. So I have a scale, and if you count, you can see. So this, my page is around 28 centimeters. And we have to put a point in between of 28 centimeter, that will be 14. And again, we have to measure whatever page you are having. It is 21, so I will take around 20. I'll be this. And here I will be drawing, making a line. I hope it is visible clearly. And again, divide this page 4 parts. So it is equally divided. Now I'll take a compass. Generally, it is said that mandala is different. It's not different. It is pattern based, but actually it is different because unconsciously it your spiritual mind, unconscious mind. So first of all, I'll take a measurement. I will take 10 centimeter scale and then draw a circle here from the midpoint here, and I am making a circle. Then I will take half of the centimeter, 5 centimeter actually, and make another circle above of this 5 centimeter. Measure it 5 centimeter. Measuring 5 centimeter. Then again, I'll measure, take another 5 centimeter, mark here, hit here, and then again. Then again measure, depends how big you want to. Again, I'll mark 5. So I have taken, you can draw of this. How much big you want depends on you, your choice. Now, once we are done with these circles, we have to again divide these portions, all the portions. For this, again, we have to take measurement, and this measurement I have from 1 centimeter, 12 centimeter. I will mark a line here at 6 centimeter, and then in cutting this point, I will make again draw a line. We have divided the same here. I have this. So your measurement may be different. You can check on that. Again, I am taking 12 centimeter here, mark the middle, that is 6, and then again draw line, cutting the center point of the circle. You want to make a very intricate design, so you can divide these portions and make all these designs. So I will cut more, one portion more, and for that have around 6 centimeter here. So I will again mark a point here at 3, and then again cutting the middle portion, I will again draw a line here. Here again, this is 6 centimeter. I'll mark again, I'll draw a line. So now all these portions are equally divided. Now, generally, you must have seen the designs of mandala in on many faces or other places. But generally, I advise that whatever design you come from within, because copying mandala will not be very effective if you are looking towards meditation or spiritual healing, or where you want to really make a very artistic, and it should from the within. Though all designs are based, but still, if you make your ideas, sit in a corner and design something on a mandala design, and I think it needs practice. Really come out with the intricate design, and once it is done, it present your idea. And if the mandala is presenting your idea, that is where the journey of making mandala starts. So now we have these. So I'll fill this portion so that you know how we can fill this. For that, I'll take another page. One minute, as some joining me. Yeah. So for that, I am showing you some design which you can incorporate in your design. Let's see, 2 centimeters. I am making lines just to refer the design where you can fill the designs in your mandala. So again, I'm taking centimeters. You can take 1 centimeter. You can take half of the centimeter bands. What kind of design really you are looking? So there are few lines. I'm just showing the design, the filling design, where you can make a mandala. But again, I am telling you that whatever design, or geometrical design or artistic, whatever you make come from. But anyhow, I'm just making these. Let's are able to. They're very, very simple designs. And you need not to copy any design. And suppose if your lines are not coming right, so that's okay. Once you fill mandala design, then it will look very beautiful, and whatever small faults are there in lines, or they will not be visible after you complete the mandala. Something like this, or you take round and you fill round, and fill this, and then or can do all these banding. The main work I will be telling you once I use the pen, so you will understand how to really while drawing, because in mandala the importance of thin lines and thick lines, that plays a very major. You can always share after the class design if you want to know more, like show you design, can fill of design. Whatever comes in your mind, whatever design you make, in any case, it will look nice. once the mandala is complete. You can fill this, and if it is the top line, you can always put kind of design, all these kind of design. You can say circular designs, you can triangles, you can make more artistic by using thick and thin pants, black color pants. I will be showing some designs which I have done in the puja, and good. So these kind of design you can make. I will be sharing a list of class. So now I usually take pen, art line pens. They are very good. I am point one nib, the 0.0 we get in this till 0.8. Otherwise, you can also go for pen. These are all colored pen, the octane pens. I color pens. Today I will be only black pen. How it like, but you can do all kind of color combinations. I'll do mandala. Now I will be doing. Let's I'm filling these uh, designs in these measurements. Now, I would like to tell you, you can also draw a line. If you draw a line in between these portions which I have done, then again a design will look very nice and you have more options to really fill the patterns. And I will patience, because patience goes long way when you are doing that. You can fill it, you can make any designs, faces. I will be sharing few designs I have made. You can take reference from those designs and share your designs with whenever you are completing your mandala. You can fill this design, or you can take these dots kind, or you all depends on what whatever design you are thinking.
अब उधर जाओ अभी
Anybody making with class? A good, at least try it. Don't use sketch pen, because the sketch pen doesn't look nice. When I'm talking about lines, so the combination of thick lines and thin lines, that plays a major role when we draw a mandala. And what happens, you see mandala everywhere around, but sometimes we really fail to realize this. And we will find basically more of this in mandala art in Buddhism and Hinduism. In Akulmak, we have also done research on mandala. There's a professor, is Illinois professor. She is in University of Illinois, and she has done a great work on mandala. And she says, according to her study, the Kashi itself is having a architecture of mandala. All the buildings are made Kashi, Banaras. Ancient buildings are have taken the concept of mandala, and she has done a research. If all are interested, I can send a detail of her research. It's there in our uh, channel. I will share you. So it is very, very important to really understand and appreciate, and of course do it, because that, as I told you, that they are learning meditation, they have to, they are learning likewise. If we are learning mandala, then we have to practice, come out, excel in that. And I think there are far reaching effect of drawing mandala. As it says, it deals with the spiritual part of, quite interesting and quite good part of this art. And I would like to request you all that kindly draw and share your work on in the group. And I am available if any query, always. So something like this, I am drawing. Designs are your own. I will be sharing some patterns. So, and I will also have done something I have done a puja session. A part of this, then you match different colors, and I've also done, I think, draw it. These are all ideas where you can incorporate with other arts. So, any questions now?
Hello friends, this is Chandra. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about the corona scare which has happened in India. Even though it came, it's a global news, but we have been hearing about corona, how to prevent, etc. The government of India has been very proactive, and they have announced do's and don'ts, what we should do, what we should not do, etc., etc. So I will not repeat all of those because many of us have seen the directives. Many of us have basic knowledge of personal hygiene, and we are all of us are quite serious about not getting infected with this virus, and hence we have to take care of our own health. Now, one of the key things that has come out in this is that avoid social gathering, and even the Prime Minister of India is leading the way. He has already said that he is not going to celebrate Holi this year. And all of us know that Holi is such a big festival for Hindus. It's one of the major festival, and we are not going to play Holi. So this is something very, very profound, and we need to convince ourselves not to get into social gathering, because that can start the epidemic. So I think we can do our own rituals. We can do puja at home, and we stay at home on Holi. That's the first thing that the Prime Minister of India is trying to convey to all of us. Second thing is, I think this concept of not uh, participating in the social gathering, at least for some time, give rise to a need, which is how do we carry on our business without getting social. There are certain activities which requires you to be in the presence of other people. For example, students are going to school, they will have to interact with 50 to 100 students
when they are at school, and another 20 teachers on an average. Similarly, people who are in different activities which are related to public relations. So lately, after the new government has come in 2014, the emphasis has been on the online medium. So why can't we look at transitioning all these activities which require social gathering, and this is the right time to experiment with this. For example, the schools can get into very seriously into e-learning space, and then there is no compulsion for students to visit the schools on every day. They can visit on certain days, and they can make their studies while sitting at home, so they can have a combination of school and home study using the online medium. Similarly, carrying on official meetings, there could be software available which can create an official environment. In fact, there are companies which are already providing the VPN facility. In fact, there are a lot of companies using this, and because of this corona scare, a lot of companies have in fact encouraged their employees to work from home. How they have encouraged their employees? Because all of their laptops carry VPN, and when they use VPN, they get a secure connection to their office networks. So why can't we use sort of extend this whole thing into a virtual office environment where people don't have to go to office? So the technology is already there, it is available. All we have to do is basically package this nicely so that the interaction can be brought in online, and people start traveling only when it is very very essential. So what you will do, you will actually achieve the same results by using online medium. You get into meetings, you basically collaborate using a collaboration tool like Google or Microsoft, and yet you don't physically travel. You travel only on need basis. So you first save yourself from contracting all these different diseases. Second, you will save the fuel cost, you will save the environment, and you will not waste a lot of time getting stuck in the traffic. So you have your own personal time at your own hand. So number one, let's very seriously implement e-learning for education institutes and schools. Very seriously look for virtual office solutions, how we can extend the VPN facility which is currently provided and use into a virtual environment. Thirdly, we can also do already the TV is a very strong medium, so we can actually get into webinars, very serious interactive webinars. So where people need to give speech, they can actually have an interactive session. So there could be another medium like that, which is linked to social media. So these are the ideas which are coming to my mind, and I thought I'll bring to your attention. Especially, it's the right time with the corona scare that we can start experimenting with some of these online medium. Even though these mediums are available for last many years, 15 to 20 years, but for some reason people have not really gone deep into this. They have not really experimented with this, and this is the right time to start very seriously migrating our education systems to e-learning, migrating our office to virtual office environment. So with this, I will see you tomorrow again. Bye bye. So with this thought, let me end this discussion today, but I will like to welcome your comments and what you feel about this whole concept, which I think is very doable in today's time, especially when the bandwidth is available, the solutions are available. All we need to do is the will and the packaging. So I will meet you again, friends, very soon with something more interesting and some more analytics that I feel are important to bring to you. Until then, bye bye.
Hello. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies, and today I would like to talk about a subject which is very close to the emerging economies. Now if you look at the global trend today, specifically in the startups area, there are two countries which are well known for startups. One is of course Israel, but the second country is called India. And every city, all the major cities which are famous for IT in India are having some program or the other for startups. And if you look at the government of India, they are also giving a lot of freedom for startup to flourish, to start in the first place and then flourish, and so on and so forth. Now, considering all of this which is happening, in fact, if you look at, there are everyday new ideas coming out in the field, and they are fructifying all these ideas in terms of building a startup community. And in order to look at this market segment, the Indian market has also, and also in Israel, in Tel Aviv, there are a lot of co-working players also coming out and helping these startups to kickstart or bootstrap their operations from day one. So today, if you look at the co-working centers location, they are giving them places to sit, to set up their infrastructure, to have a decent environment for sharing their working ideas, give presentations, call client, etc., etc. And there are so many of them. So basically, the co-working centers, if you look at cities, one city, there are so many co-working options available for startups. And all of these co-working centers are giving them good working environment. So today I would like to talk about what these co-working should do as far as my opinion goes, because every one of them are giving them good working environment, good place to sit, and of course this place to sit is not free. The startups have to pay rental in some sort of the other. So my opinion is that in addition to providing them the place to work, to start their operations, I think the biggest challenge today is how the startups will start making money. Even though there is a lot of freedom given, first year or 2 years of tax haven which is available, but how these startups will actually emphasize on their technology and start making money, start finding clients. So one of the biggest challenges, while I have a space where I can start my operations, but I don't have any other shared services which are available from these co-working places. So it makes more sense for the co-working centers to form strategic tie-ups with different kind of uh, players, players who are providing branding services, players who are providing them some sort of influencer services, uh, players who are providing the marketing services, and so on and so forth. And there could be more innovative ideas. So in nutshell, what I want to say today is that it's no longer the space or the environment for which startups are willing to pay the rental. I think if the co-working can provide under one roof area to work and also area to promote their work, that will be the more compelling value proposition, specifically when there is nothing unique in this in today's world, when there are so many co-working places available across all cities in India, in Tel Aviv. This is something which I feel personally, in my opinion, they can differentiate with others. So with this message, I will end my video today. Hope you like this idea, and if you like this idea, reach out to topbrass.akulmac.com, and we are willing to partner with all the co-working business centers and have a strategic relationship where your clients can leverage our branding and marketing services under one umbrella. Thank you, and look forward to talking to you again.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and I graciously invite you to Jeremy Blaine Live. And in today's session, we will talk about the mastering sales in the digital era. And for this discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Thank you very much, CK. Great to be back.
It's great to see you, and you're back in your castle, Jeremy.
I am back in. I am back in my castle. I know that you'd be very upset if I wasn't back in my castle. So yes, I'm back here.
Great. So, Jeremy, I think the discussion is about uh, basically the paradigm shift in the business, where the businesses are struggling in terms of finding new clients. And I think there's a lot to do with how they approach the market in terms of their lead generation exercise, their different marketing campaigns, how they engage with the client. So there are a lot of new aspects of generating business which are undergoing tremendous changes. So I think I would like to know from you where we are today in 2020 and what is the business has to do to stay relevant with regard to finding new clients.
Yeah, it's a good question to ask, because before we even hit this year that we've talked about during some of our sessions, is that many organizations, as we know, were struggling with so-called digital transformation, transforming their organizations for the more digital era. We're working more remotely. We were working more remotely. We were doing things in different ways. From a point of view of marketing and sales, we were doing marketing in a different way, digital marketing, more direct and targeted marketing. And then from a selling point of view, we were having to do a lot more, be more analytical, embrace data, also be expert networkers, because that was also how we would grow our business, through prospecting as much as with existing customers. So where we are now in this year that has accelerated a lot of these trends is that many sales organizations have been left behind a little bit, because sales is one of those areas within business that hasn't, in my experience, transformed so much. Now, I work, obviously, and I have a consulting stroke training business, and I have been in learning and development for many years now. And I do criticize my own industry about this, because what I see out there for sales training, let's say, and sales coaching are the same things that we've been doing for years and years and years, just repackaged and repackaged for now. What we haven't done is make that jump and evolve it forward. In fact, that's something that myself, I really made a strong decision to do and to challenge myself. So what it actually has done, it gives me two things to show you, really. The past now and the future now. And I say now in there because it's happening. So the past now is traditional selling, but it's still in place with many organizations. It's still products and solutions focused. We have sales professionals. It's very driven by the human touch and face-to-face touch, which has been challenged this year. We know our competitors. We're driven by KPIs. We have traditional skills that we are still trained in, which are still valid, of course, by the way: questioning skills, presentation, value proposition, objection handling. But if we fast forward to the more enlightened organizations who are future now, they see selling differently. They've moved from solution selling to customer and consumer journeys, understanding at each point in the customer where they can impact positively to add even better value for them. So this is creating great experiences, engaging the overall organization, not just our buyer or the people that we're used to seeing. Being digitally enabled, using technology to help us, being data experts, data-driven decision-making, helping our customers understanding through data what the strategy might be moving forward, etc. And understanding that we live in hyper-competitive times. So we know some of our competitors, but we don't know the competitors who will come tomorrow. So we need to be agile, ready to act. So in terms of our own skills, we need to be far more connected to the underbelly of the industry. We need to be great on LinkedIn. We need to be at industry events. This year, we need to do it online. We need to reach out, and we need to be industry spokespeople. So we need to not only be experts in our products and services, but also in our industry and create a voice for ourselves. So it's actually creating a very different brand. The mindset is moving from target mindset, I must hit my targets, to growth mindset, which is what do I need to do to hit my results now, but how do we grow in the long term as well? And how do I use digital to enable all of that for collaboration, communication, customer mobilization, customer engagement, and doing this all together? So these are the things that are happening now, and many organizations are still in the past now, whereas the more enlightened and potentially more successful ones are future now.
So, Jeremy, I think the biggest challenge any sales guy will face, whether you are a CEO or you are a sales manager, is basically making the customer remember you. And one of the key aspect of that is you don't want to look like a Me Too player when you meet the customer. And when everybody is getting on to the digital platform, somehow there is a new skill required to get into that or get out of Me Too syndrome. What do you suggest to our viewers how they should leverage the digital platform to not be part of a Me Too ocean and get out of from Me Too?
Well, it's really interesting question, that, because the Me Too versus the competitive advantage was always about the product, the service, the solution. What has emerged this year through this intense period of remote working, remote selling, is that relationships are trumping traditional solutions, services, and so on. So creating very strong human touch relationships, albeit remotely, like we're talking here, helping the customer through this very challenging period as much as working ourselves, is actually giving the very best salespeople out there competitive advantage. So in the digital era, the human touch becomes more important than it ever was. In fact, that you can do more digitally, so you can be more connected. So we're seeing much more less of the formal selling. So my hour meeting at a client, much more of the short 15-minute, 20-minute meetings with one agenda point, but also the informal communication via platforms like WhatsApp, for example, whereby we're exchanging much more than we used to do and keeping in touch, very much also from the human side of things. Empathy is being demonstrated, an understanding of where we all are in the situation. But the very best salespeople out there, if you consider them, there is a growing gap between them and those salespeople who are still more traditional, who are still saying in their minds, no, you can't do selling without having a very strong human touch and being face to face. This is a myth. You can actually have an even closer relationship. So there's a sense of readiness and a sense of mindset within sales professionals to switch to think, how do I become better? Because actually it's upskilling myself in areas that I haven't been able to work with before, working remotely, the technology, being digitally enabled, being great networkers, all of these things. What's interesting, a piece of data has come out from Spotio that talks about, in the B2B and B2C spaces, buyers who are now buying through trusted referrals to people or companies has increased from 60% to 92% in this era in terms of remote working. So it goes to prove what I'm saying is that the human touch is trumping the traditional services and solutions that we have. Of course, we have to get that right, but actually being able to do digital and create great relationships remotely like this is great, because they'll pick up referrals like that, and over 50% are actively following them up. So that's a prize worth having by getting this right.
So I think, in nutshell, what you're saying is that you have to up your skill of networking, because now you're not physically visible to the client. You have to do digitally. I think that is one tip, very important tip. And people who are watching this program, they have to get that essence of what Jeremy is saying. That means you have to do networking, and the challenges are that you need to pick up digital skills to be able to become a good marketeer, a good salesperson, or a good network person. Well,
In fact, CK, I mean, I have to use you as an example here, don't I? Really, because you're doing exactly what I'm talking about here. So you have your own products and services, but you're doing so much more than that for the industry. If I look at your the videos that you publish, the live videos that you publish every day, every week, you're adding so much value around topics in terms of life, business, work, personal, the human touch. And it's giving you, it's increasing your brand, not just in terms of what you used to do in products and services, but actually there's so much more that you offer out there as value add. So therefore, you've got people who are far more now willing to have a conversation with you about your business services because you're actually doing so much more for the community, for the business industry that you're in, and outside it, of course, but also that demonstrating that strong human touch and bringing people in from all over the world. So it's, you know, and we met by doing exactly what we talked about, this networking. It's network to get work, right? So this is what we were doing. And I think you and your company is a fantastic example of this.
so Jeremy, thank you so much for recognizing. I think we are doing our bit, but I think that brings me to the third question, which is very relevant. You see, when we go out and meet the client, we are always judging whether he is the person to target or follow up in future. That means whether he has the money, authority, or need. So every sales guy is looking for these three qualities in the client also. When the client is looking at a salesperson, the salesperson is also making a judgment. So I think in the digital arena, the qualification or the client qualification is becoming a big challenge. Would you like to give some ideas how a qualification can be done using digital platform?
Yeah, well, this goes back to my original point is that sales has not evolved fast enough. So the way for me to describe the challenge that you talk about is the ability to up our game as a sales professional or as a sales rep. So if I go back 10 years, what key account management was yesterday is being a sales professional today. So it's actually you're having to move from where so the thing is that traditionally when we look at how salespeople have been recruited, and I remember because I was a salesperson, I started my career in Procter and Gamble, and I was recruited into Procter and Gamble, and it was based largely on personality. I had an outgoing personality. I got really excited and passionate about stuff. And this was a really key trait of a salesperson. And it still is. We have to be able to do that. And we have to be able to create good relationships. However, I remember then my analytical skills weren't so good, but that was fine because I was going into sales. Right now, you need great analytical skills and more strategic skills. So the very best salespeople out there who are looking to develop themselves need to understand that in order, let's say, for example, to absolutely penetrate a customer or a prospect in the best way, they need to be prepared to do some research. So they can go onto LinkedIn, they can look at industry papers, they can look at company reports, get in there, look at who the key players are, and start to think about how they grow their network within their company by, first of all, who they know, and then moving forward in terms of not just going directly to call a person, but doing exactly what we said before. Start raising their profile in the industry as an industry spokesman person so that they can then start to share things, so they can start to tag people in posts, let's say for on LinkedIn, that they know are key decision makers in their prospects or targeted customers or people that they haven't known. Reach out and say hello. I work with your company. It's really great. It's an honor to meet you. I'd love to connect. And here's something that I published about the challenges in our industry that I think you might find interesting. So it's starting with the informal and moving up. So it takes far deeper, greater skills as just being a sales rep, let's in the old language that we used to do. This is about now being a sales professional, and it's what we used to call being a much more experienced key account manager or strategic salesperson. So we need to up our game, or else we're going to fail, CK.
In fact, Jeremy, in fact, I like to quote your last session, and you very explicitly quoted about having the new skills. And what I see is that many of these standard established leaders are finding it very tough to network in this arena because they had already established name in the physical world, and to replicate that in the digital arena, they have to do the whole thing all over again, and they are finding it very tough to do it, and they are still living in the past and behaving very high-handed in a very high-handed manner while tackling with people digitally, because they are not used to it. So I think it's very clear that people have to get used to digital empathy, as you mentioned in the beginning of our show today. uh, the fourth question really for me is where they can get acquire these skills, because nobody's teaching
Mm.
these skills. I think that is the biggest question we have.
Yeah, yeah, I'm teaching those skills, CK. That was a very nice segue into that. Thank you very much. Because like I said at the beginning, I think it's our duty as learning professionals to challenge ourselves, learn ourselves, and provide those new skill sets on top of the existing skill sets, which is still important because you still need to know how to ask great questions, create great relationships, but you need to do it in the virtual world better, and you need to do it differently. So I spent a lot of time doing that. However, if I look at what's happening more generally out there, then nearly 40% of high growth companies, from a sales perspective, they're starting to pivot their sales skills and using inside sales technologies. So in old language, that was call centers. So they were using the skills to boost their selling techniques of how call centers did it. So the call centers know they potentially got 5 to 7 minutes to sell something to a call, maximum, absolute maximum. They've got to create a great first impression. They've got to do this, and they've got to do it repeatedly, time and time again. And they've got to get used to hearing the word no. And they've got to get used to kind of getting up again and going. So what many traditional sales organizations and newer sales organizations are adopting are these skills from inside sales. So those connection skills, and then they're bringing into that. In fact, they're bringing into the new skill sets, and of the new skill sets, 80% of organizations are believing that data analytics expertise is the route to Salesforce competitive advantage. So they're spending a lot of time creating a lot of training around agile working and agile methodologies, data interpretation and analysis, and then therefore to provide insights, and then training on how they actually present that data to a client. So for example, a agile technique like data visualization. So trying to use the least words possible and trying to use pictures to kind of paint the story and tell the story for a client. And storytelling is really at the heart of this, using visuals to help drive a narrative through it. So these are upgraded skills from where we are. And on the job, when you think about kind of management support as well, over 60% of organizations report creative new practices to engage the customers through joint selling online. So for example, here we can do a lot more. I can bring people in to let's see if this was a selling call, I could bring a special guest in to a prospect, say, here, I instead of providing a customer testimonial on a reference, I've got someone who's just going to come in for 5 minutes, tell you about the experience and answer any of your questions, live. Now it's kind of guest practices live, isn't it? I can do joint selling with my manager. I can do far more by coming onto, let's say, a Zoom call like this, one day before a really important meeting and practicing the meeting with my colleagues or my people. And I can record them and view them and start to look at how I interact in the virtual world. Do I provide great eye contact, for example? Do I look into the camera, into your eyes, or am I looking at what I'm presenting on my screen down here? Which is really key for sales. You've got to keep that eye contact and got to keep your body language very positive. So smile, open your eyes quite wide, and be very open. Use body language, although I'm using too much right now, I know. So don't use too much, but use some of it. And you can start to create these brand new skills and understand also the changes that you need to have. Your meeting now might be 15 minutes. So have 1 or maximum 2 agenda items with the customer. Pre-prepare them, talk about upfront what the the outcome is, so you can get down to it when you're on the call. But one thing that has emerged from 2 or 3 of the customers I've worked with this year, when I've talked to them about what's really worked, they've said spending 5 minutes, even though we've just got 15 to 30 minutes on the meeting, spending 5 minutes just talking at a human level and connecting around how people are feeling, and talking about, demonstrating a bit of empathy and talking about how we are, has made a very, very big difference to engaging and mobilizing customers to be orientated around your products and services and being ready to listen to what you have to say. So a few tips there, I think, CK.
These tips are very valuable. I think people who are struggling and try to start their journey in the digital world, I think they can take the cue from here, which is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there are a lot of things which you can bring on the table, and there are a lot of things in digital empathy which people need to really learn. Sit in front of a guru like you and learn, pick up those traits which are very important. And I would like to say one more thing before you speak. One is that people used to meet 100 clients in a year before the digital age happened,
Yeah.
and now this factor has you simply multiply this by 1,000. So now people have to realize the power of digital platform. They have ability to address 10,000 clients in a year now. So I think the strategy itself has to completely it's a new strategy. You have to work on a new strategy to be able to talk to 10,000 clients as if you're talking to them face to face, isn't it?
You're right. You're absolutely right. And we've gone from here in traditional selling, let's just say just at sales rep, sales professional level, to what a sales rep, sales professional needs to now is up here. The skill gap from where we were to where we need to be now, just to compete on a normal selling and general selling, is really quite big. So these skills that you talk about, we can engage far more. We can engage at industry level. We can use technology. We can leverage data. We can do so much more, but it takes a modified and upgraded skill set to be a super salesperson in 2020s.
So, Jeremy, I think we had a very fruitful discussion today. There is, tremendous amount of learning from you. There is a lot to it, and people who want to reach out to you, they can reach out to you directly, or they can drop an email. The email will be shared at the end of the video, and we will connect you with the people. So, with this, I'd like to thank you for finding time and joining our show. We will catch up next Tuesday.
Thank you very much, CK, and thank you everyone for listening.
Have a nice day, and bye-bye for today.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. If you are a sci-fi fan just like me, then clearly you know that there are two kinds of sci-fi fans, and they are divided. There is one type which is the sci-fi fans of Star Wars. Actually, there are three types. The second is Star Trek fans, and the third, which is my type, which is fan of both. So what happens if the mega main weapons of the each world go against each other? So the mega weapons of the Star Wars is the Borg. There is something called Cyborg, and uh, you know so these are the Borgs, which are cyborg, but in short, they are just known as Borgs. And what is this life form? This is basically combined with machines and the intelligence of the living being. So Borg is a very it's a killer proposition. Basically, they don't care about what species of life they get. They will simulate all of them into Borg, and all the Borgs are controlled by a central authority. So it's like an anthill. If you compare a Borg civilization in our galaxy, it is like an anthill where individual Borgs are simulated from different civilizations, the captured people, and then they are controlled by a central authority. And everything boils down to central processing and computing system. So it's a killer proposition of a villain actually, and it's ultimate. And the best part is the living beings which are simulated into their Borg society don't remember their past. They only know the objective of finding more planets and converting them into Borg. So in the Star Trek arena, these are very difficult adversary to deal with, and this is a killer proposition. And they also have something called their potent weapon, and also the craft is called Borg cube. I mean, this is the thing that you see here. And as per the Star Trek, the dimension of this Borg cube is 1 mile by 1 mile by 1 mile. So it's a cube of 1 mile. So it's not a small entity. It is huge, carrying huge number of Borgs in it, and they live in an environment which are conducive to machines. And similarly, if you now change tracks um, and go to the Star War worlds, now Star War definitely survives in a different galaxy, and Borg survives in this galaxy. So the chances of these two worlds colliding is very slim. But let's say hypothetically, if these two worlds collide with each other, then what will happen? So let's understand their biggest weapon. It's a planet killer called Death Star. So what Death Star do is basically go around slowly, get into the orbit, and then fire their main super laser, which is sort of a nuclear generated blast, and it can destroy the entire planet. So all the Star Wars fans know about this, and objective of all the rebel groups is to destroy, somehow find weakness of this object and destroy. Now these are manned by almost 1 million crew. So these are not small spaceships; these are huge, and roughly to charge the super weapon, which is their main laser that can destroy anything in the universe, takes about 6 minutes. So, and this is basically controlled by a very experienced admiral, and there are a lot of people, and they have numerous secondary weapons, which are at least 10 to 15,000 plasma cannons, which can fire an oblivion, anything to oblivion from any side. So it's a round structure with a proper system, and it is adversary which you can't take lightly. Now, what will happen if Borg collide with the Empire and their main weapons? These two guys go against each other. Now, let's understand very briefly. Borg has certain advantages. They actually start scanning the enemy, and they have a strategy where they keep talking to you, keep telling you that your resistance is futile and you can join the bow without firing any shot. In the meantime, they start evaluating your strengths and weaknesses, and they have the ability to teleport people. That's one of the transportation used in Star Trek world, where you can teleport from one to other using waves. So they will teleport their people into the Death Star and start simulating, because it is not in interest of Borg to destroy such a beautiful weapon. They will like to acquire it and use it in the galaxy to people who oppose their onslaught. So they would like to acquire this, and the best method is they have 1 million people on board which are available for simulating into Borg society. So they will basically teleport themselves into Death Star and start converting those people into Borg. And gradually, most of these people will be converted into Borg and become their subjects. And even in the meanwhile, because charging of the main weapon it takes about 6 minutes. Even in the meanwhile, if the Death Star main command is able to fire the cannon on the cube, and if the cube is destroyed, it won't matter, because by the time the Death Star people realize what is going on, they would have been converted into a Borg ship. So this is what is going to happen, friends, if the super villain of Star Trek collide with super villain of the Star Wars arena. Uh, I think the winner clearly is the Borg, because they have certain advantages. They can teleport, they have the scanning mechanism, they have the simulation, and even when you fire their weapon onto them, they have a shield. The shields are also assessed based on the enemy's weapon. So if you fire once, may be able to kill one or two Borgs, but rest of the other so many millions of Borgs will become immune to that particular fire. So they have certain advantages which are very good as compared to the weapons which are found in the Death Star. So I think this is something I thought as a crazy idea this morning on a slow Monday morning. I thought I'll bring to you. What do you think about it? And I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies. And this Friday, I would like to welcome all viewers on the edition of CEO Roundtable. And we have very distinguished panel today. I will introduce our first panelist, Mr. Satya Madala. He is a CEO of a very emerging and pioneering company, which is known as Single Point Solution. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Satya.
Thank you very much, CK. So thank you very much for introducing me to this panel.
Most welcome. Now, our second panelist is Mr. Neval Gund. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited from UK, and he has a vast experience of working with global organizations. And now he is helping young population of the world, works with many companies across the world, and he also works with us. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to an interesting discussion. I'm sure it'll get heated because it's about the future of the world, not just individual countries.
Certainly, Neval. Our next guest is Ms. Farida Charania. She is joining us from Singapore, and she is the CEO of HR organization known as Career Zoom. So welcome to the panel, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Lovely to meet all of you again, and hello to all our viewers.
And our last panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmek Technologies, and she's from India. Welcome, Kanchan.
Hello, thank you, CK, and good morning, good afternoon to everybody. How are you doing?
Great. So now, after the brief introduction, let me start the discussion. So today's discussion is about the skills gap. And let me explain what is skill gap. See, we are all talking about India in particular, and we can discuss the global influence on India or versa. The the industry was moving very fast, and there was always a gap in the skills which are being churned out from the industry or from the universities. So that gap was existing in our industry across all multiple segments of business. After the pandemic, the skills gap has even broadened. So we thought that today is a very special day when Prime Minister of India came on TV and he announced the new education policy, changing from the year old 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, whatever it was, to 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 5. So this roll out in India, and it will have unprecedented, I would like to use this word, what Neville used, changes in the next generation, which is going to come out from India in terms of the skills, because the skills will be imparted early on. So the point of discussion today is the skills gap that exists in India, and I would like to invite Satya and ask this question because he is day in day out grappling with this situation, because he is a CEO of multiple companies, and across all tech work that his companies does, he faced this issue. So Satya, what is your opinion on this discussion point that we are talking about?
Yeah, CK, like coming, when we are entering into this topic, actually, I wanted to address.
So Kanchan, I think we have lost line with Satya. Would you like to take this question?
Yes, I feel the skill gap is real, and there are so many problems employer are facing due to skill gap, and this leads to unemployment. And with this pandemic, it's on. So the new digitization is done, and due to this digitization, also many people, many professionals are not comfortable because they are not one to one. They are not talking one to one. They're not able to do that, and that's why they feel that they are not having a real time interaction with the people. Now when we talk about skill gap, there are people are professional, they really have the knowledge, but then there are few things which are missing out, like for example, if we take a technology person was not able to put forward his ideas and how he want to convince people when it comes to taking up the business. So this is a very real thing, and it's very painful also, because people have the ability, but there's something which is missing, and they are not able to put forward and take up the decision and do a productive contribution.
Okay, so Farida, I think you have also worked in India, and then although you have moved out of India for many years, but you have a lot of connections with the industry here, and also in Singapore and also in UK. And I'm sure this is a common subject across all countries. There is always a skills gap. In India, obviously, there is a skill gap, but I'm sure there is skill gap everywhere. So, what is your opinion about whether this situation is real or it's just a myth?
I think there are no myths, because this is real, and we feel the pain, because we feel the pain when suddenly because some geographies are very good in certain skills, and some geographies are not that advanced in those skills. They still have developmental areas. And today, when the easy travel is being, kind of completely controlled, or it's almost shut down for so many months, we feel the pain. So I think, firstly, my humble opinion is that it's not a myth; it's a real problem. Secondly, if you speak about India in particular, there are a lot of skills in terms of execution skills. So there are a lot of ideas. There are skills to execute that, but I think the gap which I see, and this has been my experience speaking to my peers in the industry across border, that the the most strategic middle layer, so it's not the top layer, but the most strategic middle layer is really missing, because I think either there are people who are very, probably would like to take a lead and they can actually, formulate an idea, have a vision, and then there are people who will probably, do those things. But the key component where I see a gap is that skill to bring all of that together. The curator of results, basically somebody who will speak the lingo on both sides, is missing. So, and that's a real problem. That's a real gap that I see.
So let me ask this question from Naval, because Naval is the most experienced among the panelists today. He has a lot of experience working with multiple global organizations. So Naval, what do you think, right from beginning when you started your career many years back till today or till yesterday, did you feel any skill gap while working with your colleagues?
Well, it's a fascinating question, and both Farida and Kenshin mentioned the pain. This isn't a myth; it's a reality. There is pain in what organisations are doing. We feel it throughout the organisations. People, even if they've got a fantastic idea, they can't get that message over. They can't explain themselves to get other people enthused about it. I mean, it's quite clear. It's quite clear that they're enthused and excited, but other people aren't. And we've only got to look at, you asked me, go back all those years. Let's all go back all those years. Let's all go back to the classroom. When we were sort of 5, maybe 6 years old, and we're sitting in the classroom, and the teacher asked for a volunteer. Did you volunteer? I did. I was always volunteering for everything. No, there you go. You see, we've got one honest member of the panel this morning, and it starts then, because if you volunteer, you've got something different. It's nothing about this isn't about academics. The skills gap isn't about being academic. It's about having those soft skills and the other things that underpin those soft skills, like volunteering. What makes you volunteer? Well, I was excited. I wanted to learn things. So I would always be first. So my hand would always go up. You end up being the teacher's pet if you're not careful. But that's up to the teacher to say, no, you've had your chance, Neville. Let someone else have a go. But the point is, you've only got to walk into a classroom today and walk into doesn't matter what classroom you walk into. And I recommend anyone does this, actually. Go into a classroom, ask permission, walk into a classroom, and be introduced and ask a question, and just see the spark in their eyes, because they'll all have a spark, but some will have a bigger spark than others. And they're the ones with the right attitude. They're the ones with the confidence, with that resilience. They don't have a fear of failure, as we might call it these days. They don't even know what failure is, frankly, because they couldn't explain it, even if they saw it. But just look at it and you'll find about 10% will volunteer. Now, that's not good enough, frankly. That is really not good enough for the future of organisations, for the future of the country. So although India has gone through this massive restructuring in the education arena, my guess is it's still academically focused. But the question for the panel is, we're talking about skills gap here. Is it an academic skills gap, or is it something else?
So I think Satya is back online. Satya, we lost you at a very important juncture where we were asking about what challenges you face because of the skill gaps across your multiple companies that you have. Would you like to take that question?
Looks like we're having a few problems. Maybe the monsoon has hit.
So I think we will ask this question from Satya once his voice is voice is enabled. So we are trying to get this voice patched up. In the meanwhile, to answer your question, Neville, I saw the entire news today, and what the Indian government is trying to do is bridge a gap between academics and the extra skills that people are required to lead their life. So what was happening all these days is that there was a stigma which was created for last 70 years after we got independence, that if you're not doing this, then you're nothing, you're not good enough. And that stigma was created by everyone in the society, by the society itself. We can't blame anyone. It is how the society evolved. And now we have realized this. I think it's not today's realization. It was realized 30 to 40 years back. But the government of the day today had guts to change it. And I think we discussed some time back that because the students are not in school, there is nobody in colleges. So I think this is the right time to make the change. So that is why the government is making all the changes here. And the streams of the students based on their skill sets will be decided early on in their life. And they don't have to wait till they become adolescent or go to college to determine what they want to do in life. Like for all of us, it was like that. We study because we will get a job. But now in the new system, it will not be entirely academic. So I think that is what I'm gathering from reading and also watching the news.
Just I wanted to add one more point, CK here. The thing is, like the institutions, actually, the universities or colleges, just they need to take a rapid step to improve the skills. Actually, they are more concentrating on academics. I don't think they are concentrating more on improving the skills. So simply, actually, just even as you said, like the society, and they are looking at actually what is the rank the candidate is getting, and what the marks they are getting, and what is the percentage. So they're concentrating much on it, but they're not concentrating on communication skills and technology skills, and they are not trying to improve practical skills, wherein actually you see if you take Hyderabad, so people actually there was so many institutions who is training on this IT skills, but they are not just they're training them and sending them out, but actually they are not looking at how the candidate is coming out with some sort of experience. So they are not looking at people, actually even society or parents or the institutions or government, everybody, they need to take a rapid step to improve the skills. So practical skills, actually it requires some infrastructure also, not only from these institutions, even from a government side also, they need to provide some sort of, if you take a China, actually I have some Chinese friends are there. So just they created infrastructure, and if the candidate wanted to go into some sort of sector, so they can go and train in the labs, and they can apply their mind and improve their skills. But when it comes to India, to improve their skills, so colleges or government or society, they're required to provide some sort of infrastructure to improve their skills. So that's what I found in Indian market, wherein actually it is possible. It is possible, and wherein actually it won't take much. Like financials are. It won't take much time also, but they need to provide some sort of infrastructure towards to that the candidate, practical what you call, like a practical things required to improve their skills from the candidate side. So my observation is, wherein actually when I call somebody, we are maintaining some domestic placements also, domestic resource placement. But when it comes to candidate, actually candidates are quite well, and So they are able to just pass their some sort of levels, but very less people, say almost 60%, 60 to 65%, they're failing at practicals. So if they can concentrate on that area, so you can close the gap. So the skill gap can be closed in that way.
So, Satya, let me ask you this question. You have raised a very important point that the source. So, there is always a demand and supply. So, in case of human resources, also there is a demand and supply.
Yes.
And obviously, supply is coming from the colleges and universities.
Yes.
And our experience is that they are not doing enough. So, I think
Yes.
the one of the point which has been highlighted today is that the universities have to change their curriculum. I think with the new education policy, I think that will fall in place. But today we do not have a solution. So let's discuss about today. Satya, your organization, yourself, you are well known globally. You are among the top 30 recognized technical person globally. Your
Yes.
companies are doing pioneering job. You
Yes.
have realized the opportunity at early stage, and you're trying to bring the change to the people for India as well as around the globe. So what you need as a company to succeed, because obviously you need people, you need skills, you need infrastructure, you need government. So what is that you need from the skills perspective to make your company successful?
See, here again, coming to this point, actually we required some sort of experienced guys in the market to come up with the new products. But the problem here is everybody is concentrating on particular sector. Not that it is not enough from the candidate side. Candidates should be trained on on known technologies and different technologies, and we require a multi-talented people. So the institutions are actually the colleges or universities, just they're particularly concentrating on particular technology. Not that it is not enough at all. So nowadays actually in IT, if you take a IT, um, actually the technologies are overlapping. So the plugins, whatever the companies, Microsoft or other companies, they are coming. Actually, they are coming up with the overlap plugins. So to manage that, the particular skill set is not enough. So people, actually candidates, required to train on multi skills, multi technologies. So that's what we required for the companies, and particularly for a product-based company. So product-based company, what they do is when they architect the product, actually they bring up multi-technology into the product. So when we require actually a particular technology, so we cannot hire a multi-technology people. Actually, we can hire multi-technical people. So multi-talented people and multi-technology people we require as a company. So we are feeling the gap in the market. At the same time, we are wasting our time by training them in the particular technology and in a particular the plugin or whatever the technology they are coming up with. So we are training them. We are wasting our time. Even if I keep my 90 days time on the particular training, so we are losing our time. So it is costing us a lot, and at the same time, particularly it's a time. So it is impacting our deliveries, product deliveries. So I require a people who can work on a multi technology, wherein actually that is lacking in the market right now. So government or universities are private bodies who are training on this. So if they can concentrate on that area, so they can fill up the gap. That's what my view.
I think it's a fair demand from the education industry, since you're an entrepreneur. So I would like to now invite Kanchan to the discussion here, because Kanchan works with a lot of education institutes and universities. So Kanchan, you have heard other panelists saying that there is always a gap between
the skills which are required, and what business needs. So, what would be your advice to the universities in India specifically? What they should do? Because you've heard Satya as well. He is looking for specific trained person, and he doesn't want to waste time in training him, basically hiring him, then training him, and then making him productive.
Before I come to the point which you are asking, I would like to add 2 points that every individual should be taught a kind of have growth outcome. He should be should able to see that I have to grow, and then he has the ability to take up the feedback also. And this kind of soft skills start only at a very early age in the schools. And what I feel is nowadays soft skills are not should be treated lightly. They have few of them have become a hard skill, and they should be taught properly in the academics. It should be, it's not like a recess period or like a game period, where the children chill out and they don't take things very seriously. So I feel that time has come that people should know the growth potential. They should understand how to grow, and this kind of feeling, its kind of attitude should be inculcated when they are very young. Not, it should not start at the colleges only, it should start in the school only. So by the time they are out from their education, they know they know the adaptability skill, they know how to take up feedback positively. So all these things will add to this skill gap, and they can decrease it. And here the hard skill and soft skill, they should go hand in hand. And I can very well understand the pain of Mr. Satya, because he is running companies, and then he is not able to find out the exact skill set for the for the service or the product he want to have. So so I feel that time has come. Universities and all schools should take up these things very, very seriously. Now I have come across in one place in Hyderabad that one school is started in sixth standard animation. So animation they can start, but they can't. Why can't they start the courses like communication, listening, which is very, very essential part of developing a skill. If you are not able to listen, then you are not able to be productive later on. So I feel that time has come, and all depends on the universities to take up these studies. I genuinely feel that all soft skill, leaving couple of them, they should come into the hard skill parameter, not just soft skill. And it is not like a free period in a school and just chilling out time. No, it is a very, very serious uh, subject, and it's very, very, it should be taken seriously, not in India, but in other countries also. We require these kind of subjects and seriousness.
So, as for Kanchan, the soft skills are no longer called soft skills. These are all hard skills. But to address what Satya is talking about, his pain point, I think there has to be a forum where the new skill sets should be given like a list from the business, and universities should pick up those skills which are 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and then churn out these trained people, so that people like Satya, and there are so many other companies across India, across the world, can leverage this new trained resource skill pool. So, Farida, we are discussing mostly in India, and you are a very your personality is very unique, because you work with Indians, and you work with Singaporeans, and you also work with people from England. So, what do you think we should do to resolve this issue? There are some certain solutions coming out from this panel, but from your point of view, what we should do?
Sure, I think this is an interesting discussion. Couple of things here. One, I am delighted with the changes in education system in India, because it is now aligned to how the rest of the world and the most successful education systems like Finland, England, Singapore, these are the most successful, systems which are exactly in this manner. So I think it is one. This is the first step in getting Indians, ready towards globalization. Also, another thing is that the scaling is required to where the puck is going, not where the puck already is. So I feel that, well, I mean, there are a lot of solutions, but my opinion is that at this point in time, I would add to what Kanchan is saying, that soft skills are no longer, something that can just be left. And if somebody is really smart and, like Neville said, volunteers in class to sing the national anthem, you just kind of, go with them. There has to be a conscious effort to start developing these skills, because yes, listening is very important. Again, that's a skill which people underestimate. But if you don't listen, you will not understand, and if you don't understand, you will not be productive. So there are a lot of with this education change, there will be some time of adjustment, and then eventually things will start falling in place. And I'm actually quite optimistic that it would fall in place. But for parents also, it's important that don't just kind of think that once you send them for an IT course, they'll find a job and that's it, because there is a serious gap between the people who have the vision and the people who execute them. There's a serious gap of somebody who can project manage all of this. And if we actually kind of address that question of soft skills, then this is something which will get aligned to quite an extent. And then ideas are cheap, execution is everything. So let's see how this goes forward and how this gets executed.
In fact, the Prime Minister Modi said exactly the same thing. He said, coming out with a plan on a paper is one thing, but executing it is another thing. So I think he's working with the ministers today. He's having a very big press conference along with all the ministers and asking them to implement, roll out this policy, because I think this is the right time to roll out the new, we call it NEP, National Education Policy. So with this, let me go back to Satya, because Satya is running a company. One of his companies called Single Point Solution, which is all about the EV vehicles. EV stands for electric vehicles, and also the EV charge solution. So he's pioneering in this area. He has got the whole setup. Uh, but I think his problems, I believe as a professional myself, that his problems are multiplied simply because, even the government has announced certain curbs on applications from China, but still a lot of stuff is available. In Satya's space, there is a competition. So while he has got a situation where there are not enough skills people available, at the same time, he has got a competition from China. So I would like to know his opinion, uh, what his suggestion to the government of India would be.
Yes, okay. Now, actually, my suggestion not only to government, actually, my suggestion I wanted to bring forward to parents. That means actually, society and educational institutions, wherein actually, they are. You see, the candidates, students, they are more with the college or university. Almost 70 to 80% of their life they spend with the college or a school or something, and they spend some little time with the parent, because when they come back to house, actually they'll spend some time with the parent. When it comes to candidate, actually, so they need to motivate in a certain level. Actually, everybody needs to take their time. It's a parent or the teacher who is leading the class, or the university, whoever is taking that take lead. So, and at the same time, government. Now, first comes to actually parents. Parents required to motivate them to go in certain direction. Then after that, actually, they need to take a suggestion from class teacher or whoever is leading the. And the third one needs to take care by government. Now, when it comes to, say, for example, if the parent, taking them to some direction, wherein actually teacher or lecturer, professor will take care of them to grow them in that particular area, and government requires to provide some sort of infrastructure. So with the combination of the three, like we can get a good skilled people in India. So this is what my brief suggestion to everybody to fill the gap in the skill sets. So actually, first required, as Kanchan said, like the student or the candidate required to motivate them in what direction they wanted to go. So nowadays, actually, they can go in any direction and they can earn and they can get the job. No, there is no limitation. So there is no limitation for the skills. There is no limitation for the opportunities. So just motivate them what direction they can go and take the opportunity. So that's what we require to send the message to society as well as the colleges and government. That's what my opinion on this skill gap.
Excellent, Satya. So I think let us ask the last opinion from Neville, because Neville is a very senior person recognized in the industry, is also well known globally in the change management arena. So Neville, I think we will leave the stage to you for making the last comments.
Thanks, CK. I'm not too sure about the prominence of my experience here, but however, Satya mentions motivation. And he mentioned it so many times, you would think that we all know how to motivate people, because he says it with a passion. And the reality of life is we do not know how to motivate people. Parents don't know how to motivate themselves, let alone motivate their children. And this is where we start with a problem. And it was the reason that I started Your Passport to Grow, because there's a massive gap in the marketplace. It's not that education doesn't value these soft skills. They do value them. They believe that it is a byproduct of being in school. So just like you would do in a network, everyone gets together and they start communicating and things happen. Well, a school has that same type of theory. It is a theory. Because for some people, that's all you need. As I said, walk into a school and look at 6, 7, 8-year-olds and go in and ask for a volunteer. You won't get many. And that's the issue. If you don't get many at that time, as they go further and further in their life, the numbers reduce. They don't increase, they reduce. So the Satyas of this world, the real go-getters, the entrepreneurs, the ones that are basically saying, I'm an engineer, I've got an idea, I'm going to go and make it happen, is diminishing just because of actually the education system. It's not a fault of the education system, it just happens because that's what happens. So as I say, education values these, but they don't know how to deliver it. And we don't deliver soft skills, we don't get better at soft skills in an hour's discussion, once or twice a term or twice a year in your discussion groups at school. You do not learn to be a good communicator in a couple of hours. It takes a lot of practice, as we've seen with people expressing their views on here. The more practice you do, the better you get at it. But who knows what's the right practice? And the thing is, a lot of these knowledge transfer, which education is, it's a knowledge transfer. There's a bit of knowledge going in, the learning happens, you do your homework, you get a result, you do your exam, and you find out how good you are. That's knowledge transfer. They call that the Kirkpatrick method. But it doesn't actually work in the world of soft skills, because knowledge actually is only gained by doing it. And our problem is we don't know how to do it. And as I'll go back to my example, going into a classroom of 6 or 7-year-olds, the ones that have got really good attitude are the ones that volunteer. That's what we need to be motivating. How do we keep that level of volunteering up all the way through their life? How do we change the ones that are shy or reserved to say, do you know what? If I don't volunteer, I'm not going to learn anything. So it's changing that attitude, really, of fear to excitement. And going back to what Satya said about motivation, the ones that are really motivated are excited. The ones that aren't motivated are fearful. It's as simple as that. And the nice thing about the vocabulary and the English dictionary and the English alphabet is that E comes before F. So get excited and forget about the fear. So stay with E, excited, be excited. And if you can't be excited, find out how to get excited. And this is where I think parents have got a huge job here. From the day we're born, our parents really should be saying, go and explore, go and be excited. And again, letter E, stay on the letter E, forget the F. Stay with the letter E, be excited, go and explore, go and have fun. That's the only letter F you really should be worried about. It's a really difficult arena, and I'm not belittling it by any stretch of the imaginations, but it's so important that we start to get this better. Some people are getting it right, as we see, otherwise we wouldn't have those volunteers. We wouldn't have the satyrs of this world, the evangelists that are out there. So somewhere along the line, we're getting it right. All we need to do is find out that chemical reaction that's happened and do more of it. Sounds simple, but actually when you start to do it, it really is. So that's why, we created Your Passport to Grow, simply because we take people on that experience that other people don't get. And at the end of the day, what is the bottom line here? And the bottom line is self-leadership. So that's what we're developing in everybody. The ability to be a leader in any circumstance. So that's the big picture, if you like, CK. Been a pleasure to see everyone today, every smiley faces, everyone changing the world. So we need to go and do more of it.
Absolutely. In fact, I like the example that you mentioned about E and F, which is like excitement and fun. I don't know about other things. So excitement and fun. I think that is a point in our panel discussion today. Let me summarize. I think one of the need of the hour for India specifically is that the government is also already working on changing the education system. I think that will be for good. But I think the universities and education institutes have a huge responsibility to make sure that for next couple of years, next 3 to 5 years, they actually change their attitude towards education. They start looking at what is needed by the industrialists so that the Indian story can propel forward. And I think, as Kanchan mentioned and Farida also, that the summary of the entire discussion today is that the soft skill is no longer a soft skill and it's a hard skill. So I think at that point we can end, and that is the message we want to give to our viewers, that make sure that you have all the soft skill and think it is not a soft skill, it's really required, necessary for you to succeed. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Satya, Farida, and Kanchan, for joining us today. And we will catch up in the next CEO Roundtable again.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. And today we have a very interesting show, and this is going to be a daily show, as you know. And if you want to interact with me live, then there are three methods in which you can interact. One is you can use the chat function here, and if you chat in your social media, it will instantly come here. I will read your question and talk about it by taking your name. Other method is you can actually join live with me with your camera and microphone. Use this code which is given here. As you can see, this is the code that is given here. It is the Meet code, and the lines are open. You can reach out to me and we can have a chat about the subject being discussed. The third very interesting method is join as an expert. So if you want to talk more about your opinions and what you do, then you can write to us in this email, and you can reach out to us and book your slot. So there are three methods by which we can actually have you interact with us. So moving on with our program, this is called Assimilate with Akul Mac, and very interesting thing happened last week, and this is about the ISRO, which is a premium space research organization from India, launched their solar power calculator. Now you would say that, what is a big deal? I mean, I've been seeing the solar powered calculator for so long, but this is exactly where our thought process is going wrong. Basically, the solar powered calculator is not what they have launched. They have launched solar power calculator. And to explain this in detail, the earth gets the highest amount of sun on the equator and least amount of sun, the sun rays, on the poles. So as progressively you move away from equator towards the pole, whether north or south, the amount of solar energy that you can get progressively start. So the countries, if they want to invest, or if you as an individual want to invest in solar power, you want to get the solar power installed in your home, or as a district head, you want to completely do away with conventional electricity, but go on an unconventional, which is solar power. But you have to know how much power is required and how much investment is required for me to basically get this whole plan rolled out. So, in order to know that, people will have to do they have their own mechanism, but this is something which has been done by ISRO for very, very long time, and now they are providing it to the rest of the world, whoever wants it, so that they know exactly in their land, in their piece of land on Earth, surface of the Earth, how much power is available potentially. And in order to do this, you have to rely on satellites. So when I say that it is not a solar powered calculator, it is the solar power calculator, and they're using the satellite technology. And for this activity, the geosynchronous satellites are used simply because they are stationary, as the name suggests, and they are way far away from Earth, almost like 36,000 kilometers, and then they start rotating in 24-hour orbit. And as a result, they will stay stationary on a place on the Earth. So ISRO has been pioneer in launching their geostationary satellites. They've been doing it for the last 20-30 years, and the calculator will actually give you potential solar energy which is available on the piece of your land, and they use the satellite technology. They will, so in the application, all you have to do is key in your coordinates, latitude and longitude, and the application will tell you what is the potential of the solar energy that point on Earth gets. So this is very interesting, friends, and this is something which is being done by ISRO, and anyone across the world can actually um, utilize this application or a process or a system to get hold of how much solar power their piece of land is giving, and that will give them a lot of headroom, elbow room and leg room to plan their activity. Maybe they have to try a combination because now they know that the set amount of solar power they are getting on their piece of land during daytime, uh, and it is not going to fulfill their need to run electricity in that district or house. So they can then start planning in terms of whether they need to go for conventional power, or they need to go for wind power, how much solar energy they can generate, and how much deficit they have, which needs to be fulfilled somehow. So I think this is a very good thing. It will help citizens of the world to start thinking about about the plan, the moving on to the solar power, and move away from fossil fuel, because even in the COP26 pledge that has been taken is to uh, reduce our carbon footprint, and we have to get to the goal of net zero. So I think solar power is most viable, it's always available. All you have to do is harness it, and in order to plan your activity, you have to know how much solar power is available in your area. And I think this solar power calculator from ISRO will be very helpful. As you can see in this picture, director of ISRO is announcing about this to the rest of the world. And I think this is a message for anyone who wants to utilize the application to plan their solar power requirement. I think this is something help them. So friends, I will move on to the next story, and I will just go take a break for a minute, and I'll be joining back just after a short break of 1 minute. In the meanwhile, you can actually start dialing in. If you have any observation, you can dial in using our link, which is meet.google.com ndn-euvn-smt, and this will bring you directly into this live show with your camera and microphone. So I will catch you after the break on the other side, and don't go anywhere. I will have a very interesting story lined up for you. Welcome back, friends, and we move on to the next story today. And today being the festival also, but this is a very interesting story. I think it is relevant to the business people, and this is a ruling given by Supreme Court of India. And the ruling is that in case some company does something wrong, and they get caught in income tax or some sort of procedural activity which they get caught. So what we have been saying in the media is that immediately their directors are arrested and put behind bars. So many times it could be a system related issue which requires a very simple explanation, and even if they are willing to pay the fine, etc., but because of this, the directors are arrested and put behind bars, and then it brings a lot of humiliation to the people who are actually running these organizations. So this has been happening, in case there is some text related activity, that the law is going to take its own course. But then in the meantime, before the charge sheet is produced in the court of law, the police basically arrest these directors, and they say that they need this remand of these people so that they can come up with an evidence and strengthen their case, and they can build the case basically against these while these people actually relinquish in the jail. So this is a very big thing, and people are really annoyed because of this. Many people who are affected, because many times in ignorance mistake can happen. So I think to prevent this and to also uphold the democratic right of everyone, of all Indians, the Supreme Court has ruled, saying that in case the company does something wrong, you can take action against the company, but the authorities have no right to arrest the director of the company. So, they have very clearly given this ruling, and this ruling will actually mean that the entities, the differentiation in entities, which is the company is one entity, and the director of the company are another entity, and they are related with the relationship of working for the company. Directors are also a set of employees, very senior employees, who are working for the company to ensure that the company uh, progress and produce the right results that they are expecting. But in case there is some complaint against them, or something which has gone wrong in the system, you cannot arrest the directors and put behind bar, because that is something which is counterproductive. And in case there is some very grievous, jail in a democracy is meant for very grievous people who have done some grievous activities. That is why there is a need to keep these people out of normal life from society into a confined area like jail. Now, in this case, where the companies have got a complaint against them, either in terms of not being able to provide customer service or income tax relief or something else. So, in case there is an inquiry on the company, for that inquiry, directors of the company need not be arrested, and they have to give full cooperation in investigation, but they need not be arrested and put inside a confined area which is meant for dreaded criminals. So I think this is something which has been defined by Supreme Court. I think my lawyer friends in my circle would like to join me in the next session, and maybe require more details about this, because I think I'm not a legal man, but I think lawyers can join the session and talk to the people in our expert category, and they can use this link uh, with an email, which will basically, we will actually fix up a slot. So appealing all lawyers who want to basically participate in our program, they can send us an email and we can fix up, and we can discuss this very item, which is about not arresting the directors of the company in case there is a complaint on the company. And I think they can explain in a much better way, because they will be able to tell what are do's and don'ts, what are the implications of such a ruling from Supreme Court. So friends, there is a message from Edified Learning, especially the message is that it is very relevant for the business fraternity. So I agree with Edified Learning. I think thank you very much for sending your message, and do continue watching our program. We want to bring more and more value added information to our viewers. So friends, I will meet you in the next item after a minute break. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back just after a break, 1 minute break. Welcome back, friends. And this week, Prime Minister had a very big agenda. He went to Glasgow for G20 meeting. I mean, he went to Italy for a G20 meeting. After that, he went to Glasgow for COP26. And the next day, he came back, went to Kedarnath, and he announced many activities there. But I think the biggest attraction in Kedarnath is the statue which he has unveiled, and it's a Adi Shankaracharya statue. So before I actually get on to the actual statue part, let me tell you who's Adi Shankaracharya for the benefit of viewers. The Adi Shankaracharya is a person who hailed from Kerala, and so not covering the entire story. There's a very long story, but he actually established the Shivite movement, and he actually created he became an inspiration, very knowledgeable person. He was respected by all kings and people, by and large, across the length and breadth of India, and he traveled across India, and wherever he went, he actually, in the four corners of India, he actually set up the Adi Shankaracharya Mutt, where today these are some of these prominent religious places. And Adi Shankaracharya gave a lot of wisdom and a lot of knowledge to people. And finally, at a very young age, he passed away Kedarnath, where he took Samadhi. So Samadhi is another method of going another life, or Punarjanam, as in Hindi. It's about going to the next journey of yours after death. So instead of cremating the dead person, in case these are very enlightened soul, and there is a method defined in Hinduism where they can samadhi inside in a pit, and they can actually, there's a process, there's a whole lot of process and procedure to take a samadhi. So samadhi, and this place where he took samadhi is called Kedarnath. So as you know that in 2013 there was a major flood in India that washed away most of the establishment in and around the Kedarnath temple, and including the Adi Shankaracharya old statue that was also washed away in the flood. So a lot of activities have been going on. Lot of redevelopment programs have been running in Kedarnath, and in fact, I will talk about the redevelopment in the next story after the break. But in this section, we'll talk about the Adi Shankaracharya statue, which was inaugurated. This new statue was inaugurated by PM Modi in Kedarnath just 2 days back. And the salient feature of this statue is very interesting, because this is a 12 feet high statue, and it has been created by a very well-known, well-established artisan from Karnataka, and this is made of a stone which is very resilient to weather, so sun, water, and other wind, erosion, and all that. Very hard, very sturdy rock using which this statue has been created, and it's 12 feet high. As you can see, it's a big statue. Before the statue was the sculpting of this statue was undertaken, 9 different designs were presented to the government of India, and eventually all these 9 designs reached PM Modi bureaucracy, and finally he actually chose this design. And as you know, many of you may be knowing that Modi, during his young time, he had spent almost like 3 years in Kedarnath area trying to find answers, why we are, etc., and many more questions he be having in his mind. So he went on a life like a hermit in Kedarnath when he was young. So he has a very strong bond with this area, and that is why he actually decided that the statue of Adi Shankaracharya, Guru Adi Shankaracharya, has to be like this, and this is now installed in Kedarnath. I think it's very, very interesting, very detailed. And if you can see, this is minutest of the details have been captured in this sculpture. It's amazing. I think it's really amazing. I am now waiting for Corona pandemic lockdown related issue, or even the pandemic related issue to go away in the past, so that we can freely move around and go without any risk to Kedarnath and have a darshan of Lord Shiva, and also get to see the statue of Adi Shankaracharya ji. So I think this is amazing. This is something which is quite heartening to see that the reconstruction of the Kedarnath township is going on, and in a very modern way. So don't go anywhere, friends. I will join back and give you more information of what is going on in Kedarnath in the next story after the break. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back after a minute. Welcome back, friends. Our lines are open. You can use this link which is given here, NDNEMT, to dial in using your mic and camera, or just mic if you have any observation want to add to the discussion that we are having. I'm waiting. Join and I will bring you live or show. Or if you want to join as an expert, send us an email and we will schedule your slot, and we will get you in the future programs as an expert. So, friends, moving on, I think we were talking about Kedarnath, and Kedarnath, we were talking about the statue. However, the Kedarnath redevelopment program is on full swing, and as you can see, Kedarnath, there is no road which will take you there. So, I think the last journey from the last motorable road, you have to do it on foot or on a horse or a pony or different cradle. So if this is quite high, and this is a sort of a small plateau on which the temple has built. Surprisingly enough, there are two rivers which flows on the side of the river. So during the 2013 flood, most of this town which was built, and a lot of dharamshalas and hotels and shops for pilgrimage were washed away. A lot of people died. They something like estimate perished. However, unofficially, some people say more than 200,000 people perished in flood. Was very, very devastating. So the surprising thing is the temple stayed protected by the rocks, and whole water which was gushing out because one of the natural dam collapsed up in mountains. So now, as part of the Kedarnath redevelopment, one course for redevelopment, and eight new programs for betterment of Kedarnath. So now they have changed the structure completely. They have built different areas. All these 138 different projects make sure that the city have adequate lodging facility, hotels, media center, floor things, um, rivers goes on both sides of the temple are Saraswati, Mandakini, they actually have been given a proper channel out of their coming naturally, because previously for the flood there were no pathway defined for the river environment. Now a proper pathway, in case there is a lot of water in water, has a channel which take the water out without affecting the town or not. And the temple has been rebuilt. The temple stayed thoroughly repaired. There is a big platform which has for worshippers outside, and a lot of structure very haphazardly designed or just came up on need basis have been removed, and structural method chaos has been, I mean, there was a structure which was missing, so they've created a. They've also built 900 steps on the platform and reach the. So this 130 crore is used in, surprisingly, you want to take dip, in fact take major. So if you want to take a dip in these ice cold rivers which are flowing sides, you can now, because there are carts being constructed as part of this new renovation program. Carts have been renamed, has been named behind some big people. So you can go down and worship the Lord, and also take a holy dip these rivers. So there are ghats, multiple ghats are coming, that there are no crowding in one area. At the same time, there are proper token systems, that there is no proper queue, unnecessary crowd built up. So to ensure all of this, all the announced 8 new projects, which amounts to 130. Very interesting to see the whole redevelopment plan of Kedarnath. I think by the time this pandemic is over, I think operational, we will here see have a divine connection with God. So, friends, I think I move on to the next story. Lines are open. You can join me using this link, and if you want to join as an expert, as a speaker, you can send us an email, and the lines are open. So I'm waiting for you to join me, and also your comments. So I will take a short break and join you back after. Just welcome back, friends. China was missing from the global forums last week. They were missing from G20, also missing COP20. So why, all why they were missing? Why they are one of the most populous country, and the environment related are definitely very genuine, or everyone should be a genuine concern. Not only the leadership, but also the people of the world. Also includes China with their 1.5 people. So why they were missing in action? Why they were not participating of these global forums? I think this requires my attention. The whole point is that the China has come up in a communist country. We don't know what goes on inside that. Freedom to people. Yes. So whoever wants to report, taken for a task, purge as they call it in world, purged, or horrible things may have people. We have no idea. So coming back to the environment issue, uh, in area of environment, I am only thinking because they have progressed. So they don't care about the in India, which is the second populous country, they are very concerned about the legal ramifications. We don't want to do that illegal globally. As as a race, we are very particular about following law, and I can't say as much with a lot of confidence Chinese because individually they may be doing it, but there is a lot of pressure to use these small things. The smallest of the supply chain is coming from China. The people who are behind this supply chain may be producing these things, and because of that, the government, which is one party system there, communist government, the government have taken the global format, taken those consideration to their people. For example, if India has to do things, then we have to follow different global regulations like anti, or have to do import export, follow the import export law. In case there is some person who committed a crime and fled the country, have they back. So there are international laws. We need, while keeping the rights of the city, not only of foreigners but also citizens at par with the foreigners. So the Indian citizens' freedom is equal to any free citizen across the world. We have to ensure all that as a race, as a country, as the government, which I don't see happening because there is one party which is ruled by one person in China, any other communist country. So it's not entirely democratic. And if the leader is good, things will work properly. The wheel will rotate properly. If the leader is not good, then things can go south. So now I have no problem with Jinping. He is a great leader. His intentions are good for his people. However, as the country, you have to remain in coherence with the rest of the world. You cannot start multiple fights at the same time. So I think this is something that they are doing, at least in the media, are always part of a heated debate. However, they were missing from these forums, which are very important for the world itself. So I think they have not created the ecosystem for environment. They have actually built their industry and the global supply chain today based on violating a lot of environment friendly policies, environment processes. And we all know that none of the living, I mean, they have zero ethics for the rights because the habits are like that. So I think when it comes to environment, animal protection is also part of that. Animals eat them. So I think the whole ideology of China as a country dependent on violating different global laws. There is no democracy. Nobody can object to what the government, and within the government, only certain people will have the power, most power. Rest will be just followers. So, in such a scenario, China to agree to net zero targets, it's impossible because if they were allowed to follow that, I think they are the biggest polluter today because of the industry. They are not. their industry, which is a small scale industry in nutshell, not be completely automated, may not be completely environment friendly, not be completely clean. So they have a lot to do in order to net zero targets for their country. And if they to the global pressure, then the Chinese economy will collapse. It's collapsing, but it'll take time. It'll take 20 years. So by this time, China has take corrective measure. But if they for a net zero carbon emission target 2050, their collapse will happen just in 2 years, because it's not easy to all that, because they are built their economy by violating everything, by violating every environment friend that is 10%. So I think to build that pressure, to that framework, tell their people, to train them, sensitize them towards animals, sensitize them towards environment, air pollution, so on and so forth. It is a Herculean task, but this is why, in order to do a face saving, they by registering their token resentment, and they said that, hey, we don't want to participate. The two absentees, prominent absentees, are Russia, China. Russia is not a big problem, because not a big, I mean, they're a big country, but the population as China. China being the largest polluter, they have a lot to do with this net targets, and you can't say that, hey, I will not, you guys all follow good practices, I will not follow. So I think the pressure will start building. Don't help them, even if they don't become absent, because we have only one Earth. It is a closed system. China is a country in heart of the people, but essentially for nature, there is no country. Just one race, one environment, one closed system, which everyone has the responsibility to fully pitch in and take care of our environment. And the way it is going, rise of 2.3 temperature of these towns, it's better for them to come up global community, work with the global community, and get their own terms, because I think time is limited. I think this is what I feel happened, and because of that, the China stayed out of COP26, and while China was out, India has taken limelight, because second most populous country, also the third largest polluter, per, but per capita pollution is the lowest in the world. So India is right. We can control our pollution, and Prime Minister Modi already said that he has set up the target. Moving on, the biggest pollution is the power generation units, which are based on power. So I think there has been a target. Almost like 50% cars will be electrified by 2030. A lot of activity going on. Highways are coming up here where trucks will not run on gasoline, run on wires, powered by the wires, and these are, so the routes have been electrified so that have any gas guzzling, very heavy traffic highways for transportation of goods carrier. So those things are being, so the target has been set up almost like 50% journey we will finish in 2030. Rest 50% will depend on the environment justice discussion underway. I think the COP 26 weeks we will following that and offer the analysis as and when. So don't go anywhere, friends. I will be joining back with a new after it. Welcome back, friends. So, the last story today is about a new gadget which has been launched by Reliance Jio. And this is a smartphone. I think aware of this. But I think the new smartphone is Ryzen, while the first phone was the cheapest smartphone uh, being developed by Reliance and Google, tech giant from United States. And this current smartphone is available for just 3,000 rupees. Next one is more powerful and will be available for 6,500, something. So, so this mobile phone is slightly more punchier. It will have more tech in it. And see what happens is when we use our mobile phone, like 1.5 lakh rupees to buy these devices. Uh, but um, I think security is becoming now. When we talk about security, half of the things that we cannot do, even if we spend 1.5 lakh rupees or $1,000 mobile phone, or even $1,500 mobile phone of dead weight, basically, very expensive. Most of the things which are which we do is this low cost mobile phone. 90% of our activities that we do today, WhatsApp, checking, browsing, watching a movie, this device, which is a low-end device, just 6,500 is going to be launched very soon, a couple of months' time by Reliance Jio, and this is going to do most of the things that we mobile devices, smart devices for. So we don't have to really do uh, these are expense to so much, and because of security, half the things are not allowed now. What were what was allowed, applications are allowed, like app are not allowed anymore. So what's the point in having an expensive mobile device when you 90% of your job is taken care by this device? So I think this is so interesting, and it's logical. The thought process behind this device is also very logical. It is going to be Android powered, and they have created a new OS called Pragati. There's an Android OS. It's done in partnership with Science and Google. They have a low power Qualcomm Snapdragon processor, which is 1.3 gigahertz. And because it's a 1.3 gigahertz, you don't need a very battery. I mean, if you have a very heavy, high power CPU, then you need a good battery. 1.3 battery size is also. So these are the main items in file where it has Qualcomm Snapdragon processor, good quality. OS is Android, which is designed especially for this mobile for Geo. Google has Bluetooth of 4.2, Wi-Fi 0.11, like Wi-Fi 5, but and it has a graphic card, and also has a wireless So the size of this is 4.45, quite watch. The decent size watch here comes with 32 GB internal, also RAM. So I think you can then enhance this to higher storage, external cards. I think this is something which is good and quite reasonable, because most of the things that we need our devices to do, can do it at just 6,500 rupees, and get this device as a launch. I mean, the device is already available. This is slightly more powerful device, which is now available smart device with so just 3,000. This is going to be launched very soon, and as it when come out with a new device, I will my analysis. But today I like to just say that as the technology is improving, security concern is making sure that we don't actually get to do anything and everything on a mobile. So there is no buying a mobile, especially when you want to just do chatting, calling, media viewing, emails, etc. So go for a low-end mobile device, this one, and save the money for the rainy day. Use it more intelligently. So, friends, I will be back tomorrow at 2:30 again, and I look forward to your participation either via video or via your chat messages. And as you know, friends, we are live on all social which us any of the social platform. You can actually become part of our program live. These are the links. Uh, these links are also available in the you can save them as a bookmark browser, and so that you know exactly you can get on live with us. So friends, I will say goodbye for today. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. In our session today, we will talk about the support systems and how it is important for supporting our initiatives in business and personal life. And for this discussion, I'll be joined by a very important person, globally acclaimed. So don't go anywhere. I will be joining along with my guest after a short break. Welcome back, friends, and we are very pleased and honored to have Mr. Neval Gun, who is joining us from UK, and he is also the chairman of MindFit Limited. Welcome to the show, Neval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Support systems. What an interesting subject, especially when, if you don't know what support systems you've got, how do you tap into them? So, CK, over to you. Who supports you?
Well, I think my family is the first one to support me, and that
Good
is
answer.
very important.
Very good answer. And yeah, it's all going to be personal. But there are three things that we can tap into when we look at support systems. There's the personal systems, the ones we automatically fall back on, that are personal to us, and they tend to be internal support systems. And then we have two types of external support systems. We have technology that we can fall back on, and we also have people. And it's the people one, I think I'd like to talk a little bit more detail about today, because the people one is often missed. And it's certainly missed when you're talking about sustainable development goals, because we make an assumption that we're all in it together. Well, that's a support system in itself, isn't it? By just saying we're all in it together, what does that actually mean? So what does that mean to you, CK, in any context?
Well, Naval, in fact, support systems are very, very important. You know, everything is required to sustain your personal life as well as your business life, your professional life. If one of these things are not working properly, for example, if antivirus fails, then everything else will fail. You know, my personal life will go for a toss. I will have to spend more time in fixing that antivirus. You know, 2 or 3 hours will go easily. So everything has to work. So as simple as an antivirus stops working today, for example, you know, it could swing the balance of personal and professional life into one direction. Similarly, if the front office executive does not turn up, you know, it could become a problem. If there is no payment from a client as expected, it could turn up, you know, things in things a little bit south. So things like that. I think it's like a sort of coexistence of all these web of people who are coming together and making sure the systems are working, even small or large scale. I think that is what my thinking is, Neval.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. And it's all these little things that we just make an assumption that they actually work. So, for instance, if you walk into a room and you switch the light on, you expect the light to come on. And when it doesn't come on, what happens to you? So this is the support system I'd like to look at now. What happens when things go wrong and there's no one else around and there's just you? Do you go off in a panic like a headless chicken and say, oh my goodness, you know, the world's going to fall in, nothing's, you know, the light switch is not working, Armageddon's coming, doomsday's here? No, that's unrealistic, but it just bores the point out that some people do panic, and they panic at different levels. So let's just keep on that little theme. When that light switch doesn't work, what goes through your mind? Do you have a logical mind? Do you have a focused mindset? So in other words, are there any other lights on in the house? So have I had an electricity failure completely? Are there other people in the street got lights? Because we're all connected, no matter where we live, we're all on the same electricity system. Is it that one light bulb that just needs replacing? Is there a bigger problem? And it's those internal mechanisms that we assume there, but when we come to rely on them in something as simple as you turned the switch on and the light didn't work, what actually happens to you? And just by these very small things, we can actually find out who we are. So we don't have to look in the mirror and think about all the worst case scenarios. We just need to think about the simple ones. So when your child comes home from school and they're crying because they've had a bad day or whatever, where does your mind go? Do you blame the teacher immediately? I know some people that do, actually. That's how ridiculous this can become. But it's that internal mechanism that we need to initially work upon. That's your first support system. And how do we know that we've got a really good internal mechanism? Well, I'm breathing currently, but I'm not telling my lungs to breathe. It's happening automatically. Blood is circulating around my veins. I'm not telling the heart to pump it because it's happening automatically. So we've got certain things that are in our system that happen automatically. And the beauty about what goes on in our brain is that we can make other things happen automatically too. We can have resilient support systems. So again, let's go back to turning that light bulb on. CK, what would go through your mind if you went into your house and you just put the switch on, and nothing happened.
Well, I think two things will happen immediately. One, the state of shock. Oh, there is no light, and that will last for a few seconds. And after that, the logical thinking takes over and say, okay, fine. Let's examine the problem, where the problem lies, and then one by one eliminate. And that is what exactly goes on if the light bulb kind situation. And I think this is true for everything, The first reaction is always, oh my goodness, this is not working. What is going to happen? My day is ruined. And things like that. I think that's the first reaction. It depends, it takes some cases, it takes about 1 minute to eradicate this feeling. In some other cases, it may take lesser. And some other extraordinary cases, it may take longer. But I think the first thing is, oh, this is not working, my day is ruined.
You're absolutely right. And although we're just focusing on this one area, it's a really important area because it's the consequences of your actions. And ultimately, what you need is your initial support system to kick in so that you become confident, resilient, you're logically thinking, you're not making a mountain out of a molehill, and it's all those sort of things. And it's irrespective of whether it's turning a light bulb on or dealing with a real problem that's coming to the business. Someone hasn't paid their bill on time. Someone actually is phoning in sick when you really do need their help. And immediately, a lot of people just go into panic mode. And they just forget, actually, that they can deal with this if they just think of this logically and in a systematic way. So there's your first mechanism. There's your first support mechanism, you. How well are you doing? And you just think about what happened yesterday when something went wrong. How did you deal with it? How did you act on it? Because that's how you build a level of internal confidence. And that's what your initial support mechanism is. And some people have got an amazing propensity, a resilience to an internal support system. Because it doesn't matter what's thrown at them. They just calmly think about it. Yeah, there's always this shock, horror. But how long does that last? For some people I know that drive to work and they have a bad journey to work, they could be talking about that bad journey for 2 or 3 hours later. At the coffee machine, oh, did you know what happened here? Oh, yeah, I was so lucky. That person just cut across me. I might have been in hospital. I could have been dead. Imagine if I were dead. I mean, why? Why be such a drama queen about it, So you got cut up on the way to the office. Big deal. CK, you live in India. You get cut up on the way to the office every day of the week. So it doesn't make any difference. So this is about the internal support system. But now let's talk about the external support system, working in a team, because that's where the majority of business owners do a lot of their business. They actually work within a team. What sort of things can we as owners, as leaders, as entrepreneurs, as managers, what sort of thing can we help people to, in essence, create their own support system to be able to deliver better to the team? What simple things can we get people to do?
Neville, I think people used to build a lot of redundancy in their organization so that the wheel continue to move. Unfortunately, none of those things exist today, even in a larger organization where you have backup of a backup of a backup. Those things are becoming less redundant right now because of the pandemic, and the world is just coming out. It looks like that we are going to come out of the pandemic situation, but still, I think it has been announced that there will be a third wave also. So I think the sustainable growth is becoming an issue. So I think to answer your question, whatever we plan today may be valid for a month or 2 months. After that, we have to do replanning. That is the way I'm thinking right now, and I'm in that situation right now, Neville.
Yeah, I totally understand that. And in essence, the word that immediately comes to mind is being flexible. I mean, there's this word that flies around the business scene currently for the last 2 or 3 years about agile. agile operations, agile performance. Well, that relies upon you, the leader, the team player, the manager, just the person that's in a bigger team, not necessarily internally, but externally, because your team, remember, are your suppliers and your customers. They're all part of your team. And this is about you being flexible now, your business model being flexible, recognizing that we are still, in difficult arenas. There are lots of companies that didn't survive, but you have. And you've come through this. So you've been flexible, agile, if you call it, and your support systems have worked. The key now is work out which support systems have really helped you. And look at yourself for one, because it's that internal support system you need to look at. But then when you're looking at your team, you need to see the people around you. What have they struggled with? How have they come through this? In essence, you may say they've come through it unscathed. The reality is they've got the marks, they've got the scars somewhere. And the key thing is not to help them build more scars as you go forward. So we've all got to play our part here. And to help someone else be flexible is to show that you're flexible. So whenever we talk about helping the team succeed, 99% of the time is you've got to do it first. You've got to be the one that's actually there, encouraging, empowering, having empathy with other people and recognizing the difficulties they're going through. So you become their support system. So there's nothing difficult in understanding what this is, but there's a lot of difficulty in doing it because you're going through your own problems at the same time. Does that make a bit of sense, CK? Can you see that flexibility is something that we really do need to be building upon these days?
I think so, Neville. I perfectly concur with you about being flexible, because I think that is the only strategy which is going to work, especially in the SME, SMB arena and startup arena. And personally, none of us have time to look into other people's problems, because we get so many emails. Hey, I need a job, I need this and I need that. We have nothing ourselves. So how can we help you? So I think people will have to come up with their own strategy. They have to generate their own flexibility, looking at their own surroundings, and find out what are the solutions which are specific to their surroundings. And I think this is where the SDG goals comes in picture, where, we all need to sustain. We all need to think about if we have to change the strategy. We have been doing this successfully for last 10 years, but now pandemic has put the spanner in everything. So we have to reinvent ourselves. We need to be flexible, as you said. I think this is where we are today, right now. And even if we plan things, especially, my kind of people, if we plan things like 6 months, I know for sure that there is going to be some other, something else will happen in between, and the 6 month strategy may not work. So let's look at it month on month on month, maybe a quarter maximum. That is what we can think of.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that, in essence, is being flexible. It's actually recognizing that things have changed. So we just need to change. And that is the challenge. But like anything else, as Gandhi said, be the change. If you want to make something else happen, you've got to be the change. And it's so true. He didn't know that COVID was coming along. He's long dead by the time COVID was coming along. But he recognized that the only person that can make the difference is you. So let's not worry about how he said it, when he said it, the exact words that he said it. The essence was he really did know that we need to look internally and change. And you're absolutely right about the Sustainable Development Goals. These things that are called SDGs, that people flippantly actually talk about, and they're almost like throwaways. Oh, yeah, we do this in innovation, we do this in education, we want zero hunger, we want everyone to have a house over their head, etc., etc. And that the reality is the only way we're going to get SDGs to work is by having the unwritten SDG, as I call it, SDG 0. And that is having the right attitude. And if you think about it, if you had the right attitude and you work in a team in any of these SDG arenas, something good's going to happen. But if you go in there with the wrong attitude, what's in it for me, rather than what's in it for us, then you're not going to get those results. So I talk about SDG 0, quite widely these days, because it's that missing SDG. It's the one that we assume is there, but unfortunately, it just relatively on the little occasions that it is really there for everybody. Everyone's in there. And we know what that means when we've got a team that are all pulling in the same direction, CK. I'm sure you've had many occasions where you've had a little team and you've had that one person mention something and it just goes on and on and on and on, and it just skyballs into something that's absolutely enormous. You've experienced that, haven't you?
Yes, Neville, I have experienced this, many times, this kind of snowballing of, good or bad publicity should be stopped, in my opinion. Excess of anything is bad. So while we are talking about SDG, I think there is a question from Ramesh, and he's asking, in his business, he also looks at SDG as an important tool for running his company, but he has no clue. He's saying that there is a training available where I can learn SDG different levels and go from there. Is there something available like that, Neville?
Well, as far as training goes, I think you'll have to Google that, because I'm aware of a few people that call SDG training, but to me, it's more of a reality check. So my comment to Ramesh would simply be, what do you do in your business? What's the benefit of your business? Who really gains from your business? How do you do your business? And then step back into each of these SDGs and just have a look at which one's going to be affected. So, for instance, let's just say, a throwaway one here. Let's say you're in a delivery system. You use lots of pallets, and all of your product is moved from one place to the next on pallets. What happens to those pallets? Because they're just a medium. They're just a convenient way of moving things around. Or maybe they're shrink wrapped, with all this plastic that goes around it, because it keeps it tight and it keeps it so that it can't be broken up. What happens to that shrink wrap? Because that's what SDGs is. It's the recyclable nature of what happens to it, because someone has created that plastic. Someone has put the pallet together. And to put the pallet together takes energy. So energy is the carbon footprint. So immediately you need to start to think about, what do you do in your business? So as for going to the question, really, as for training, I'm afraid you're going to have to Google it. But a lot of it is raising your awareness as to what SDGs really are. So what is the education SDG? What does it mean? It doesn't mean free education for all, as a lot of people might think it is. But when you get zero hunger as an SDG, we know what that means. It means that everyone's got food on a regular basis so that their life improves. And health for everybody. So I say, you've got to look at what your organisation does, what your business process does, and how it impacts or is impacted by each of those SDGs. I hope that helps. I'm afraid it's like anything, it throws it back into the person who's asked the question. Now you've got to do some research.
Well, I think there are levels already defined by the United Nations, and there are different levels. And I think you were mentioning about SDG 0. I think that is where they start, has to happen for every business, for every professional, where you actually start understanding what is the sustainable goal for your organization. I think that is where we are. And I think we can Google it very easily. read a couple of paragraphs on that, and then you have to do a lot of thinking. I think that is where things are, because training is one thing, but you can't have a cookie cutter approach where whatever you learn in the class you apply to your situation, because your situation may be different. I think, Ramesh, in a sense, this is what I understood. So one question I have from my side, Neville, and that is that the opportunities are visible in certain areas and there are no opportunities are visible in any other areas. For example, if you look at the space exploration, there are a lot of opportunities, but to reach to that level, you need a lot of funding and a lot of backing and a lot of time, and people have already spent 2 decades. They are actually making the killing right now. The other area of interest is healthcare and education. So what happens to the other sides of business? How they actually look at the support system in their business, because somebody is having a hotel, for example, nobody is coming into his lobby. Nobody wants to stay in a hotel right now. Very few travelers. So what they do in order to have a support for their own business?
It's a great question. In essence, we need to start looking at those that have made a real success of not owning anything. I mean, you talk about the hotel business. The biggest hotel business in the world is Airbnb. They own nothing apart from a very smart algorithm that's online and anyone can sign up to, customers and clients. So the business model has to change. I mean, the other thing is, I know this is an old adage, and a lot of people say, yeah, I know that, but the thing is, you are where you are. And no one else knows where you are. So the first thing is identify where you are, what industry you're in, why are you doing what you're doing. Because even in the hotel arena, I've noticed, certainly in the last 5 or 6 months, whereas although COVID has closed it down in certain areas, because they've been in lockdown, they haven't been able to do things. They have been able to do things about their business. They have thought about, okay, how can we get new customers through the door? How can we be more inviting to our customers? And some of it is very simple, of just looking at the business model that they've already adopted. What used to work? Maybe it won't work today, but maybe it will. Date nights are coming back. One of the things that hoteliers do know is that people go on romantic, getaways. Well, because lockdown has happened to everybody, not just the hotel industry, romantic getaways are going to be what a lot of people want to do, because the first thing they want to do is to get out of the house. Not only have they been not going to their place of work because they're working from home, but everyone has been in that same house throughout. You've experienced it. Your kids are at home. They're schooled from home. You live with your parents currently. You've also got your sister on tap. So the family unit has been forced back together. And that's not a bad thing, but we've been there for 8 months. So, I'm afraid the internal mechanism could be getting a little fraught here. So this is where people that know their business inside out, that can actually come out of this in a growth-minded arena. And it is as simple as that. I can't profess to know in the ins and outs of every specific business. But if you were to sit down with every business owner and say, okay, what do you do? Why do you do it? How do you do it? Where do you do it? What's changed? Is it a real change, or is it your perception that it's changed? And as you and I have spoken about in the past, about the digital economy, lots of retailers in the West certainly have accelerated their digital programs, almost to the point of some big high street names have closed down their big stores. John Lewis in the UK, John Lewis and the Waitrose partnership is a household name over here. It's a high-end household name as well. And they're closing down stores. Why? Because they've gone digitally. Has it been painful? Yes. Have they lost people? Yes. Have they looked at what happens in the digital world? Yes. And the interesting thing is, although they've made people redundant from their previous role, they've actually said, you know what, there's another role over here, and we're looking for a supply chain management system that I think you could really set up. So let us help you set up business as that supply chain manager. So in other words, doing the job you used to do for us, but doing it for yourself. We can't afford to pay for that specific surface inside, but if you do all the supply chain management, we'll pay you the premium to make sure the supply chain works. So it's just a different way of doing business. And I think this is where this internal support system is coming through, because if you can think logically, you will see through any problem that's there. I mean, these are big problems, don't get me wrong. I mean, some industries have been absolutely obliterated. But I've seen what once was a tourist group that used to work outside of their area. In other words, if they had their regional tourism arena was, let's say, around Mumbai or the Mumbai district, then previously they may have been advertising overseas. You know, come to Mumbai, it's wonderful here, etc., etc. You can set up business, da-da-da. Now what they're doing, the smart ones are doing, they're saying it's an internal mechanism. You know, come to Mumbai. We've got all of these options available. You can do this, you can do that. You can't do that in your local area. So it's internal tourism that's now taken place. And of course, when we're talking about tourism in India and you're in lockdown, you can't travel anywhere else in the world. You've got 1.3 billion people that could be moving around. So again, you just need to think differently. This is not a permanent position currently. Things will change. Lockdown will go away. We will not have the same freedom that we had previously, as a lot of people seem to think that we're going to just go back to normal. But we're in the new normal. So you just have to think about your business, very carefully about your business, just as you have, CK. You know, anyone that's running their own business, you've had to think about what's changed, why it's changed, what platforms are coming up, what platforms are now no longer useful. You know, and then you've also dealt with the change in Indian law. So you never know whether those platforms are going to be available tomorrow, because if they don't comply, all of a sudden, the Indian government say, okay, you're shut down. So why don't you share a few of those experiences where you've seen platforms change, because you don't own the platform, someone else owns the platforms, you put the content on the platform.
Well, absolutely, Neville. In fact, we were small, so we could change it very quickly, but I think it may be very difficult for larger organization to move on. In fact, there is one example which I want to give here, is that without naming the brand, one of the oldest ISP, internet service provider in India, shut down. And as a result, they were, you know, very popular in different news arena. They were the first one to start the web news, etc. And one fine day, they just said that we are shutting down, we have no money. And, you know, so many people were affected with that. They have, you know, so many companies were hosted on their platform with their company web pages. They can't shift overnight, you know. And the case has gone into the courts here, and people are fighting. I mean, they're in the south of India, but, you know, thousands and thousands of companies are affected with that shutdown. So I think we had to deal with this as well. You know, my company also had to deal with this, and we are not putting all eggs in one basket. We are making sure that we are not dependent on one particular brand. We are trying to see if we can distribute into a different segment. I think today's lesson from after talking to you is that we all need to sit down and understand what is our quality, you know, in order to have a proper support system. And some of things which we were doing for a number of years, for decades in the past, is not valid anymore. Our experience is not valid. So we need to think, we need to take a break and think what we can do with our own hands. Let me put it in a very rustic language, what we can build with our own hands, rather than, hey, can I hire 10 people and build this software, or can I build a team? That is not going to work, because we don't know whether whatever we have built is going to be liked by the client, or there is a market for it. So I think that is the crossroads we are in. We need to identify our own strengths, personal strength, and that is the only way we can move forward, I think, Neville. That is what my thinking is.
You're absolutely right, CK, and that's why today's really important, because although we just said this is, what support mechanisms have you got? It's that starts off with the internal strength, and it moves to external strength when you're working with other people. And one thing we do know is the only thing that we can control is ourselves. We can influence, we can advise, we can, ultimately, if you go to it, you can bully other people. But fundamentally, if you really want others to do it, show them the way. And we've seen that so often is the case. And you will then see that you start to attract the right people, the people that want to do what you're doing, because it's exciting, it's encouraging, it's exhilarating. There are ways ahead where you can be successful. But like anything else, change is constant, and we just need to deal with it. So that's really where we need to be at the end of the day. So it's been a fascinating discussion with you today, CK. Thanks for the questions, everybody. Keep them coming in, because I know we get loads of questions, but most of them are down the same theme. And the main thing is you've got to do it. We can't do it for you. You've got to do it. It's your business, your life. So take something and go and do something with it, and then you'll learn a lot more about yourself.
Thank you so much, Neville, for finding time and joining us this morning. And viewers, there are a lot of questions. The lines are always open across LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. You can reach out to us and ask live questions while Neville is talking in this show. It's all live. So Neville, we will catch up tomorrow again with something even more interesting.
Absolutely, CK. Enjoy, everybody. Have a good day.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Jeff Bezos has successfully blasted off into the space and returned after a successful flight. And this success actually forces us to think what will be the future of space tourism. So I think this is a fantastic subject for our discussion. Before I start, I have to tell you, you can now get connected with our channel instantly by just pointing your camera from your mobile phone on this QR code. So friends, I'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere, as an outstanding space odyssey is coming up right now. Welcome back, friends. On April 12th, 1961, Mr. Yuri Gagarin became the first human to go into space. That day, he saw the world in a way no human had seen before. Since then, only 560 to be precise, people have gone to space. Most of them have been trained astronauts who spent years preparing for this flight. But when will the rest of us will get a chance to go to space? And what will we do when we get there? In this video, we are going to look at the future of the space tourism. We're also going to look at the private astronauts who have paid to go to space.
also reusable rockets that can help kickstart the space tourism industry. Since the beginning of the space flight, only 7 people have given money to go to space, and in 2001, the American entrepreneur Dennis Tito paid 20 million US dollars for 8-day trip to International Space Station. At that time, NASA thought it's inappropriate for tourists to go into space, so they refused to train him. Instead, he partnered with the Russians and took a ride on a Soyuz mission along with 2 other cosmonauts. He remembers the glorious moment when he first looked at the window and saw the curvature of the Earth against the darkness of the space. Dennis spent a total of 8 days on the International Space Station and conducted various experiments and admired the incredible view of the Earth. So far, number of visitors to space have been very, very small, but that may all change in near future. With many private space companies developing reusable spacecraft, the cost of spacecraft is starting to drop dramatically. The Blue Origin is developing its new Shepard spacecraft specifically for touring flights into space. The capsule has 6 seats with largest windows ever seen in any spacecraft. During these flights, the rocket will accelerate to about 100 kilometers altitude before cutting off the engine, releasing the capsule. At this point, the capsule is essentially in a free fall but still traveling upwards because of the momentum, and it will reach its highest point. The passengers will be able to leave their seats inside the capsule and experience the effect of weightlessness. A few minutes later, the passengers would return to their seat before the capsules enter the atmosphere, and effects of weightlessness would disappear. Although these flights are extremely short, reusability of the rocket could give customers the chance to experience the wonders of space for as little as US dollars 200,000. While this will still only satisfy the super rich, it is still a step in the right direction if the space flight has ever to achieve a price and safety standards of airliners. But as the industry grows and companies compete to develop the cheapest rides into the space, the price would drop even further. To each space vehicle that can be reused multiple times before it needs serious refurbishment, the customer would only need to cover the cost of the crew and the fuel. The airplane can fly several times per day and operate thousands of flights in its lifetime. If a rocket can reach even a fraction of these numbers, the space tourism could open up to a wider public. But developing cheap rides in space is only half the problem. In fact, the cost of space is incredibly expensive luxury. It costs NASA about almost $4 billion every year to run the International Space Station. After years of avoiding commercialization, NASA recently opened the ISS for the paying customers. But even with the exorbitantly high cost, ISS still is the destination for the wealthy. To pick up food and air during your stay on ISS will cost you about US dollars 22,500 per day. Once everything like electricity and Wi-Fi is included, night stay on ISS will cost you about minimum US dollars $35,000 per day. For space tourism to become a reality, the cost of building and operating a habitable space station would need to significantly reduce the cost of the space technology. There is a startup called Bigelow Aerospace is developing a large inflatable space station modules. These modules can be packed into rocket payload bays and inflated to much larger size when in space. The idea is that such large expandable modules will be perfect base for space hotels. Currently, ISS requires a huge team of people working 24 hours a day to keep the station running.
Bigelow Aerospace is hoping to simplify the operations of these modules and reducing running costs. And since these are easier to manufacture, cheaper to launch than traditional space modules, they can completely reduce the cost of living in space. So, although the idea of space tourism may seem like a distant fantasy even today, incredible advances in reusable rockets and space module could soon open the door to a new generation of explorer. So I look forward to your comments, friends. Do let us know what is your opinion about the future of space tourism.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. This week we will talk about the events which unfolded in our legal system within 14 hours, 14 to 15 hours, during the mayhem and the rioting that was happening in the northeast part of Delhi, soon after Trump left. So this issue is not related to the writing itself. It is related to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Now let me give a little bit background about this particular judge. He has, or rather Judge Muralidharan has given some of the remarkable judgments which has profound effect on the Indian legal system and Indian society by and large. He is the perfect judge. He has thorough knowledge of the law and he is also implementing it thoroughly. He is one of the top luminary as far as legal systems are concerned. Justice Muralidharan was transferred uh, after giving a verdict against the Delhi police, and which was then utilized by a lot of political parties, and it was all in the media and so on. So I just want to dissect this particular event so that and give my own analytics on how it happened and what happened during that 14 hours. So when the writing was going on in northeast part of Delhi, there is a lawyer. In fact, there are activists. I don't want to tell their complete name. I just use their last name only, surnames, which is father and daughter Mandars. Their surname is Mandars. So the daughter Mandar gave a petition related to the law and order situation in northeast part of Delhi, and there was writing and petition is about safety security of people. Ideally, this such a petition should have gone to Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, but on that day, Justice Patel was on vacation, and then through the legal process of how the cases are distributed in Delhi High Court, it landed in the court of Justice Muralidharan. So he listened to this argument, and there was, since it was a grave situation in east part of Delhi, he decided to hear the case in the middle of the night at his residence. So, which is also a normal practice that in case of emergencies, the judges open cases in their residence, and they call the staff and also sometimes other judges just in case. So Justice Muralidharan heard the case, opened the case, and gave judgment at 1:30 in the middle of the night. And the judgment is about instructing Delhi police to provide protection to people, which is fair. As far as legal system is concerned, this is absolutely fair. And the follow-up date was given on the same day, which is like 1:30 in the night, at around 12 o'clock, 11:30, 12, when the next hearing was set up. And while this case was being heard, just before that, the father advocate Mandar gave another petition related to the same event. So now there are two petitions related to the arson, mayhem, and rioting which is happening in northeast part of Delhi. And hearing all this from the legal standpoint, the justice gave a order uh, or his verdict saying that Delhi police responsibility is to provide protection to people and ensure that these things are calmed down. While giving these things, this kind of a judgment, the judge also used words like unprofessionalism on account of Delhi police, etc., etc., which is also fair. And from legal standpoint, this is what you know judge felt at that point in time based on hearing both the parties. And the next date was set up, and that means the judge gave 24 hours to Delhi police, since the situation was so grave at that point in time, that within 24 hours you should submit your response, saying that why you have done the work professionally and what is the situation. Now, at that point in time, we all know, we have heard the news that Delhi police was really having a lot of tough time. They were losing their officers, police officers. In fact, there was so much news about this attack on police officers with acids and stuff like that. So I don't want to talk too much about the mayhem part of it, but nutshell, I want to say that Delhi police was having a really tough time at that point in time, and on top of it, the legal system is basically sort of putting a lot of pressure on Delhi police to give appropriate response when they are fighting for their lives, and they have so much pressure that they have to bring the calmness. They were basically announcing in that area that announcing and asking people to calm down and go back to their home. At the same time, they were trying to not use lethal options like firing and stuff like that. They didn't do it, and they were losing their officers. So in such a situation, I think Delhi police uh, really played a very vital role in controlling the whole thing, and they didn't want the morale of their officers come down, because if that would have come down, then situation would have become very, very grave at that point in time. So ensuring that the morale of Delhi police is always kept up, the government of India transferred this judge. Now let me take you back a little bit in time. This judge, Justice Muralidharan, was actually transferred on February 12th, much before all this happened, much before Trump came to India, much before the mayhem started and blah blah. It's like 2 weeks back he was transferred. The process is that the collegium, which is the group of judges in Supreme Court, they decide which judge will work where, and this collegium had decided based on their pressures and what is needed where. The collegium decided that along with three other judges, Justice Muralidharan will also be transferred. So Justice Muralidharan was transferred to Punjab and Haryana High Court in Chandigarh on February 12th. But in order to exercise this transfer, the government had to notify, and they were taking it easy and so on and so forth. And the consent of judge was also taken before the transfer. So it happened as per the book, as per the legal system, as per the consent given by everyone, which is all the senior judges, the collegium, which is a collective of judges, and also the judge who were transferred. So in this case, there are 4 judges who are transferred, including Justice Muralidharan. All of them have given their consent to get transferred. Now, having said that, when this judgment came where Delhi police was pulled up, the government notified the transfer. That means, as per the process, whatever judgment any judge gives on that day, if he is transferred on that same day, all the judgments are null and void. So I think it was on the part very important activity that government of India had to do in order to keep the morale of Delhi police high, is to just make sure that the judgment which is sort of negative in favor of Delhi police does not affect their morale. So they transferred the judge, because anyway the judge is transferred. All they had to do is basically notify this order. They notified, and consequently all the judgments given by
in the middle of the night at 1:30 and also in the afternoon at 2:30 on the same day are null and void. Basically, there is no follow-up. This particular judge cannot make a follow-up. Hence, the Delhi police now get at least 6 weeks to respond, not one day. So now everything is fallen in place. Delhi police has enough time. Delhi police has filed a lot of FIRs. They are investigating, and they can submit a proper response. So, that is what they needed also. So this is what has happened last week with regard to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Even though it has been politicized, but I don't think the political parties have any legal standpoint. They can just make noise and they can probably fool some people. But as far as legal system is concerned, as far as the process is concerned, there's nothing wrong in doing this. And Government of India ensured that the morale of police, which was very important at that point in time, is also kept high. So this is my analysis on this issue. I will meet you again tomorrow with some more analytics. Till then, bye bye.
Dear CEOs and industry leaders, you are most graciously welcome to Akul Mac Business Bunker. This is a forum where you are able to showcase your products to the masses, to the investor, to the prospects, and to your client. And if you want to promote your company and yourself, you have landed at the right place. Before we continue, do like and subscribe our channel. Friends, as you know, we have our expert, Mr. Naveen Toshniwal, who has been guiding us during the past few weeks about the grapho analysis. And last week, we did a episode where we actually analyzed a handwriting live on the show. And today we want to basically discuss how this therapy works and how this person's handwriting changes attitude. So it is going to be a very interesting episode today. Don't go anywhere, friends. Before we start our show, let's welcome Naveen ji.
Hello everyone. Hope all are doing well.
Welcome to the show, Naveen. Everything is fine, and I'd like to wish you, most profound greetings for our 73rd Independent Republic Day. I beg your pardon, which is 2 days from now. And also, I'm very happy that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue has been coronated also at India Gate. So I'm very happy, and I want to share the same feeling with you.
Yeah, it's definitely very nice to know that. And I too wish all the viewers a very happy Republic Day.
Great. So last week, Naveen, we actually analyzed handwriting, and subsequently you gave your therapy to this person. And after a couple of weeks, this person wrote another handwritten document which we want to compare today. So over to you, and I will bring up the document also.
Right. So last week we had done some very brief analysis of the first handwriting. And thereafter, this person went through a therapy for 3 weeks. And as I told you, the therapy is a very simple process where you are required to practice the stroke changes only 5 minutes a day. See, I'm repeating 5 minutes a day because these days we hardly write. So people are a little afraid and apprehensive how they can go through the therapy. But it's now no big deal. Finding out 5 minutes a day to improve yourself for ever is a very, very simple thing by graphotherapy. So now we will compare what I had analyzed last time, what therapy was given to this person, and how this person felt after the analysis and therapy. See, now over here, if you see the original handwriting, carefully note the T bars. You will see that the T bars in the first line, last word, THE, Then again the in the next line. They were cutting towards a lower side. Now, if you go down slightly on the fourth, fifth, sixth, fourth line from the bottom, there is a probably a word which is university or something. The TY you can see clearly. There again, the T bar is cutting very low towards the bottom of the T stem. This was a sign indicating low self-confidence or low self-esteem or lacking confidence in abilities. After this person went through the therapy for 3 weeks, now you see in the right handwriting how the changes have come. See the T bars very carefully. The second line, you again but you will see the T bar cutting towards the top. The word just below that, don't, D-O-N-T. Again, the T bar is cutting right towards the top of the T stem. And again, the next line after that, we are going to T-O. There again, the T bar is cutting towards the top. See, now it is not just the T bars which have changed. In fact, the person has also changed. The person has expressed in so many words that the desired changes are being experienced or felt by that person. That is what is more important. That is visible now in the strokes which have come into the natural handwriting of that person. So now we will see some other letter in the handwriting. Okay, now let us see the downstroke of Y. I am showing you the new handwriting. In the fifth line, there is a word Friday. The Y is ending word in the word Friday. The Y is finishing straight down. The straight downstroke indicates a person with a strong determination. And 3 lines below that or 4 lines below that, there is a word nutritionally. Again, the Y is finishing straight down. So, and even more Y's are coming after that, even in the third last line, D-A-Y, day, and the second last one line, only and today. Everywhere you will see that this Y is finishing straight down. In the earlier handwriting, the Y's were either incomplete or incomplete in the sense the loops were not fully completed. They were going just halfway through. So now the Y ending words are finishing straight down. That indicates that the person's determination has increased because the Y ending stroke down stroke is an indication of strong determination. Okay. Now, the most important thing which we had to tackle in this handwriting was the resentment. Now you see the first line in the old handwriting, the last word, T-H-E, the. You will see a small tail coming in the beginning of the word. When the T is starting and going towards from bottom to top, there is a small tail-like formation. Even the word in the next line, T-H-E, the, there also you will see this straight line going from top to bottom with a tail. So this was a sign or indication of resentment. Now, resentment, as I had explained to you in the last episode, is a negative stroke because it prevents a person from moving ahead. Person is just resenting over some incident or episode which might have happened days back, weeks back, months back, or even years back. But the person is not able to get over this resentment and regularly broods on the thing whenever the thought comes to the mind. So it is of no use because whatever has happened is over. What is the use of brooding over something which is already over and finished? So this was the stroke of resentment. Now we will see the new handwriting. Now in the right side handwriting, you will see there are no initial strokes at all. All the strokes starting in the beginning of the words are does not have the tail, does not have the tail. Now if you compare the first T and the T is written over here, or any word starting where the stroke is going from bottom to top, that is not a single stroke of resentment. So this person has got over the resentment, and this person has even expressed. See, now remember one thing, when we say a person getting over resentment, one of my clients asked me that why don't you make me forget the episode which is giving me resentment. Now that is practically not possible, because handwriting analysis or therapy is not for wiping out the memory. It's practically not possible. Yes, it will change your way of thinking, the way you will face that particular situation when that thought comes to your mind. Earlier, you would have resented and felt sad and brooded over that incident. Now, when the same thought comes to you after the therapy, you will just try to ignore it. You will say, okay, forget about it. What has happened is happened, and you move ahead. So, that is what therapy does. It changes the mindset, and it actually helps to get over the negativities in a very systematic and scientific way.
Naveen, thank you so much for covering this in detail. And I think a couple of questions I have of my own. One is that, some may say that these two handwritings are not looking very similar. I mean, if you look at it, these two handwritings are not looking similar to each other. So that is why some may question that, some may question the effect of the therapy itself. So do you have any opinion on that?
No, actually, see, from expert's point of view, there is a difference only in the strokes. The handwriting is of the same person. And see, let me also tell you that there are also some positive side effects of the therapy. For example, you are doing therapy for two particular traits, like gaining self-confidence and increasing determination. So if you work on these two, it is quite possible that your other traits, which were negative, might also take a positive step ahead. Then it may also help you to define a long-term goal. So that stroke will change automatically because you are going through therapy for some other traits or characteristics. Some other traits and characteristics may also improve on their own. So those stroke changes will come automatically in the handwriting. But you can be rest assured the two handwritings are of the same person, and this person is not, even after the therapy of 3 weeks, this person is in touch with me on a regular basis and keeps taking my advice on what further changes are required after the first therapy was over. So this practice is not required every day now. Even if you write, say, once in a week or twice in a week, so that you are not going back to your old traits because of the prevailing circumstances or situations. So the handwritings are of the same person. It is just that the strokes have changed. So it appears to you that they are of different people.
So Naveen, how much strokes can be changed? I mean, as you can see that the tea is something which is very very personal to us. Tea creates a lot of artistic way of writing. When we learn, when we are starting to write in school, we want to be more artistic, and tea is one of the word which is very artistic. But here you tells us that if there is a tail to the tea, it is a negative trait, and you have made this person change and increase the determination in this person's attitude. So how many layers to this improvement are? If I have to ask you that.
See, what happens is that when we start a therapy, it is practically not possible to change 5 to 6 strokes at a time. It's very difficult. So what we try to do is that we try to give change of say 2 or 3 strokes when we start the therapy. trying to take care that those 2 or 3 strokes take care of the maximum possible improvement in that person. For example, when we change a T-bar, it may have multiple effects. It will help you to build your willpower, to define your long-term goals, get over resentment, and uh, get over self-doubt. So one T-bar has the power to change 4 traits at a time. So in the first therapy, we might go in for just 1 or 2 or 3 letter changes, like finishing a Y straight down for determination, making the T-bar towards the top, and that will take care of multiple strokes. Once that improvement is felt by the person, then we can go in for the next therapy for other minor traits which are to be changed in the person.
Well, Naveen, I think it was such a great pleasure learning about these things, and this is a very vast subject, and it requires years and years of practice, like Naveen has done. So, viewers, if you want to basically leverage this thing, you can actually reach out to us. We can make the connection happen. And if you want to subscribe to Naveen's services, they are listed on our website, and you can go to akulmac.com/subscribe and you can directly subscribe. Or if you want to have a conversation, send us an email. We will make the connection happen. The email will be listed at the end of the video. So for today, I like to say goodbye to Naveen, only to catch again in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today we are covering a segment of our Top Brass channel, which is called Spotlight. And I'm very honored and pleased to have Mr. Satya Madala in our show. Satya, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Thank you very much.
It is our honor, Satya, and in today's edition of Spotlight, we would like to focus on the Sortie Awards. As you know, your company has sponsored the Top Brass Sortie Awards, and there are many contestants who are making their videos. And your company has also given some sponsored subjects related to electric vehicle and other associated systems which your company produces. So in today's episode, we would like to give positive messages, give some tips to our contestants, and also encourage them to look at the EV revolution which is happening in India. So with this, I would like to take your opinion on that.
Yeah, CK, like in today's actually government of Telangana took a broad decision. So to give some sort of subsidies who is manufacturing electrical vehicles. So we are much focused on this segment and on this sector to come up with the new ideas by young entrepreneurs and our contest also. So I would like to send a message to our new contests to research on EV ecosystem and how the electrical vehicles will run in the rural areas and urban areas, and the connection between tier 3 cities and rural areas. So I would like to invite people and entrepreneurs or contests to research on this subject and go ahead with their comments and with their research material. So this is what, I want just you can ask the questions what kind of input they required, and I'm ready to give that input. So there's just for example, if they wanted to go with the EV charging stations, so we are internally work on technology and infrastructure. So they can ask questions on technology or infrastructure, whatever it is.
So, Satya, actually, 2 days back there was a announcement by Government of India
Yeah.
that any EV vehicle, EV vehicle has multiple components like a motor and a frame and a battery. So, when any individual who wants to purchase an EV vehicle, he has to obviously go to the transport office to get the vehicle registered before he start applying that on the road. So the government of India has announced that now anywhere in India, anyone who buys the EV vehicle, whether it is a bike or a three-wheeler or a four-wheeler, the battery cost will be excluded from that. And viewers, as you know, the battery cost is almost 50 to 40 to 50% of the vehicle. So you can imagine that India as a country is sitting on such a big EV revolution which is waiting to happen. And the single point solution, which is our sponsor for the Top Brass Saudi Award, is really doing a pioneering work because they have multiple solutions which are available from them. They are the really A to Z provider of the electric vehicle solutions, technology, and also consulting services.
Yes.
So, Satya, I think the key point is that we would like to have the contestants start realizing that the EV will come in a big way. And since your company is, taking a lead across India, uh, and you have also given some subjects, so it is apparent that you can inform the contestants that how they can do research on your products, your offerings, and EV ecosystem by and large. Do you have information available on your website, or do they need to call somebody in your company? So all this information, if you can provide, that will be very helpful.
Yeah, I understand, CK. So as we are manufacturers, what we are doing is, so we are manufactured battery operated vehicles and no battery operated vehicles. You see, like no battery means actually, we are excluding the battery price, and they can have a battery on a swapping basis. Say for example, the vehicle will come with no battery, and people actually they can buy the same vehicle, and just next to that store actually they can go and have a swap battery in it. And every day, the once the battery is charged, it goes up to 120 kilometers. So after that actually they can go and swap the battery again, instead of charging the battery in their house, or instead of having electricity charges more. So to utilize this sort of facility, so we are providing battery swapping slots also next to the showrooms. So we are offering the same to showrooms also. And when we are manufacturing a vehicle, actually even a small kid also they can swap the battery. Some sort of facility we are providing to swap the battery. So as you said, like government of India and government of state governments, they are providing some subsidies on each and every component, wherein we are utilizing that facilities, and we are transferring the same facilities to the EV users. This is one point. The second point, when it comes to research on EV, actually they can follow our websites. It's singlepointsoul.com. At the same time, smartevsolutions.com. So both places they can find a lot of information about EV ecosystem, wherein actually EV ecosystem consists of infrastructure, wherein actually we came into EV charging station manufacturing unit, and at the same time actually we are providing IT solutions for the same, and wherein actually infra companies directly they can come and take our technology and just it's kind of a plug and play technology. So wherein actually we provide charging stations and we provide IT solutions, and when it automatically comes to cloud, wherein the cloud can communicate with the mobile application. So this sort of information we are already provided in our websites, and we provided some sort of information on EV ecosystem, so people can go and visit it, and people can visit our websites and take the information, and they can do their research.
So this is a great information, Satya. In fact, many of our contestants are not from the IT background.
Okay.
Could be from commerce background and all that. But the beauty of all this is the website of Single Point Solution is written in such a way that even a layman can understand what information they need. And
Yep.
since contestants are making 15 minutes or 20 minutes video, I think there is enough information available on singlepointsolution.com
Yep.
to prepare, to plan, to strategize your video. So
Yes.
I think the contestants will have to do a little bit of digging to make a script on the electric vehicle. But I think one thing is very clear, that with the government policies and how the corona has reshaped the world, the electric vehicle is going to play a major role. So
Yes.
with this, I think this is a tip for today, Satya. I think your company has given us 8 subjects. We will come back again on the spotlight to discuss about these subjects and provide tips, very important tips to the contestants, because the contestants are waiting for these tips from us.
Okay. Sure, CK. Sure.
So I will catch up with you, Satya, next time. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, CK.
Dear CEOs and industry leaders, you are most graciously welcome to Akul Mac Business Bunker. This is a forum where you are able to showcase your products to the masses, to the investor, to the prospects, and to your client. And if you want to promote your company and yourself, you have landed at the right place. Before we continue, do like and subscribe our channel. Friends, I have a very exciting information to share with you today, and this is regarding the money. And as you know that yesterday in a press conference, our Honorable Finance Minister Sitaramanji said that she is going to present a reform in income tax arena during this budget session, which is going to start in the last week of January. And therefore, whatever information we have got is that I think the government of India is trying to bring a major reform with regard to the income tax itself. And as you know that the budget session is going to start in the January last week, and most of these issues will be discussed and agreed upon, finally passed. I am quite hopeful that this reform is passed by the government of India. However, these reforms which are being talked about now are the major tax reforms, because when we talk about taxation in India being such an old country, with thousands of years of history, the taxation is also very old, because we were using some taxation because of historic reasons, and there was a need to reform this. There was a need to reform the old methods of filing tax, because in the era of digital world, where everything is tracked, we don't have to basically keep following the old things which we were doing like 50 years back. So I think this is very important to reform it. And the government of the day has been putting these measures very, very methodically, starting from demonetization. Then next year they came up with GST integration, which brought the state and the central government together on a single taxation system. Last year they brought in the single window concept of filing IT returns, and this year whatever we have heard in the media so far is that they are now talking about bringing the major reforms with regard to income tax. And when we talk about income tax, it's basically very tedious work, and people who basically file, in fact everyone files income tax returns every year, and there is a tax at source also. So what happens in a salary, that the tax based on the particular bracket is already deducted at source. So when you are already paying, say for example 20% or 30% upfront before you get the salary in hand, and that goes to the government, and you have to continue keeping those documents, so that by end of 12 months, which is end of the year, you need to again file these returns proving that you have actually claimed certain tax benefits, or you have filed certain tax, you have paid certain tax, but here is my return, and you have to continue maintaining these documents. It is such a tedious job. There are different income tax return forms. It is not something which can be easily done. You have to engage with a chartered accountant. You have to send all your bills and all your records to him. He will then produce a statement which will be then submitted with the income tax department. Now this has to be done before 31st of March every year. After that, income tax department, income tax officers will get into scrutiny. They go into your details. Each and every file is scrutinized, etc. It is such a waste of time for everyone, for individual citizens and for even government, to scrutinize so many records on daily basis. And it's something which we can get rid of. And this is what the next tax reforms are being talked about. And whatever we have heard so far, I mean, the budget is yet to be presented, but whatever we have heard so far is that the income tax will be done away with. There will be no income tax. Instead, the new tax will be introduced that will be called expenditure tax or investment tax, whatever you want to call it. And whatever I have understood so far, I thought I will bring it to you. See, what happens is that when you get your salary or your paycheck, the tax at source is deducted and submitted to the government, because you have already got that salary, and the tax on that based on the slab is this much, and that is already deducted. So what government wants to do now is not to do that. Instead, they will give you the entire salary, which is pretty much like what you get in Middle East. Say for example, somebody is working in any of these Middle Eastern countries, there is no tax there. You get the entire salary, whatever has been agreed with the employer. So you get the same salary. However, when you spend money, there will be expenditure tax on that. So cause and effect of this tax system would be the same for the government, because earlier government was taking before paying you. Now government will take the same amount after you spend that money. So this way, this will be very good, because then you will be able to plan how much to spend also, because each individual will start thinking that whether I should spend the money, because for spending money you will be taxed. Therefore, this is going to bring a paradigm shift in the way we actually think. And I'm very eagerly waiting for this bill to be presented in Parliament in the budget session, which is going to be starting in the last week of January. And I'm very hopeful that this will be passed. In fact, I'm thinking this is a very progressive move, because we don't want to waste our time in keeping the documents, wasting our time rather than doing productive things, keeping these documents, filing them, and then presenting, and then again filing returns. It's a very tedious exercise. Instead, even companies will benefit because they will not be paying any income tax, but if they spend the money, make investment, they will be charged tax by the government. I think this is a very good initiative. I'm sure this is one of the stepping stone to the ultimate tax reforms which may happen after a couple of years, but I think this is a very good step. This is something that I know. If you know something else, do share in, send in your comments, and friends, as you know, I reply to each and every comment of yours. So for today, I'll say goodbye, only to catch you again in the next one.
Hi, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today, Monday, and we will be discussing some quick points about the opportunities in the market after this COVID. But before that, I would like to welcome our guest.
Thank you, Kanchan, and I'm absolutely fine. Thank you. It's nice to be back on your show every Monday.
Well, so what we are discussing, what are those crisp points we are discussing today?
I think we are talking about career counseling, and where we are going to talk about the prospects any candidate can have after finishing the concerned course, whatsoever the person is doing right now in the time of COVID.
So, well, I'm sure that there are a lot of things which are emerging after maybe 1.5 years, because we were at home. Students have, most of the college students are out, they have cleared their exams, and now definitely and obviously they are looking for opportunities. So what are those industries which provide career for current scenario? What kind of career a pass out should look at?
See, it all depends on what kind of course they are doing, and most of the industry, they are booming back. They're doing very fine. For example, let me just speak about the fashion industry. And you know, the hub of all the fashion designers, it's being the defense colony and Shahpur. And the kind of people now you see getting back, the footfall is very high. The designers, they have again reopened their stores and they're doing brisk business. So I personally feel, for example, if you a child has done fashion designing, they have the vast opportunity. They can work with someone, you know, and it is important that you work with someone under the guidance of some renowned designer or the export house or the fashion house, so that you get to learn about the nicks of the business, that how, you know, someday when they become the designer, they are doing the business also. So it is important that how you survive in a fashion industry, which is highly competitive, and especially in a city like Delhi, where there are supposedly more designers than compared to Mumbai. So one should know that how to survive in the garment industry, and where your garments are sometimes, you know, the designers, their garments are exorbitant in the price. So how you promote your garment, how you sell your garment, and at the same time you have to be always on the exhibit your collections on various platforms, on various fashion shows. It's important because the fashion show is a platform where you get international buyers, international export house coming in and looking at your design, and then they give you the bulk order. So this is the right time for any fashion student to survive in the industry, work with some renowned designer, and then can do their own startup, because the government is also giving so much of help for the startup. So if you have a very unique idea, you're thinking out of the box, you will get loan. for startups. So this is for the fashion industry, and there are other industries also. Let me say, for example, people who have done mass communication journalism. It is not the journalism field where you are only working. There are other industries also, like wellness and health and hospitality, the education industry, and blah blah, the corporate houses. These days they all look out for a media person, for the media management and the PR people, and the various other people. They those who have interest in various other sectors of mass communication, like marketing, advertising, and business communication, they are getting lots of opportunity right now. And I think this is the time that kids, they should take up some kind of job, some kind of internship, regardless of whatever money they are being paid, because they're going to learn something. Right now the competition is very high because India is booming back.
Well, as you mentioned that now market is opening up, and there are few new things are emerging in the market, and people should look towards the fashion, which is industry. But at the same time, I feel is that many world-class fashion designers, they are coming and they are using OTT platform. So how you compare? You said that there are opening of stores. So how you really feel that OTT provides a better job opportunities as compared to the physical store which are opening up?
Right. See, right now is the time for wedding in India. There's a season of wedding. And this is, the mentality, not in India, but otherwise also. The customers would really like to physically touch the fabric when they're spending the money on, the lehengas, the wedding lehengas, the wedding attires, the clothes. Otherwise, they're exorbitantly priced. So people, they actually want to go, they want to give the trial, and then they want to buy. Here the designers, and you can discuss with the designers, these things are slightly missing digitally, because it's a process. You are buying the clothes, it is delivered to your house, then you're trying, then you're getting the money back. So this takes lots of time. So people are physically going out to different stores and they are buying, because you place the order, you give your size, you go back one day, see the trial, take the trial, and then you finally pay the money. And it also gives you different ideas. You can see various outfits, touch them, have a feel of the fabric, and then you can decide for other things also. And personally, believe me, the designers are also wanting people to visit their stores. And people are also going out because they have stayed in the house for nearly 2 years. It is giving them opportunity. People are vaccinated. So I think it's the time, and business will only go high for the fashion designing industry when people, they visit the stores. It's important for people to visit the stores also.
Well, see, one sector is fashion, which is definitely, it will never be out of touch because of obvious reasons. Then you also mentioned about PR industries and communication advertising, because we require, even in OTT platform also, we require advertisement on a daily basis actually. But there are one industry which I really feel suffered most, that is hospitality and travel industry. So do you really feel that we have an opportunity in these sectors also at this point of time?
Kanchana, you have asked me a very good question. The hospitality and the travel industry does not have much option right now. People are avoiding going for travel, and people, it's not that people are not going for holidays, they are going for holidays, but you will see a particular change that people do not travel very far. They are going for holidays, they are planning their own holidays. They are not taking the help of any outside third party, this outside agency. That the confidence is shaky in people. So they are not really flying. They are not really traveling in trains or going out anywhere till the time things become more better. So travel industry is slightly hit, but people, the students, what they can do is that they can take up some advanced courses. There are certain courses which are short courses. They're these courses are advanced, but the duration is short, maybe for 2 months or 3 months, so that they can keep themselves abreast with the latest happening. So when the things they become much better in 2022 next year, they can get jobs, because anyway, any travel house, any airline, any hotel would want a candidate who's completely prepared. So it is a matter of another 2-3 months, and the candidate should prepare himself or herself for the market. So travel industry is right now slightly taken aback, whether it's hotel industry, hospitality, whatever. It is slightly not doing as good as the other industry. So there's still some time left for it to take a new leap.
As you must have seen that even on social platform, there are many chefs who are organizing their courses. Even I've seen Sanjeev Kapoor is also offering a world-class course and want people to really open up a hospitality joint. Now, is it good for children who have passed out this year? They can take up, especially somebody who is from hospitality sector. Take up social media and enhance their business? And also, do you really feel that if children take up any venture online, it will go better as compared to physically opening a hotel or a store for hospitality?
Absolutely, they should do these kind of courses, because the cloud kitchen is going to be here. It's going to stay. So this is a very new kind of a thing. So these kids, they should do all these courses, because someday when they want to start their own thing, let's call it startup, and they want to do their own business, a small business, a startup, then they have to do the cloud business. So these, you're talking about Sanjeev Kapoor. I have also seen Kunal Kapoor's achar making online classes, and there he tells you also about that, how to start your business online. I think this is a very good platform they're getting right now. They should just go for it, learn something about it, and so that they can start their work, because this is the need of the hour. So they should follow it.
Lately I have seen that supply chain has really emerged out very prominently, because everybody was at home and supply of goods and edibles were done very efficiently by supply chain partners. So what I feel is that education industry and supply industry, I think they also offer good opportunities for children. I would like to ask you one final question. What is the message you would like to give to young children who are looking out for a job?
The kids who are looking out for the job, they should take up job, any kind of job which is more closer to what they want to do. If they are not actually getting as per their qualification, then they should always have plan B. It is important for any person to have two plans in life, because most of the time plan A does not kick off. It is the plan B which takes you up. So they should go for the plan B, the kind of job which is more close to their career. They should take up the job regardless of whatever the salary is being paid, because Kanchan, this post-COVID era is not paying you very good salary to none of the people. So whatever salary they're getting, they should take up the job, because the job is going to teach them that how to survive socially at your workplace. Number two, it is going to enhance their personality. Is very important. You cannot always remain a student or a baby. You have to behave like a responsible grown-up citizen also. And number third, it is the importance of the money. It's very important for any youngsters should to know what is the importance of the money. Go out, work hard, earn the money regardless whatever you're getting, because tomorrow things are going to go for a better the things are going to change, and by that time they'll be completely professionals in their field. So they should definitely take up the jobs.
I would like to request our audience that they should contact us in case they require any advices. We can connect to Ritu Gupta, and they would be able to get a final advice. So as usual, Ritu, it is so wonderful to talk to you today, and we'll be discussing a very interesting and thought-provoking topic in our next episode.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very nice to get connected with you. Thank you, Kanchan.
Good morning, friend, and welcome to Akulmek Live. My name is Chandrakant, and today's big news is that India has crossed the target of vaccinating their citizens, and they have been able to successfully vaccinate 1 billion people. It is a very big deal, and I'll exactly tell you why this is a big deal. First thing is to vaccinate so many people. I mean, we are a nation of 1.3 billion people, and the whole idea is to vaccinate all. And even if one person is left behind unvaccinated, that is going to help virus mutate further, and it is considered as if it is not 100%. So it was important to vaccinate each and every one of our citizen. And to do that, the government actually first launched an application called CoWIN. CoWIN is an application which will help in queue management. And once you register using your Aadhaar card, which is a national ID, then the CoWIN will actually give you a slot, and you're supposed to visit the health center on that slot, on that day, plus minus some variance. But this was a big deal because, managing appointments of so many billions of people, so that there is no extra chaos at the medical center, queue management, and all of those things. And then there is perfect management of how many vaccination vials are there, how many people are going to be given appointment, etc. How many centers are there, how many health workers are there. So considering all that, there was a continuous pace of appointments given using CoWIN. And this was a big deal because, integrating the entire country, ensuring that the database is maintained of all those people who have been vaccinated successfully, and use of digital technology to do that. At the same time, central government had made the entire vaccination plan free. So people were given choice where they can go to a free center and to a paid center. And a paid center was also not too expensive. It was only the cost of the medical center. So all of that management was done using this website called CoWIN. So you could go to a website, or you could go to this app, which I'm showing you in the screen. The second one was the just in case if there is a paid citizen who wants to get a paid version of the vaccination, then in 2017 government had started the world largest digital micropayment platform, and that is called Beam. So people can easily register their slots and also pay for it online. So there is no interaction at the medical center. All you have to do is just queue in for about 10 minutes, get your vaccination done like a factory approach, and then wait for 30 minutes or 20 minutes as per the process, and then walk out. So there is no unnecessary chaos, crowd building, and stuff like that. And a particular center were given certain numbers of slot. So if the slot is not available using CoWIN, you can find another slot in some other medical center. So date wise, month wise, the entire database was available for for the entire India. So it was a big deal, definitely getting all these things think through and organize. The third big thing is supply chain. You know, if you look at the production facility of the pharmaceutical company producing these vaccination, there is a set supply, set production. You know, they can produce as many vials per day, and then these vials have to be transported to respective medical centers across the nation. And India has such a big, it is, you know, also called a subcontinent because the area itself is so big, and there are challenges with regard to lockdown. Not many people were available, so the government had to build a database of frontline workers, which involved the medical staff, also the transportation staff, and so on and so forth. So basically the entire supply chain, starting from raw material to production to distribution and then finally administration, was taken care. And then at the same time, if in order to administer so many people with vaccination, there was no way that one company could have produced so many vaccinations in this time frame. So government of India very quickly decided that they need to approve all kinds of vaccination which are available. And being a federal system in India, the central government is primarily responsible for approving a particular vaccination, and then state government were supposed to pick that up. And as far as central government is concerned, the central government made vaccinations free for everybody, and the state government can pick up the final produced and give it to their state citizens, either on a charge or free. So I think that was a freedom given to the state governments. So the entire ecosystem was running to make sure that there is no wastage, there is no damage, and smoothly people have been given slots, and those many numbers of vaccinations are available on that day. So the entire supply chain was linked to CoWIN application to make sure that there is no chaos. It should not happen that so many people turn up on their turn and the medical center runs out of vaccination vials. So the entire supply chain was managed. At the same time, availability was also maintained because all the vaccinations were available in India. So you have the Indian vaccinations, you had AstraZeneca vaccination, which is co-branded as Covaxin, Covishield, and Sputnik, and Pfizer, and a few others. So all of these vaccinations were available just to make sure that there is no failure of supply chain and availability. It is a very well planned strategy with digital support and execution. So because of that, you know, we were able to vaccinate almost like 86, 87 citizens every second, starting from January 14th in 2021, when we started our vaccination program. And until 2 days back, we had crossed a billion citizens. So what is remaining are only the younger population, for which the testing is going on right now. So about 300 million are the young people below 18. I think the vaccination will start for them very soon. Now, let's come to the last point where, you know, in spite of lot of criticism, lot of naysayers, politics, and there were many elements across the world. There are countries, including the developed countries, they wanted India to fail. They had some of these gurus and prediction artists. They were saying that India is going to create such a big mess. They will not be able to control things. And we have actually proved everyone wrong. We have actually ensured, the Indian government and the state governments and the citizens of India ensured that all these naysayers, whether they are Indian citizens or outside India, have been shut up finally by this success. So I think I wanted to bring this particular information to you to ensure that you know, that you are aware, especially people in India are aware of this, but this video is primarily meant for Indians outside India, or the people who are overseas foreigners. And if they have any confusion, they can actually dig deep and find out more about what it takes to administer vaccination, starting from supply chain to distribution, and also making sure that there is no crowd buildup, making sure that things happen smoothly and satisfaction to everyone. So friends, this is all for this particular session. I will catch you in the next one. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and on this edition of Dr. Speak, we would like to discuss about the matter which is related to the mental health of elderly, because as we age into our golden years, we usually tend to ignore this aspect. And to discuss this very important matter, we are inviting Dr. Pooja Bedi today in our show, who will tell us more about this. So without further ado, let me present to you Dr. Pooja Bedi.
Very good afternoon to everyone. And thank you very much, sir, for very humble introduction, sir.
So it is a pleasure to have you, Dr. Pooja. The main thing about this subject is that as you get into your 60 plus years, the issues which are related to depression and other mental health issues are usually considered as a normal aging process, which may not be the case really. And it may need a little bit of cure or doctor advice. And that has multiplied now with the advent of the lockdown. I'm sure with people locked in their houses, homes, confined to their inners, with their family, it may create such certain situation which may lead to certain serious mental health issues. Would you like to tell us what are those issues and how those can be avoided, Dr. Pooja?
Yes, definitely, CK. The first thing that I would like to share, since the population, the younger one, or you can say the my generation, we are well aware that in the Indian family, all the three generations, not if all, but majorly we stay together. The second point that is coming up is that after 60, or you can say after 55, as such, there's some kind of morbidity issue they popped up. So when they pop up, the mental health issue, which is actually pre-existing, is either you can say overlooked or is just left untreated. So it is already pre-existing, it is overlooked, and now because of the lockdown, or you can say the pandemic has added on to the pre-existing factors, making it a more uh, aggressive manner of expression in elderly groups specifically. So the comorbidity, you can say the physical factors that they were already existing, with the mental exhibition of all these issues, they are actually expressing in a very poorly manner in the elderly group. So I would say they are more vulnerable now to mental health issues. With God's blessing, since we stay in a joint family, we are still able to look after the elderly group. But just think the parents who are actually living alone, and they have to cope up with first the pandemic, the physical issues, or you can say the present existing disorders they are already going through, and the medication they are already going through, that has become an add-on. Now the third factor, which is actually very important, that the elderly group, they are not very versed with the digitization. So the the freshness of the pandemic, how it is progressing, how we are coping up with it, how the vaccination is actually coming up. So all those kind of freshness of the news is somehow is not available with the elderly age group, which is more adding on to them. So yes, they are getting affected, and the issues like depression, anxiety, many other actually bipolar also in some cases, sleeplessness. They are cutting off from the social activities. the way they used to do their daily chores, they are not able to do it, or they are not doing it actually. So it is definitely a clear cut indicator of mental health issues that probably is happening because of the pandemic. So how we can differentiate that why it is happening in elderly? It is happening with us also, and in the children also actually. But since the elderly group is more vulnerable, so it is more pronounced in this particular age group.
So I think your assessment is absolutely clear and you're right about it. I think it's a sort of a taboo when mature people like to talk about their mental issues, but because it may be happening to them, but we don't even know. And the second thing is that the people who are taking care of the elderlies tend to ignore their problems. So how do we make sure that our elderly people who are living with us are in a good mental shape?
Yes. I'll start this answer with a small example. I share an excellent chemistry with my mother-in-law. I just adore her. I love her. But this pandemic has really transformed my relationship totally with her. If it comes to sharing, to take opinion, to give monotonous calls several times in a day, I keep doing it. And the response is so good that she also keeps on doing it with me. So, as a generation that we are into, it's our responsibility to cater for the care, for their medical needs, and for their social and psychological needs as well. So, it's very important that first thing we must do, being a family member, is to be in a constant and continuous be connected with the elders in the family. If we are not staying with them, please give them a call couple of times. The calls are usually, monotonous. What happened, kya khaya, but it's all fine. They feel as though they are being little looked after. Now second comes the medication. If they are not able to move around, so much of digitization has happened, technology is there, that way we can cater for their e-consultations and e-medical medicine delivery, so we can do that also. Third is we have to engage them. Now how we engage them is that we first of all we have to look after ourselves, and then we should actually start to cater to have some kind of conversation with them. Conversation can be on a very generic topic that is of their interest, to be very frank, where they are pouring in their views. So they are mentally more active. So they feel that, probably they are achieving something in that particular time by sharing, suggesting, involving themselves into some kind of their old hobbies. Many of the mother-in-laws, they are more into knitting or into drawings, so, or cooking. So maybe some kind of interaction on e-platform where we can actually do some sharing of hobbies. Also the outpouring that is not coming from the elderly group, that is actually very threatening. So outpouring of the expression is required. If they are feeling low, then we should be so much be capable and be open to their pouring actually. So this is such a crucial factor that make them comfortable, let them talk more, be a therapeutic listener, let them talk what they want to talk about. Sometimes they don't talk at all also. So it is an indicator probably, maybe just the beginning of some kind of mental health issue, which can be catered without medication, just having a simple counseling and talking about more stuffs not related to pandemic every time. Keep them updated about what is going around and how the vaccination is coming up, and also the socialization with the relatives also, because one to one conversation will become very monotonous, so they definitely switch over to the other kids in the family, or maybe to the relatives or to their friends. So it is very important, and if they are staying with you, I would highly recommend to please be very very precise with the kind of diet they should be taking. It's because as such they are suffering some kind of physical disease is there. So if the mental issue is also popping up, so I highly recommend that the diet is so very important. So please be put. We should ideally putting them on a very very high nutritious diet, basically consisting of magnesium, if I can add so, and that basically includes a multivar of nuts, fistful of nuts, with a glass of milk. Will cater for the need of magnesium they need, which basically is a very very good element for the body to boost their morale, to have a good sleep. so the muscle stays intact. So this is my recommendation is to put them on a very healthy, nutritious diet, have conversations, be a therapeutic listener when you are catering to the elderly beings.
So now we have understood why the the mental issues are cropping up among elderly, and we have also discussed about some of the activities we can do to identify these issues, because many times these are sort of ignored, especially in the elderlies. So since you are a doctor, Dr. Pooja, what is the type of percentage of issues that you see notice in the people who are coming for consultation to you? Is it like 50% or 20%? What type of people are having these issues nowadays?
CK basically actually depends on the population, and the gender also. Women are more vulnerable to mental issues because they, after a while, they stick to their own particular, comfort area. Procrastination, you can say, is one of the factor. They don't feel like moving out. So the first factor, the if you are talking about the kind of number of patients I'm having, it's had increased actually. From my consultation that I used to do, it has more become a counseling because more of the mental health issues are popping up these days because of the pandemic majorly. And secondly, because people are now more comfortable talking about it when they see that the people around themselves are having mental issues. So it's such a boom somehow that people are very comfortable these days talking about that. Yes, I am undergoing some kind of depression or anxiety or etc. So whatever the suffering is there. So in my personal clinic and my personal experience, the consultations have been changed to completely counseling sessions to you can say in day to day my clinic. But yes, I would say from my personal experience, I have seen an increase of almost 70%, 60 to 70% cases in the mental health issues. And it's not the elderly which is affected. So it's a total population group that I'm telling you, which caters for the younger generation as well and the elderly group as well. So the government has also taken certain initiatives. I've been part of a program with DC here where a counseling team was made. I was part of that team and I used to receive so many calls actually. So those calls can be easily catered with the counseling itself. We don't require medication actually. It can be easily counseled and looked after very nicely just talking to them because some kind of pouring or expression or expressing is required from the other side. So CKS definitely the number of counseling sessions have increased and number of cases in context with the mental health issues they have increased to 60 to 70%. And third point, if I may add, please, that when a person walks into your clinic or basically these days the e-consultation is going on because of the pandemic, so much required that the health professionals should be upskilled in a manner where we can actually judge that this particular person is undergoing some kind of mental issue besides the regular physical issue that the particular person is going on, so that the mental health issue is not overlooked and is not left untreated. That is also one of the factors that in India, or you can say pan world, the mental health issues are increasing because they just simply are overlooked. So training of health professionals, or you can say upskilling, is a good time now for the health professionals for to cater for such cases.
Actually, humans are the social animals, and I think this social touch is being missed right now, especially in the lockdown. And important thing, as you said, Dr. Pooja, is that to identify the symptoms, and many times these symptoms can be ignored. So having identified, and then I think the remedies could be a counseling session with a doctor like yourself, or in certain cases there could be medicine. So I'm sure you can update our viewers if there is a need for a medicine, then medicines may be available. You can update about that.
Yes, yes, definitely. Uh, the many of the cases that are coming because of the pandemic, I majorly treat them with the counseling sessions because they don't require medication and they are very easily resolved in a couple of sessions only uh, in the younger age group. But when we are talking about the elderly age group specifically, yes, they do require medication because the indicators are pretty much clear. Usually, they are accompanied by the family member, and they keep on telling us certain indicators like they are not taking bath every day. You know, the kind of serials they used to watch earlier, they have stopped watching it. They are not into religious activity. Also, they are quiet. They are, sometimes just panting and remembering certain particular sentences. The memory is affected. They keep on repeating certain questions or sentences. So everything is a very clear indicator that they are undergoing mental stress. And if the counseling session is not working in one odd session, then they definitely require the medical intervention. That is for sure. So yes, medicines are available, but more or less it depends on the case and the severity of the indicators.
So it was great talking to you, Pooja, today. It was wonderful session I had, and there's a lot of learning, and also learning about how to identify the symptoms in the first instance, and then making sure that we have the right advice and the right counseling, and the medicines are available to solve this issue. And these medicines may be very low cost medicine, I'm assuming, but important thing is to identify these things which are totally ignored among the elderly. So thank you very much for finding time today afternoon, coming on our show and talking to us and talking about this very important subject. It was our pleasure.
Thank you, CK. Pleasure for me. And stay safe and healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja, and we'll talk to you again on some very interesting issue related to healthcare in the next episode.
Pleasure. Pleasure. Thank
Bye.
you.
Hello, welcome to our show. And in this series of Delhi Sultanate, we are discussing about one of the name in Delhi Sultanate, the Emperor Muhammad bin Tughlaq. And to discuss this important emperor, we have one of the prestigious historian from India, Mrs. Meeta Joshi. So before we start discussing about Muhammad bin Tughlaq, let's welcome her.
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm perfectly fine. And as we know that today in this series of Delhi Sultanate, we are discussing about Muhammad bin Tughlaq. So first of all, I would like to ask you why it is so important to know about this king.
See, Muhammad bin Tughlaq is one of a very strange characters which happened to be there in Indian medieval history. He was a very intelligent man because if you see his educational background, he was highly educated. He knew many languages like Arabic, Persian, Sanskrit, and apart from this, many other subjects like astronomy and anything related with medicine. So he was a very well-read man. But the problem was that maybe he was born in a wrong time because all the decisions which he took in his tenure happened to be a big failures. All his experiments, because he is known for his experiments. So they were all very big failures. And then those experiments were also the reason for the downfall of the Tughlaq dynasty and consequently the Delhi Sultanate.
So, by any chances, want to clarify that Muhammad bin Tughlaq in any way related to Alauddin Khilji?
No, he was the eldest son of Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, who was the founder of Tughlaq dynasty. There is no connection with Alauddin Khilji.
Well, I would like to know what are those mistakes which Muhammad bin Tughlaq done during his tenure, and what is the impact of those mistakes which he committed during his reign?
Okay. See, as I told you, he is known for his experiments, which he did when he was the Sultan of Delhi. He came to the throne in 1325 AD after the death of his father, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. And as soon as he came to the throne, he started experimenting. He started taking some decisions which were not very good for the Sultanate. The very first thing he did was taxation in Doab. Doab was a fertile region. Doab means the confluence of two rivers, and that area is very, very fertile. So obviously, when the area is fertile, the agricultural produce is, very high. But what happened at the time when Muhammad bin Tughlaq he ascended the throne, there was a famine, and the farmers or the peasants were unable to pay the taxes which were already existing. But what Muhammad bin Tughlaq did was he increased the taxes. Okay. And when he did that, the peasants were already suffering because there were no rains and the crop was very less. So they turned out to be rebels. They started doing little, civil outbreaks in the empire. And when then he realized his mistake, he said, "Okay, I'm sorry," and then he set up a new department for agriculture, which was known as Amir-e-Koi, and he appointed mukaddams in that who would look into the problems of the peasants and the farmers. But then his very first scheme was a total disaster because the common public they started disliking him. This was the first one. The second was he transferred his capital from Delhi to Daulatabad in 1327 AD. Daulatabad is the modern Devgiri down south. And why he did this? Because when Alauddin Khilji was there of Khilji dynasty, Alauddin Khilji was the first ruler to focus in South India. So now Muhammad bin Tughlaq was also very eager to, expand his dominions, and he decided that he would shift to Daulatabad. And he gave orders to his ministry and nobles that each and every one should shift to Daulatabad. So in that course, a very good road was laid from Delhi to Daulatabad. Shady trees were planted on the way, lodges were constructed. So it was a very big expenditure. And people who walked, because that time you never had cars or any other modes of transport. The only mode of transport were either horses or carts. So many people had to walk on feet, and because the ministers and nobles were aged, so many of them died on the way. Okay. And then he reached Daulatabad. Now, from Daulatabad to control the things at Delhi and North India was difficult because there was no means of communication. So then suddenly he decided, okay, I will go back. And he ordered again all his ministers, nobles, and people to shift back to Delhi. So can you imagine? It was such a big mistake, rather a blunder, because when he transferred the capital, he got new buildings constructed in Daulatabad to set up his palace, to set up his court, to the places where his nobles and ministers would reside. And then again, he orders them to go back to Delhi. So, number one, loss of revenue. Number two, loss of manpower, because many people died in this process. This was his second mistake. And the third mistake was he wanted to, increase the revenue. I don't know what was in his mind. So he introduced a token currency in 1338. And what was this token currency? Instead of gold and silver coins, coins of brass and copper were issued. Okay. So now what happened? The historians have written, like Ziauddin Burni and one of the Moroccan traveler who happened to visit his court, Ibn Battuta, they have written that every house in Delhi turned into a mint. Har ghar taksal ban gaya, because everyone started minting their own coins. And what happened when there was surplus of coins? Again, he has to withdraw that scheme back. So these experiments were a big toll on the treasury of the Delhi Sultanate. So whatever Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq has amassed, the wealth, he has just wasted it, on these petty experiments. Now, many historians have different views. Some say that he was a wise fool. Some say that he was born he was born in a wrong time, because he was very intelligent, a very intellectual person, but whatever he tried to do somehow was not clicking and people were not understanding his ideas that time. But whatever it may be, it was a big mistake. And all these mistakes led to the downfall of the Tughlaq dynasty. And as I said, consequently, the Delhi Sultanate, because after Tughlaqs, the Lodi dynasty was there, which was for a very short period of time. And then in 1526 AD, Babur came and had a big battle with Ibrahim Lodi, the first battle of Panipat, and the Mughal rule was established. So we can say that, his experiments can be the foundation of fall of the entire Delhi Sultanate.
Well, I can really visualize what kind of chaos he must have created at that point of time. Now, I would like to ask you that what is his relation with Kakatiya dynasty? Because it is said that he has done a lot of campaign against them. So, did he succeed, or what is the impact?
He did succeeded at times, because Pratap Rudradeva was there in Warangal, and he had many expeditions down south that time. And after those expeditions, when he saw the wealth of the Deccan, then only he was interested to shift his capital from Delhi to Daulatabad. So he had not very cordial relationships with them, because when he went to invade those places, he made many prisoners, and two of the prisoners were Harihar and Bukka, who were later the founders of Vijayanagar Empire. So they were not, in very good strings or good relations. But yes, the expeditions of Warangal and Kakatiya dynasty did impact again his rule, because it was huge loss of treasury again. These expeditions, lot of money and manpower is involved in that.
Well, I can safely say that when Ghiyasuddin Bey Tughlaq came on the throne of Delhi Sultanate must be a substantially rich city. But over the period of time, due to his mistake, as we have discussed, that the treasury and everything became, it's an impact on that. Now, I would like to ask you, there must have been a proper administration or a proper ministry who was already established. So would you like to throw some light on kind of administrative agencies or people at that point of time?
See, the administration was same as it was carried out by Alauddin Khilji, because that model everyone copied, even the Mughals they copied. So administration was as per what happened in the Khilji times, okay. But one thing is there, that he was a good commander. I will not say he was a very good administrator because of these experiments and decisions which he took, but he was a good commander, and he really had a hold in his army. Okay, administration was the same. Only one change he did, that he opened a new department for agriculture after the taxation of Doab, and then he appointed some mukaddams in that. Okay, that was one addition, but rest of the things were as it is, which happened way back in Alauddin Khilji's times.
See, as we have discussed that the impact of Muhammad bin Tughlaq was not that great, but still we study him, we want to know about him. So what what is the necessity to really know about the mistakes of Muhammad bin Tughlaq when we are talking in the context of Indian history?
See, history, it is said that history repeats itself, okay? And the mistakes which he committed, the experiments or policies which he introduced were, as I said, were the main reason for the downfall of the Tughlaq dynasty. At one point of time, the Tughlaqs looked very, very powerful, because after him, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he was a great builder, because he built Firozabad, he built many forts, palaces, buildings, and he did a lot of work in, to improve the agriculture by building new dams, canals. So that way, the Tughlaq rule looked very, very good at one point of time, but only because of his, these blunders which he committed, there was a downfall. So why we study history, Kanchan? Because we learn from our past mistakes. As everyone knows that history is a study of the past events. And with those events, what have happened, we should take a lesson from them. So that's why studying him is important.
So, ma'am, we were discussing about Muhammad bin Tughlaq, and I would like to ask you how you will rate this king when we are in combination of other Delhi Sultanate emperors.
See, as I told you, he was a very good commander. Okay, he was a learned person individually. He was a kind-hearted person, because according to Ibn Battuta, according to Ziauddin Barni, they have said that he was a very kind-hearted man, and he helped people. He did a lot of charity. But when you see him as a king, so that because of his these policies or experiments which he implemented, that proves him to be a failure that way. So I can say that he was a very good commander, and he was a very good learned human being, because knowing so many languages, he wrote poetry in Persian. He he knew mathematics, astronomy, medicine, many disciplines he was very good at. But when it comes to be a good king, see how you rate a good king. A good king is who takes care of his people, his the subjects in a nice way. So that way he is a failure, because he used the treasury money in those experiments which were a disaster later on.
So it was so wonderful to talk to you. But lastly, I just want to ask you, uh, what is the learning? Was there any learning for other kings after Muhammad bin Tughlaq by watching or rating this king, and what kind of mistakes he has done? So anybody try to correct it or want to learn from his mistakes?
See, this is the problem, Kanchan, that no one learns from the past mistakes, and they do those mistakes again and again. So, see, Firoz, after him, Firoz Shah Tughlaq was a very different personality that way. And after Tughlaq's, the Sayyids and then the Lodhis. So, no one really tried to rectify those mistakes and to learn something out of it. Because see, that's why again these things, they occur in history time and again, because no one takes a lesson, no one learns anything out of it, and then we blame our fate or something. That is the nature of mankind.
Well, ma'am, it was so lovely to talk to you and know once again about Muhammad bin Tughlaq and what kind of king he was and what are the blunders he has done. So we'll be meeting again, ma'am, and listen about and discuss about any other important king from Delhi Sultanate. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Thank you, Kanch.
So, CK, how are all my elves doing?
Ho, 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 ho. It's Christmas, Neville.
Oh, okay. But you can't have time off until Christmas Eve because we're going to be busy.
This time, Neville, it is going to be digital Christmas, and I'm going to catch you digitally even on the eve of Christmas.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Assimilate Technologies, and today is 22nd. We're just 3 days away from Christmas, and to celebrate my Christmas, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Goon.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, everybody. Hello, CK. Couldn't resist that. Sorry, wearing a Santa hat. So, yes, 3 days away from Christmas Day. And as you probably heard, Christmas is cancelled.
Yes, Neville, I think we have been hearing a great deal about UK and the measures being taken there. And yesterday I heard on the TV that the list for people who will get vaccinated has been revised, and now the cutoff date is 75. Earlier it was 80. So I think lots is happening, and our best wishes for the everyone not only for people from UK who are coming in the news quite a lot, but I'm sure it's a worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah, it is, and thank goodness the vaccine is here. Our applause goes out to all those people involved in developing the vaccine that's been approved in the UK so far, and all the other vaccines that are well on their way to being approved. So that's the good news. And yes, we heard as of yesterday, this vaccine needs to be given in 2 doses. So it's a double dose, 7 to 10 days apart approximately. And as of yesterday, 500,000 people in the UK had been vaccinated, which is an amazing feat when you appreciate we're not really set up in this country to do any type of testing or vaccination that has come this way. So again, my heart and applause goes out to all of those involved in it. Yes, there's been logistical issues, particularly this initial vaccine that has to be stored at some ridiculously low temperature. And when it's distributed, it's only got like a 4 or 5 day shelf life. So the logistics around that are phenomenal. You know, we get flu jabs here each year, and it's like a methodical, like army approach, regimented approach. But for this, we've had even more people vaccinated in a fairly short period of time. So yep, it's really great news. It will continue into the new year. Hopefully, the second vaccine will be approved. That will be easier to distribute because it doesn't have this short shelf life that we've been told about, these low sub-zero temperatures that it has to be stored. So yeah, I think we're closing the year on a very happy note, despite the fact, sadly, for a lot of us in the UK and around the world, Christmas is cancelled. But let's talk about that, because people that focus on Christmas being a one-day event, you know, the 25th of December, we've probably lost sight of the fact of what this symbolises to the Christian world and to many other people around the world. It's new birth, it's new life, it's new opportunity, and it's that magic of Christmas. I always talk about the magic of Christmas in July, frankly, because if you've got the magic of Christmas in July, you certainly have got the Christmas spirit. And it's that Christmas spirit of being kind, being grateful, being thankful, and just being a good human being. So there's nothing wrong with that. So let's just hope that Christmas isn't cancelled and we keep that magical, you know, mystical type, historical character who, don't tell anybody, but doesn't really exist in the North Pole, but does exist somewhere, and it's in here. That's where it exists, in our heart. So anyway, what does India hear about? Because I'm always fascinated. Wherever you are in the world, you hear about what's happening elsewhere, but of course, you're only hearing what they want you to hear. You're only hearing a snippet of the news programs that we have here. I mean, news in the UK is 24/7 now. You know, BBC Channel has a regular news briefing, and it's on channel 601 on Virgin Media, and you can look at that any time of the day, and it's just instantaneous news, and it's rehashing everything that's been out there for the last 24 hours if there's no news, or it's given us the weather, which is always another interesting subject. So what's India hearing about what's happening in the UK?
Naval, I think I can understand what is going on in the minds of people in the UK, because I think it's a new year, sort of a new year, and a lot of celebration. And as you put it rightly, it is the magic of Christmas. So I think the Indians, the non-Christian Indians, have also gone through the similar feelings recently, because the similar celebration happened just 3 weeks back when we had
Diwali. Yeah. Absolutely.
It was a subdued Diwali, but the good thing is that you can still celebrate Christmas and it's not going to be a gala event, but you can have the magic of Christmas really experience at home. And I think you can use a lot of Zoom sessions to communicate with each other. So it's going to be a digital Christmas this year.
It is, and interesting enough, as of yesterday, I have 5 children between my wife and myself. I've got 3 children, 2 stepchildren. As far as we're concerned, they're all ours. So, and they're in different parts of London, as it happens. They're all fairly close to us, but they're so far away because even a couple of miles is you can't even go there. So we're going to have a karaoke Zoom event on Christmas Eve. So, you know, rather than do the traditional watch the TV and then go to church for Christmas carols, we're going to do a Zoom event and have a. I don't know how we're going to do this, by the way. I mean, the kids have told me it's perfectly possible, so it's fine. We're going to have a Zoom karaoke evening, which should be hilarious. Let's hope they don't record it, but playing back in a year's time, who knows? So there's loads of things you can do. Just the physical fact you're not together, and that is difficult. I mean, I've got to, reach out to everybody. It is difficult. We're humans. We do like a cuddle. We do like to embrace, and that's the way that we do share. So yeah, it's going to be different, but we just need to get on with it. Really, we
Yes,
can't change it. Just get on with it.
yeah, that's right. I think it's a different way of making sure that you celebrate, and there is not even iota of reduction in your celebration, but the medium of celebration is slightly different. It is digital now instead of physical. So going back to your question about what we've been hearing about UK. So firstly, I personally believe that the coronavirus is just fooling the mankind. It is erupts in some form of the other, some different strains coming out, and some are getting infected with those special strains, and we keep hearing them about them in the news. So I think coronavirus is here to stay, and if you look at the Darwin's theory, I think it will mutate, and even if you don't get it, you will get it in some form or the other. And the important thing is to work on the immunity. So what we've been hearing uh, is predominantly the news, and the news is what they want us to know. So any government want to shield certain information and don't want to publicize too much. For instance, there was news of strange. I mean, we have heard this twice in last 2 weeks. Strange disease erupting in small pockets in India, killing few people and infecting 300. But beyond that, we have not heard anything beyond that. So we really don't know what is that is killing people, and that is not corona. So I think would I would say that although we have been hearing a lot about UK, the lockdown and suspension of flight, sealing of border, but I'm sure this new strain will erupt even with all these measures in every part of the world.
I'm sure it will. We're still there's still question of where this original coronavirus actually started. Will we ever know? Who knows? Really, it's for the scientists in the world to go and find out. Really, but I think I'm really grateful of where I live because despite all of the conversations that are going on, this new variant could have been hushed up. In certain countries, maybe it will have been hushed up. But the scientists saw a problem, they investigated the problem, and if we believe what the government are telling us, within 24 hours they made the decision and they locked down they created a new tier, and Christmas was going to be different to what it is now. It would have still been very different from previously. It would have been quite curtailed, only being able to have 3 households in a bubble, not 3 households on Christmas Day and then a different 3 households on Boxing Day and a different 3 households on Christmas Eve. It was 3 households as a bubble, which was going to be would have caused us huge difficulties because I have 5 children. Each of those children live in different areas. They're either in long-term relationships with a partner, or they're living with flatmates. Some are doing both, and it's really difficult. I mean, that they would have said, you'd have to choose 3 children. Because they would have been 3 bubbles, the 3 different, or actually 2 children, because we would have been one of the bubbles. So you can pick your 2 favorite kids. Hello, give me a break. That's not going to happen. So in some respects, it's a little easier for us. I did see a bit of a joke. Well, I hope it was a joke. Someone being interviewed yesterday. I can't remember who the guy was, but he was quite outspoken. And the interviewer said, BBC interviewer said, "So, this lockdown for Christmas, what's it going to do for you?" And he said, "Oh, it's a bit of a result, really. I don't have to see the mother-in-law." Now, he meant it in all seriousness and jokingly, but yeah, there'll be lots of those sort of jokes going around. The point is, it is going to be different. This new strain is quite different from normal variants. We're told normally there are 2 elements of a particular virus that's been affected. In this particular strain that's been found over the last few weeks, 23 elements have changed. But they've even identified it to the part of the protein that's changed. So when a lot of people say, "Oh, it's a bit hit and miss. They really don't know what they're doing," I've got to hand it to the scientists out there. For anyone to come up with a vaccine in this short period of time, not just one vaccine, but if we add up all of the vaccines in the world that are currently being tested and are getting results, we're talking well into double figures, the numbers of vaccines that are out there. It's a very scientific approach. This is almost like a space type, NASA type approach to the problem that we've got. So we're not back in the sort of Florence Nightingale days where it was hit and miss or what happened. This is incredibly sophisticated. Some people call it genome project of the decade. In fact, it'll probably be of the century. And it's actually finding out exactly how these molecules are made up and how they affect the majority of people. And they're not going to get this right, because there are going to be a few people that do have adverse symptoms. We've already heard that, a couple of people that were initially injected had symptoms of rejection. They weren't as what everyone was claiming them to be, because they were like a couple of hours. And again, it was actually the NHS. It was 2 of nursing arena that had just a rejection of the injection. We see this all the time. One flu jab, I remember my whole arm just blew up overnight, but it went down the following day. It's just it's not going to be perfect for everybody, basically, because we are all different, despite the fact we like to think we're all the same.
So I think going back to the point that you made, Neville, is about, I also feel very lucky that, we are living in a democratic and liberal world where at least we hear of advancements and things that happen around us. But, I imagine half of the world is living in either, some sort of communism or dictatorship where people don't have any means to even know what is going on in the neighborhood. So I think I feel very lucky that we know and we can discuss openly things like these. And at the same time, when you get vaccination, there will be a side effect. Every vaccination, whatever you take today, even the kids, it comes with a bunch of warnings like swelling, fever, nausea, things like that. So I think it's associated with all kinds of vaccination. It's a general advisory that you will get the arm swollen up, or the area around which the vaccine has been applied will swell up a bit. You may have a fever for 1 or 2 days and so on. So I think coronavirus vaccine will be similar. It will come with similar sort of warnings. Uh, but most important thing is that the people in UK are getting it, and I feel also very good about it that the India has approved Pfizer one. They are going to
Oh, excellent. That's really good news.
Yes, and they are going to start vaccination within a few weeks from now. So they are preparing the list of the first recipient. And since India being such a large country, the first list comprised of 18 million people. So we don't have the knowledge of the date uh, when it will start, but surely it will start in a couple of weeks. The second vaccine which is coming up in India is something called Covaxin. It's an Indian-owned region, and that is going to be the second one that we will have as a second choice. So Pfizer one for the emergency cases, and then Covaxin will come in picture after 1 or 2 weeks of vaccination to start.
It's good news, and the homegrown vaccine just goes to give a lot of people in India the confidence that you've got some really brilliant people behind the scenes as well. I mean, that's one of the things that this particular pandemic has shown. We've got some fantastic people all the way around the world. You know, no one country has got the monopoly on the best scientists. We've all got great scientists, and the other thing is they're all working together, which is what businesses really should take a leaf out of their copybook. Start working together. A number of times you and I talk about collaboration on our programs. It doesn't mean to say you're giving away your intellectual property or your competitive advantage, but 1 + 1 is definitely greater than 2. Stop behaving 1 + 1 is less than 1. Because that's really for a mathematician, that's not what we want. You know, we do want this R rate actually. In the business world, we want the R rate to improve. We want 1.4, we want 1.5, we want 2.5. You know, we do want the excitement of being entrepreneurial, so that it feeds through, and it's like a positive virus that feeds through us all. And so next year will be better than last year, and even better than the year before.
Yes, and while we are grappling with this situation, I sincerely, feel that every one of us, like we are doing, Neville, to celebrate the digital Christmas and also the New Year. So I think going forward, there will be some social change. We will be more active digitally and celebrate digitally. And as you said that you are going to participate in a family karaoke. So I think that's a good idea. There could be 1,000 other ideas, on the digital platform where people can start enjoying. And we would like to know more from other people. What are the other ideas by which they can celebrate a very good Christmas this year? So with that, we can end our discussion. And I'm sure a lot of people, whether vaccine or no vaccine, will celebrate Christmas this year, will bring the magic home. So with that, we can end our discussion today. Merry Christmas to you and your family, Neville.
Thank you very much, CK. Merry Christmas to everybody, and make it sparkle.
Ho, 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 ho,
ho.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Varma, and today in this episode we are discussing about the street food available in Delhi. The street food tradition has a long history. It is said that it was originated in Roman Empire, and since then this tradition is being followed by human race till today, and I think it will be there in future also.
we have in this episode a very interesting personality who will be discussing about the items, the taste, the joints in Delhi where you can find a item of your choice. So stick around to this episode till the end. You will find this episode very interesting. Welcome back, and today we have a very interesting personality, Ritu Gupta, who is a very good cook, and she generally, I have heard from many people that she make fusion food, and she knows what chemical to be integrated and what chemical will give a nicer taste for our taste buds. So we'll be discussing something very interesting today, and let's go to Ritu and ask what she is offering to our viewers today. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
I'm absolutely fine. Thank you, Kanchan. And I feel so great to talk about food because I think food is there in my, when I breathe, it is food. And food makes me happy. And food, it really makes me feel great also when I have to cook for other people. So it's a very interesting topic that we are picking up today. And when I talk about food, I only talk about street food of Delhi.
Well, it will be very interesting to talk to you regarding street food of Delhi because Delhi being a capital, and I am sure that Delhi offers lot of combination of cuisine across India. I think we can get any type of food in Delhi. So tell us more about this street food of Delhi.
So, what you said is right, that we can get for any kind of food, whether it's from any state of India or whether it's international food like Mexican and Italian, and we have the Greek food also, which is available in Delhi as per the pocket of people. It's very pocket friendly. So when we talk about Delhi food, most of us, we talk about Delhi chaat, which is, golgappas and tikkis and bhalla papdi. But now the younger generation has gone one step ahead. They are, everywhere in Delhi, you may find the northeastern food, which is like momos and chow mein and, the clear soup, which is also part of street food. And when we talk about international food, I see close to my house also many kiosks serving, pastas and pizzas and various other things which are international food. So when you talk about Delhi food has crossed the boundaries. It has crossed the boundaries. It's gone outside India also. But everything is pocket friendly and it's street food because the let's say the ingredients which is used is a very local ingredients. Local ingredients are used to make the international food.
While talking to you, I remember when I was in college in Delhi and we used to visit Central Secretariat, and there were a lot of very good joints, and we as friends circle, we used to eat there and then used to come back to home. And I also remember one place which is in front of Hindustan Times office, which a person who used to offer fruit chaat, and it was awesome. I have not tasted anywhere else in India till now. So definitely. So any street food which you like and you feel that this all street food is has to be given a weightage, or people should complement it or popularize that person or that kiosk?
Okay, so I would really like to mention three people. And first is, I think he's very popular, Anna. Anna, you will find him very close to Parliament House on the Jantar Mantar street, and he will be serving only South Indian food. Right from 6 o'clock in the morning to 11 in the night, you will find all kind of South Indian food with him. And he's very hygienic, and he serves food in a very hygienic manner, and his food is very popular and very clean food. Number two, I want to mention, I'm sure you know about Bharati Vidya Bhavan. So there on the roundabout of Bharati Vidya Bhavan, there is a joint, and that person serves all kind of shakes, tea, coffee, and Maggie and the chaat papdi. But that person is so popular, it's because his contact about his memory of each person visiting his store. So he has made a kind of relationship with each person. So when I go, he knows that I don't like taking sugar in my tea or coffee. So he gives me that special privilege that I don't have to remind him. Now, the third one I want to mention about is, if you know Sri Ram Center, just outside the main gate of Sri Ram Center, there is one snack guy, BM Snacks, and he's very popular only for bread pakoras, samosas, and tea and coffee. It's available throughout the day. So I see people sitting there talking and sipping their tea and coffee and just munching on bread pakoras and samosas. But the relationship which they make there, the licensing which they do, because they are all in theaters, they want to act in more and more plays. So this place has a very special aroma, a special place in the heart of every Delhiite.
Well, while mentioning all the dishes and definitely the ambience, because I know these places very well, and I really feel like just going there right now, actually. But then we are inside the house and we are following social distancing. So when you are talking all this, so I really tempting really to go out and
Yes.
visit these places. So I would like to know how you can differentiate street food from a restaurant fruit or from a home fruit.
See, street food is very simple, and you are served food on the street. Only the stalls, the shacks, the kiosks are there on the roadside, and either you are standing or you are using the bonnet of your car, or perhaps there is just one high table, and the food quality is good, but then the prices are not very high. When you visit a restaurant, there is a person, a steward waiting for you. He takes the order, you give the order, and then you have to tip the person, and the prices are exorbitantly high as compared to the street food. And obviously, the garnishing of the food is done in a very nice manner. What you get in the restaurant, there are extra garnishing, and you find various other touches, which is very good. I'm not saying street food is bad, but then you do not find that kind of garnishing. But when you are making food at home, perhaps it may not be very spicy. Perhaps it may not be up to the taste like what you get in street, but then you may give the same look also, because the ingredients, the spices used in the street food, they are very local and they are very raw. So the taste is different.
As for me is concerned, I feel that when we make food at home, so sometimes it depends on mood, because as everybody says that you have to be happy while cooking in food, but sometimes we are not
yes.
happy. We are not happy and we cook food, and that kind of temperament or that feelings generally people say, even the olden people of or in the Indian text, it's written that you have to be, as lady has to be very happy to go in the kitchen and cook, so that a very good taste come out. But when we talk about street food, the one thing which I personally appreciate is that whenever you go in that particular joint, you will find the same taste, no variation. So I think that is something which is very, very unique when we talk about street food. So which street
That's
food?
the secret. Yeah.
So which street food you like most?
Well, Kanchan, I'm feeling tempted now. I love to eat tikkis and chanas. I love golgappas. And I feel that having golgappas, standing on the street, something going in your mouth, something spilling out of your mouth, that's the fun, to eat golgappas standing on the street.
Yes, definitely, because these pani puri and tikkis, they are the traditional Indian spicy food, and we had been eating this generation from generation, and still appreciating this recipe and this item of food. So before I close, I just want to tell you that wonderful talking to you, because you see there's water in my mouth. I have to close this episode now. I will be meeting again next time with a very interesting episode. Till then, bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. And I hope that you're going to eat something nice now.
Yeah, I'm planning to make it at home actually now.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies, and I graciously welcome all of you to this edition of Legal Matters. Before I start our discussion, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for introducing me and welcoming me. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Likewise, Jeet, and just to introduce a little bit more about yourself, you are a very senior lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also very well known in various legal verticals. And today we would like to discuss about the farm bills. And there has been a lot of agitation. There are certain farmers which are happy. There are certain set of farmers which are unhappy, and there are a whole lot of politics going around all these three farm bills. So, from your point of view, what is these farm bills? Are they going to benefit us? Not benefit us? Why there is protest? So, I think we will like to know more from you.
Yes, Chandrakant, actually, we see a lot of agitation going on right now and protest in the national capital region due to the introduction of these three bills, which have now been enacted and are the law of the land. So the parliament in the month of September introduced three bills, which are the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next one is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement on Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act 2020, and there was an Essential Commodities Amendment Act 2020. All these acts deal about and what they are, we will discuss. But before, I would like to tell you what is the existing system till now and how the entire agricultural sector was restricted and regulated under the APMC acts of the states. So basically, agriculture falls within the state list under the seventh schedule of the Constitution. It's a state subject, and states regulate it, and they carry out uh, act, relating to agriculture. They issue laws and regulations and notifications. So this time, in order to have a entire one nation, one law system, wherein the central government has tried to introduce these bills, and basically it focuses more on trade and commerce, and it tries to do away in not completely, but in a way introduce a new system where the farmers can directly buy and sell outside of the APMC markets. So basically, the purpose of introducing these APMC, that is the Agricultural Produce Market Committees and the Agricultural Produce Market Laws, was because at the time of independence, the farmers were not so well off, and they were. It was seen that they were quite in debt because they had to every year produce uh, uh, farming products, and they needed loans, and so therefore a lot of times the private players used to exploit them, and therefore it was felt that there needs to be a law to protect farmers from being exploited, and therefore in the 1960s states started to introduce these agricultural produce market laws, and which regulated the sale and purchase, and every farmer as well as the trader who wanted to purchase had to be registered through those what is called as mandis, and every region and area had their own mandis, and through which the trader had to register, and then only he could purchase. And all sales and transactions were noted down and were kept in the register. So this provided for the laws to govern farm produce. It regulated the buyer trader registration, price information, recovery of dues, and dispute resolutions. Now, as time progressed and as we saw that the APMC Act also was not in tune with the current times of free market and free market economies. And when liberalization has happened to such an extent that almost all sectors, now the government wants to take away its control and push things into the market. So these bills now introduce this new system wherein the farmer and the buyers or traders can directly transact between each other. So that is the purpose of introduction of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next act which has been brought is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement of Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act, wherein the farmers can enter into agreements with traders for selling of their agricultural produce. And the agreement and the contracts will be provided by the central government, the form its terms and conditions. And basically, it provides for the protection of farmers on price assurance and farm services. And the third act, which is the Essential Commodity Amendment Act 2020, which now uh, which has been introduced, is that it basically the Essential Commodities Act was originally enacted in the interest of general public, for which certain essential commodities supply, distribution, and production was restricted. But now with this amendment, the supply of foodstuffs, including cereal, pulses, potato, onions, oilseeds, etc., uh, have been removed from the purview of the Essential Commodities Act, and it can be restricted only in the times of war, famine, or extraordinary price rise and natural calamity of grave nature. So therefore, they cannot be brought within the purview of essential commodity, and there cannot be a restriction on its uh, production, supply, and distribution. So these are the three bills which have been introduced and which have now been enacted. And basically, the let me just read the object and purpose of the introduction of this Farmer Produce Trade and Commerce Bill 2020 is that it provides for the creation of an ecosystem where the farmers and traders enjoy the freedom of choice relating to sale and purchase of farmers' produce, which facilitates remunerative prices through competitive alternative trading channels to promote efficient, transparent, and barrier free interstate and intrastate trade and commerce of farmers' produce outside the physical premises of markets or deemed markets notified under various state agricultural produce market legislation, to provide a facilitative framework for electronic trading and for matters concerned therewith. So, this is the aim and object of this act which has been introduced. And the salient features of this act are that any person having a PAN card can become a trader and can enter into an agreement with the uh, uh, farmers either through physical or electronic trading and transaction platforms, and they shall have the freedom to carry on interstate or intrastate trade and commerce in farmers' produce in the trade area. So, one farmer from Punjab and Haryana can sell his produce in any of the states in the country. So, therefore, it gives a wide variety of buyers, which otherwise was restricted to the APMCs of that regional areas. So, therefore, it brings more competition and it gives more options to the farmers to sell their produce. That is the basic salient features. But what is the objectionable objection and what are the dispute which has arisen is that one of the provision, section 6, provides that the market fee or cess or levy which the state APMC acts was levying on the state for every transaction cannot be levied under this act. Second, so therefore, what the states and the APMCs are contemplating is that it will ultimately uh, it it will ultimately be a loss to the state exchequer, and this is a state subject. So therefore, that will create a problem for the state's development, and uh, also it also provides for the dispute resolution, wherein the dispute, in case if there is any dispute between the buyer and the seller, then the same can be put to an end through an conciliation process, wherein the subdivisional magistrate would be acting like an umpire who will provide for a fair decision. And if that decision is not agreeable to any of the parties, then the parties can also appeal it. But those orders of these subdivisional magistrate and the appellate authority would be final and binding. And what it does is it takes away the jurisdiction of the civil courts. And that is what is one of the objections raised by the farmers, that this would not be a fair mechanism for dispute resolution. So this is the salient feature of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Bill, and also with regards to the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Amendment on Price Assurance and Farm Services Act. The aim and object of that act is to provide for a national framework on farming agreements that protect and empower farmers to engage with agribusiness firms, processors, wholesalers, exporters, or large retailers for farm services and sale of future farming produce at a mutually agreed remunerative price framework in a fair and transparent manner and for matters connected therewith. So therefore, this provides for a national framework on a farming agreement. So, so this act provides that the salient feature provides that the price which is to be paid to the farmer for the purchase of a farming produce may be determined and mentioned in the farming agreement itself, and it also provides for a guaranteed price to be paid for such produce. So therefore, it in a way tries to safeguard the interest of the farmers, and these acts certainly benefit the farmers, and it would get rid of a lot of middlemen which are right now existing in the APMC mechanism. So therefore, this is the scheme of these acts, and this is what it provides and lays down.
Thank you very much for clarifying the law for the viewers. And I'm not a lawyer, and I'm also not a farmer, but I am a businessman. So I understand the nuances of running any business. Farming is a similar business like any other business. It has a production phase, it has a distribution phase, it has a wholesale, storage, and then retail. So I think all these principles applies to farming. The farmers are producing and then selling it to the APMC mandis, who are then wholesaling it, distributing it, etc. I think you mentioned about the independence in 1947. Situation that time was that almost 80% of the population of India was involved in farming activities. And we have all studied in our books when we were young that 80% is the farming community, etc. But the situation is totally changed on the ground. Today, the farming community has reduced to about 30% population of India, and the farming industry is not similar to any other industry. Even though the law of the doing business remains the same, which is production, distribution, wholesale, and retail. In the event of farmhouse, what happens is that the land produce X amount of produce, whether you are producing a wheat or rice or vegetables, it has a capacity to produce X amount of vegetation throughout the year for hundreds of years. So one big difference in farming industry as compared to other industry is the other industry can actually grow. There is a growth element. Say, for example, if there's a car manufacturer, the car can double up its production and then grow the revenue and then also grow the company size. In case of farm, if you don't add up your land, you can't grow. The growth is only 1 to 2% year on year. So in nutshell, what has really happened, I'm just doing this monologue with you just to explain to our viewers that what has happened over the last 70 years is that the farming community has reduced systematically because we have a finite land, and the contribution of farming has also reduced because the other industries like IT, manufacturing, automobiles, oil and gas have taken over those because there has been a lot of development in India. The GDP contribution of farming community is actually less than 20%. So 80% is coming from other industries, other activities that Indians do. So I think that is the reality of the whole situation. And then coming to the point where when Jeet had explained about the legal aspect of it, I think the very crucial point is that we have actually not given any elbow room and leg room to farmers. The previous law did not allow farmers to sell his produce in any other to even his neighbor. Suppose I'm a farmer, I'm producing wheat,
I cannot legally allowed to sell my produce to my neighbor also. I have to go and have only one buyer, which is the mandi. And as you know, some of our viewers would know that there are two seasons, prime seasons for cultivation in India, and different producers are sold at that time. So the farmer has no choice but to load his produce in his truck or a tractor, go to the government warehouse, and take whatever money they get it, right? And if, they are at the mercy of the person there. So I think, from my opinion, as a businessman, not as a farmer, not as a lawyer, I see as a pure Indian, I see that these laws will free up the farmers from all these compulsion, where they can sell to anyone, they can sell at any price, whatever price they can strike their deals at, and that will give them that will make them richer, just like any other businessman. So we should not doubt the intellect of farmers that they cannot do business. There are, what I've heard so far is that there are e-portals also started by government of India, where they can sell their produce. So I think we have to ensure that the farmers are intellectually more advanced, and they should welcome these changes, because now they will be able to get more value for their produce. And last thing I want to mention, Jeet, last year itself there has been another farmer protest in Haryana, where the farmers came to know that the peas farmer, the chickpeas farmers, came to know that the APMC bought their chickpeas for 6 rupees. I don't know the measure. I think it's a quintal or kgs. And within one day, in the wholesale market, they were selling it for 20 rupees. So you see, the farmers are the wholesale market itself is selling it for 400%. So by these laws, I think you're empowering the farmers. But we'll go back to the legal discussion. Why so much confusion? Why the political parties are getting involved? Because we are now these laws will benefit the citizens.
Right, absolutely. Well said. You really put it correctly. But as you said, that farming business grows 1 or 2%, but you must also see that since independence, the population has also grown 2 to 3 times. So basically, ultimately, the consumers are the people of this country. So therefore, they are increasing, and the agricultural produce should also increase. But recently, when this bill has been passed, what it provides is that today India has become surplus in most agricultural commodity. So certainly, farming and agricultural produce business has grown tremendously. And though people are coming out and not wanting to do agricultural business and want to shift into other businesses, but still agriculture has continuously grown in this country, and it needs the basic fair market and a proper market where it can take it to a next level. And therefore this act is very important, because earlier what the act is to do, and if I may just give the supply chain how it used to work. So initially a farmer has to go to APMC and give the agricultural produce. Then in APMC the commission agent would take it to the traders, and there would be a price discovery where the price would be decided based on the demand and supply. Thereafter, the trader would take it to the transaction agent. The transaction agent would thereafter take it to the wholesaler to the retailer to the vendor, and vendor thereafter to the consumer. So the farmer would sell it at, as you said, 6 rupees, but ultimately it will reach the consumer at 25 or 30 rupees. Because in between, there are so many people who are doing business with regards to the agricultural produce. So now with this new act, the farmer can directly take it to the wholesaler, retailer, vendor, or any of the trader. It can be anyone, and at the price which they can decide mutually. So these people in between who were to decide these prices are completely wiped out in this new system. Though the APMC will still be there and those acts will remain, but the farmer will have a new avenue of selling it directly to other stakeholders. So therefore, he will get a better price. uh, I would assume that the prices ultimately of these farming products would also increase, because the business houses or the corporate houses who would also get involved would also sell it at a profit. So ultimately, the 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 cost of these products will increase, and ultimately the consumers will be at a loss. But I think the farmers would certainly benefit out of this system, and as it does away with a lot of middlemen who are in the existing system of APMCs.
So, Jeet, let me explain my perspective on this one, especially when you talk about the prices going high. Uh, in my opinion, what will happen in reality is that the amount that the farmers will get, for example, let's go back to our 6 rupees wala example where the farmers are selling it for 6 rupees. But in the new system, they will be able to drive more value for their produce. So they may get 15 rupees instead of 6, and the 6 rupees per kg feed, the consumer will have to shell out 100 rupees per kg. Ultimately, when I buy it, I actually buy it for 100 rupees. So my price of procuring it will reduce. And while farmers' income is increasing 300%, my cost of procuring the farm produce will reduce considerably, almost by half. So I will end up paying 50 rupees. And going back to the corporate buyer, I think the confusion has been created. I just like to clarify. Who's the biggest corporate house which is buying? It is the Nestle. It is processed
Pepsi.
Pepsi. Those kind of guys are buying, and these places to go and buy from. They have to go to FCI and buy from there. So I think these middlemen will go out. There are more options for corporate houses to buy from multiple sources, and the farmers will have multiple options to sell their food.
Right. Absolutely, that's correct. As you said, so middlemen. So it is required in that sense that these middlemen should go and farmers must benefit, because they are very important part of this country. So I think the farmers should understand, allow this law to operate, uh, allow this to grow, and thereafter take a decision where what are the loopholes and ultimately what can be corrected, rather than completely asking for the repeal of the enactments.
So I think the people who are asking for these repeal of these laws are the people who are going to lose their jobs, and the population of those kind of people are the middlemen and the setup which is reporting this to the state government or different political parties. So I think the farmers of all other states like Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, MP, etc. They are not complaining about it. It's only the farmers from one or two states which are complaining. So I think in interest of 30 million farmers in India, hardly 3,000 are on the street. So I think we should just ignore them and move ahead and implement these laws. That is what, as a common citizen, I feel. What is your opinion?
Yes, you are right, but the matters are also before the Supreme Court, and I think the farmers should wait for the uh, judgment of the Supreme Court in this matter. Because if they say that the provisions are unconstitutional or without power, then the only authority which can say it is unconstitutional is the Supreme Court, and they are already before the Supreme Court. So therefore, so they must trust the apex court of this country and wait for its judgment on this issue.
I think I appreciate your point, and Supreme Court is the ultimate authority. Since the matter is in front of the court, the honorable judges will decide for the benefit of everyone. And I leave it at that, and we can discuss this further because this is the matter which is still sub judice. We will come back on the subject, Jeet, sometime in future once the decision is made. But for the time being, this is what we feel. You have explained beautifully, and thank you for finding time to explain to our viewers what it means from the legal standpoint. I think this is going to be very valuable and knowledge-driven discussion for the viewers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So I will catch up with you next Thursday as usual. Until then, bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about the Corona scare which has happened in India. Even though it came, it's a global news, but we have been hearing about Corona, how to prevent, etc. The government of India has been very proactive, and they have announced do's and don'ts, what we should do, what we should not do, etc., etc. So I will not repeat all of those because many of us have seen the directives. Many of us have basic knowledge of personal hygiene, and we are all of us are quite serious about not getting infected with this virus, and hence we have to take care of our own health. Now, one of the key things that has come out in this is that avoid social gathering, and even the Prime Minister of India is leading the way. He has already said that he is not going to celebrate Holi this year. And all of us know that Holi is such a big festival for Hindus. It's one of the major festival, and we are not going to play Holi. So this is something very very profound, and we need to convince ourselves not to get into social gathering, because that can start the epidemic. So I think we can do our own rituals. We can do puja at home, and we stay at home on Holi. That's the first thing that the Prime Minister of India is trying to convey to all of us. Second thing is, I think this concept of not uh, participating in the social gathering, at least for some time, give rise to a need, which is how do we carry on our business without getting social. There are certain activities which requires you to be in the presence of other people. For example, students are going to school. They will have to interact with 50 to 100 students when they are at school, and another 20 teachers on an average. Similarly, people who are in different activities which are related to public relations. So lately, after the new government has come in 2014, the emphasis has been on the online medium. So why can't we look at transitioning all these activities which require social gathering, and this is the right time to experiment with this. For example, the schools can get into very seriously into e-learning space, and then there is no compulsion for students to visit the schools on every day. They can visit on certain days, and they can make their studies while sitting at home. So they can have a combination of school and home study using the online medium. Similarly, carrying on official meetings, there could be software available which can create an official environment. In fact, there are companies which are already providing the VPN facility. In fact, there are a lot of companies using this, and because of this corona scare, a lot of companies have in fact encouraged their employees to work from home. How they have encouraged their employees? Because all of their laptops carry VPN, and when they use VPN, they get a secure connection to their office networks. So why can't we use sort of extend this whole thing into a virtual office environment where people don't have to go to office? So the technology is already there, it is available. All we have to do is basically package this nicely so that the interaction can be brought in online, and people start traveling only when it is very very essential. So what you will do, you will actually achieve the same results by using online medium. You get into meetings, you basically collaborate using a collaboration tool like Google or Microsoft, and yet you don't physically travel. You travel only on need basis. So you first save yourself from contracting all these different diseases. Second, you will save the fuel cost, you will save the environment, and you will not waste a lot of time getting stuck in the traffic. So you have your own personal time at your own hand. So So number one, let's very seriously implement e-learning for education institutes and schools. Very seriously look for virtual office solutions, how we can extend the VPN facility which is currently provided and use into a virtual environment. Thirdly, we can also do already the TV is a very strong medium, so we can actually get into webinars, very serious interactive webinars, so where people need to give speech, they can actually have an interactive session. So there could be another medium like that, which is linked to social media. So these are the ideas which are coming to my mind, and I thought I'll bring to your attention. Especially, it's the right time with the Corona scare that we can start experimenting with some of these online medium. Even though these mediums are available for last many years, 15 to 20 years, but for some reason people have not really gone deep into this, they have not really experimented with this, and this is the right time to start very seriously migrating our education systems to e-learning, migrating our office to virtual office environment. So with this, I will see you tomorrow again. Bye bye. So with this thought, let me end this discussion today. But I will like to welcome your comments and what do you feel about this whole concept, which I think is very doable in today's time, especially when the bandwidth is available, the solutions are available. All we need to do is the will and the packaging. So I will meet you again, friends, very soon with something more interesting and some more analytics that I feel are important to bring to you. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, welcoming you all on Top Brass Spotlight. And today on Spotlight, we have Mr. Satya Madala, who is the CEO of Single Point Solution, a very specialized, innovation-driven company which is producing systems and solutions end-to-end for electric vehicle charging. And they are helping the new budding entrepreneurs to set up the EV charge station across India, across the world. Satya is also one of the top voices which is known in the startup fraternity globally. So without further ado, let me welcome Satya to the show.
Okay, thank you very much, Chandra. So good morning.
Yes, Satya. In fact, you belong to a very special community which is pioneering the new wave of innovation. And as we know that we are under lockdown and we do not know the end date of COVID-19 to end. And I think what work your company and yourself in terms of innovation that you're bringing to the world is very, very remarkable. So why don't you talk about the EV charge solution that your company has developed and now you're looking to market it?
Yep. Yeah, Chandra. So it's nice talking to you. On this technology. So basically, we as a single point solutions, we are providing a total EV ecosystem. Like ecosystem means actually we are providing A to Z solutions. In our A to Z solutions, we are providing hardware to till software. So in a software also, actually we are providing software for our OEMs, and we are providing a software for our users, and we are providing some sort of embedded programming system for our hardware. So when it comes to EV ecosystem, we divide it into few parts. So when it comes to hardware part, so we develop a hardware. So we develop a hardware, and hardware components will sit in a charger. So which supports to communicate the EV charger to cloud. So that means by using this technology, so we can maintain the charger, remotely, and wherein actually the administrator can control the charger from his dashboard. So that is one part. When it comes to registration, so admin can register the charge points in a backend system. So the backend system will carry all the charging informations, charging station informations, and in a charging stations actually there is a connector information, and in a connector information there is a QR codes and payment details, wherein actually administrator can monitor so the payment part, and the he can control, he can specify the cost of the unit charge on that particular location. Say for example, if you take in a Noida, so Noida is the price is different from Delhi. So say for example in a Noida, depends on that electrical board. So they specify per unit how much it is, and in a Delhi it is different from that. So they can control those things in a backend system. So we are providing another thing is we are providing a mobile application for a user, wherein actually mobile application comes to user when he downloads, just he needs to register, and when he register that actually our mobile application will show them the nearest charging points. So we administrator can specify that it's if it is a 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers what it is, so he can find out the charging stations, and when he clicks on the charging station he can find out what is the chargers available in that particular charging station, and what is the price of that charging per unit. All these things will come into the mobile application now. So for this actually we use the OCPP protocol, and we are taking some EVCC technology, wherein by using this OCP protocol actually we connect to the charging stations, and we'll get the information from the charging station how much it is run, and today how much business happened by using that charging station, and those information we'll get through OCPP server. So OCPP means it's a open charge point protocol. So by using that protocol we'll get the information from the charger. And when it comes to EVCC, actually it is some battery management system which sits in a car, wherein actually it gets the information from the car, and what is the battery, how much it requires to charge, and what is the battery health, and how much it is consumed so far, and what it requires further. So all sort of information we'll get by using that EVCC. And when it comes to mobile application, so the mobile application is developed on a native platform. So the mobile application, when it when the user when the user when he wants to charge his car, so he needs to find out which distance the charge point is, and he the mobile application will route that by using a Google Maps, routes to the charging station, and when he goes there, then just he needs to open his mobile application and scan the QR code, and it redirects to payment part. And in a payment part actually we are specified 3 items. One is a cash payment, and bank payment, and time base and full charge base, something like that. So when he says okay cash payment, just he needs to enter the cash, and it redirects to like a payment gateway. So he needs to pay the amount, and he can start charging by using a mobile application itself. It doesn't require any human interaction to charge his car. So sometimes actually charging stations used to be in a remote areas. So the infra companies who is maintaining the charging station, they don't need to maintain any people to collect the money or to charge the car or to maintain the charging station, all this stuff. So this sort of technology we are providing, and we are implemented in some places. We are succeeded, and actually, we wanted to come into this domestic charging and and what do you call, like um, this big chargers, so which can be installed roadside. So we are providing A to Z solutions. That means actually from charging station installation to till cloud maintenance.
So
So
if I
this sort of
Yes,
yeah.
Satya. So if I understand this as a layman, your company, which is single point solution, is providing a end-to-end solution to somebody who wants to invest and set up a business around charge points. So
Yes.
is that correct? My understanding is correct.
Yes. Correct.
And for enabling that business, you have end-to-end life cycle of this whole business, starting from hardware to monitoring to consumer base, a lot of analytics, and also the customer database. So entire solution is available from your company, which is single point solution.
Yes.
So I have this
So
one question right now before we get on to the second phase of our discussion. So this is a solution which is used by a business who sets up a charge point. Now it could be a coffee shop, it could be a charge point station, or it could be a parking lot, or it could be just a provision store who's providing one-off car charge solution.
Yep.
Is your solution also available for individuals for home purpose? Is it scaled down for a home purpose as well?
Yeah. Right now we are working with some OEMs who is manufacturing the electrical cars. So we are providing a domestic charges for them, wherein actually the person who buy this electrical car, so they will get a charger. So where we call them as a domestic chargers. So by using the domestic chargers, any plug can be used to charge their car. So that means actually, with a 200, to 260 watts or 150 watts plug can support to that, can support the charging charger which we provided. So where we called it as a domestic charger. So we are providing those chargers also to OEMs, wherein actually even individual person can directly buy from our store. So where we are coming up with a store with some electrical chargers, electrical charger store it is. So where they can buy the components from the store also. But we are giving some warranties to OEMs. So when you buy a car from Tata or Suzuki or Ford, so they will come up with the domestic charger. So that charger is developed by us, and which can be controlled by using your mobile phone. So the charger will communicate with your mobile by Bluetooth technology, wherein actually anywhere if you are connected to this internet, so you can control the charger. So that means actually how much time, like if you wanted to charge your car, so you can control from your mobile. So you can come to know what is the electricity consumption by using your charger also. So those analytics also we are providing on a mobile application. So that is a domestic charger we called. So there is a chargers which we are working out with which we are working for governments and infra companies. So any infra company wants to establish any charger, so we are providing those chargers also, which is a commercial chargers.
So in case of domestic chargers, there is no, apart from just seeing the charge statistics on my mobile, there is no billing component, right? So when it comes to domestic charger, there is no billing. But when it comes to business charging solution, there will be a billing component, which will be integrated with the payment gateways, and a user can pay from variety of platforms like credit card, UPI payments, etc. Excellent.
Yes. So when it comes to domestic charger, actually domestic charger can be controlled, but not a payment part. So the payment part actually, the electricity consumption comes to your meter.
Right.
So that are working out with discoms, that discoms will provide you some slabs. So according to the slab, actually, if you right now, actually Telangana government is trying to introduce some sort of slabs if you are using some EV. So they wanted to give some subsidies. So those sort of things will be managed by discoms, so electricity boards. So yeah, that we are not touching. Actually, we are touching only the adapter part, adapter in the sense the domestic charger part, and the connector. So there is some various varieties of connectors available. So according to your type of your car, so we'll provide that connector, domestic charger and connector.
This is very exciting, Satya. In fact, the world is moving towards the electric vehicle, and
Yeah.
it could be a car, it could be a tricycle, it could be a bicycle. So I think the world is moving towards the electric. I think your company is coming out with the solution at the right time, and in a country like India where there is a huge requirement, and people who wants to set up this business, the end-to-end solution is available from your company. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about the analytics part of it? If some, say for example, from a point of view of a business person who wants to invest and set up a charge point, how you can actually help that person to set up this business?
See, this to answer this question, actually, it is depends on the governments. So right now, central government is introducing some sort of subsidies, wherein actually, they're inviting infra companies. Infra companies are individual people to come and participate in the in some programs. Actually, fame is giving some subsidies to infra companies who wanted to establish a charging solution, charging points, charging stations. So say they categorized in three types. Actually, one is category A, so which covers total public, and private category B, and private and public. So when it comes to category A, so the charging stations will be established in government areas, wherein state government, along with the central and state government, they are providing some sort of subsidies on electricity and chargers and land also. So some registrations also they are providing, some discounts when you are registering the land for the charging stations. So when it comes to charging stations, so if you wanted to buy a charger, so up to 70% of price that the charger will be covered, subsidized by government. Say it is categorized. Say for example, if it is a private category, so they are giving 25%, and if it is a public and private partnership, then they are giving 50% subsidy on a chargers. And if it is a public, then they are giving 70% subsidy. So likewise, so this state government discoms also, electricity boards also, they are providing slabs on each unit. Say for example, Karnataka government is providing 6 rupees 10 paisa for a unit, and AP government also providing some sort of 5 rupees 75 paisa, something like that. And Telangana government also coming up with some good subsidy to establish charging stations. When it comes to the person the company or person who wants to establish charging stations, so they'll get their investment within 1.5 year, something like. So it doesn't require to maintain any human interaction. Like, they can establish a charging station, then people will come, and by using our technology without intervention of any human, so they can charge their car, and they can pay, and they go off. So that means, if you work with a fame, so fame is already giving some sort of frames, subsidy frames. So if you fall into that subsidy frame, so max to max So infra companies can get their ROI within 1.5 year. So that calculations are all there with us. So it is a little big subject. So what is the involvement and what is the cabling level and what is the establishment type, and there is a concrete work is involved. So we calculated everything and we kept aside. So it's a big subject to explain. It's a very long, this thing. So that if anybody interested, then we can provide some sort of DPR, project report, and we'll help them to establish the charging stations anywhere. So even some of the government, like right now Telangana government, they Karnataka government and Telangana government, they wanted to tie up with this metro lines, and they wanted to establish charging stations in between that metro pillars, wherein actually if they have a space to park two cars, so they can come and establish that charging stations wherein they can utilize it. So this sort of arrangements are coming up with state governments. So we have everything. So we are ready to help if anybody wants to come and establish it.
So I think this is very exciting what your company is doing, and especially
Okay.
with the state government coming out with these innovative ideas how to establish new business, new ventures, and new way of doing things. I think one of the critical aspect of any business is the support. So since your company is specializing in providing end-to-end, which is hardware, software, and so my question is regarding maintenance. So what sort of maintenance plan that your company provides to the OEMs and the business who buy your products and your services?
See, the maintenance part, that's what I told you, right? Actually, when it comes to hardware, we provide some warranties. So it covers, the warranty covers everything. Actually, the critical components we replace directly without any problem, like, without repairing anything. But when it comes to data problem, actually that can be maintained by using our system on a basis. So it doesn't require to send any person to go and clean it. No. So the data can be cleaned by using our technology, wherein actually we have a separate maintenance system, wherein which will monitor the charging station on a day, on a every minute basis. So if there is any problem, actually it triggers back to administrator. So administrator can run some commands on the system itself. So it will clean the charger on air basis. It doesn't require to go and do any maintenance. So if there is any critical problem in a hardware component, we go and replace it. So it won't take much time, and I can guarantee the system for 3 years. So for 3 years, there won't be any problem in any hardware component in a charging station or connector. So if any, only connector will be exposed outside, so which will be handled by many other people, which sometimes some people will come and they handle it. So it's a connector, right? So sometimes on a regular basis we replace the connector also. So that means if there is any problem, we'll on a system they will come to know. So they'll send the service person and they'll change the connector. So there is no repairing sort of system in a charging station. So only replacing. So any part can be replaced. So that sort of maintenance we are providing.
So this
Yeah.
is amazing. You are also providing the entire end-to-end support system ecosystem, so that it is very
Yes.
easy for any business to establish and provide services with regard to charge solution. Now, as a
Yes.
layman, Satya, I want to ask one very pertinent question. The question is, there in future there may be a lot of different types of vehicles having different types of batteries. So when somebody goes and want to charge his vehicle, it could be a bicycle, tricycle, quad bike, or even a car, variety of different makes, manufacturers. How the user will ensure that the charge is adequate or in line with the specification of the battery which is there in his vehicle? Because this is very technical information, not everybody will have it.
Okay, got it. It's a good question, Chandra. So when it comes to connectors, so the in a world actually right now only six connectors are available. So six types of connectors are available. OEMs are depending on only those connectors. And the second thing is battery. When it comes to battery, actually it doesn't require you know any information about battery. So the battery could be anything, but it is only depending on the connector. So the battery connects to the connector and connector connects to the charger. So the important component is connector. Now, as a layman, so you have some sort of say for example Mahindra E2 H2 vehicle is there with you. So the H2 vehicle carries some CCS connector, okay, wherein when you open our mobile application, so when you click on some charging station, it gives you information of the connectors also, wherein charging station comes with a multiple chargers. So charging station is a bunch of chargers, wherein actually the charging station will contain 3.3 kV and 5 kV, 15 kV, and 30 kV, and 50 kV, and 150 kV. So 50 kV and 150 kV chargers are connectors, whatever it is. So those are rapid chargers, which charges the car within a 20 minutes time. Wherein actually 30 kV charges will take a little time, and the 3 kV charges is will take a little time to charge the two wheelers and the three wheelers. So the person who carries that, actually say for example, if you are driving a Mahindra car, so it requires some CCS to connector. The connector and type 2 connector. So the type 2 connector, the mobile application will give you that information whether the charging station is providing that type 2 charger or not, connector or not. So so as a layman, just by clicking on your on a mobile application, and you can search on a connector basis also. So if the connector is CCS2 or type 2 connector, then just you filter it, and it will show you only the charging stations which is provided the type 2 connectors or type 2 chargers. So you can go there and charge your car. So we are not giving a much burden to the user. What it doesn't require to even by when he is registering his car model. So we are showing them the connector also. We are telling them what sort of connector it is. So it gives you only that information, and you can drive your car to the charging station and charge your car. So we created some sort of ecosystem, so which is very any layman can use it, and without any not even it doesn't require a technical guy to understand the system. So directly any layman can use the system. So that sort of system we created. So it is easy to use.
I have one question, which is based on my experience in SFO, where Tesla has made a lot of investments, and in order to support the infrastructure of their cars, they have built every few miles they have built the charge points, and these are again run by the private parties. Some are owned by Tesla. But important thing I wanted to ask you is, say for example, if I go to a Tesla charge point, they have a supermarket, they have a coffee shop, they have multiple things to do. So while the car is being charged, the car owners can do multiple activities. But important thing is, when I put the charger in my car, I can choose the plan. The plan could be a long charge, it could be a mediocre charge, or it could be a fast charge. And the charging solution is giving me different pricing for different types of charge. So does your system also has this kind of a charging possible?
Yeah. Our when I start our discussion, I told you, right. So by using our mobile application, so when you go to the charging station, just you need to there is some sort of mechanism used to recognize the charger. So some sort of connectivity we are used. So the connectivity is something like a RFID technology or something like a Bluetooth technology, something like a QR code technology. For example, QR code technology. When you open our mobile application, so there is a QR code. So when you scan it, so the QR code will recognize the the charger. So what type of charger and what is the connector placed in the charger. So that is one. And once it is recognized, it redirects to the payment options. So we provided three types of payment options. One is a time-based charger, and money-based charger, and full charger. So time-based charger. Say for example, if you wanted to charge your car for 20 minutes, so there is a it automatically calculates the price and tells you what is the price for a 20 minutes. So just it deducts the money from your bank account and redirects to the charging screen. So when it comes to price, so if you say if you wanted to charge for 1,000 rupees, just you mention 1,000 rupees and pay that, and it redirects to start charging. If you say full charge, then it redirects. It depends on the charging station and connector. So wherein actually it was maintained by the administrator. So we are providing some backend system. So in a backend system, he will manage everything. He will say, okay, for a rapid charger, this is the price, and this is the price for a unit, and this is a time to charge the car. So all sorts of information we are providing through backend and mobile application.
So I think
So
I
I
have
think
one
I.
last. Oh yeah, you have answered the question very thoroughly, and it's a I'm getting a feeling that it's a beautiful solution and it is ready to use anyone who is interested in setting up this business. But I have just one last question. When it comes to pricing, there are some business people who would like to invest a lot in setting up the facilities in such a way that the customers, when they walk in into their charge stations, they enjoy the experience. Some guys can come out with a bowling alley, come out with some shopping you know supermarkets, etc. So different experience can be provided to the people who want to charge their vehicles. Is it possible to set the price differentially so that one business can have a set of prices than the other? Because the whole experience of charging your car is provided by how much investment that particular business has made in that facility. Right now, is it available?
Yes, it is available, Chandra. So how it is calculated, some sort of, like, I'll give you an example. So say for example, if you wanted to establish a charging station in municipal areas, GHMC municipal areas. GHMC means like or Hyderabad
Like urban
GHMC,
areas. Like urban
greater,
areas.
yeah, urban areas. And there is a different sort of investment for rural areas. Okay, now coming to urban areas, so it depends on the location where you are right now. So say for example, if you are near to Madhapur, the land cost is very high. Excuse me. Land cost is very high. So wherein the prices may slightly higher than the other places. So when it comes to, say, now we are trying to establish one charging station in front of Silparama, which is near to Cyber Towers. So in that area, actually, we need to charge nearly 18 rupees per unit, because so the unit cost covers this area, and we need to pay some money to GHMC, and we need to maintain some people to maintain the charging stations, all this stuff. So when it comes to rural areas, so rural areas land cost is very less. Actually, they can establish some other business. Say for example, if you take a Hyderabad to Bangalore corridor, so we thought to establish two charging stations. Say for example, if you charge your car in the night, full charge, so which will run for 300 kilometers. Say for example, 300 kilometers. Now you start from your home. So at a distance of 150 kilometers, we wanted to establish a charger. So there, actually, you can create an ecosystem wherein actually other people can sell their products, say some agriculture products that they can sell in that point, and you can maintain some gaming stations over there. You can maintain some restaurants, and you can maintain some marketplace where people can come and come with their products and sell their products and share some revenue with you. Some sort of business we are created for rural areas. And sometimes in a rural areas the problem is providing the electricity. So in that case, we are suggesting to go with the solar system, sir. So the green energy, total green energy. So they can maintain some solar systems, which will go for 5 years and which with no maintenance, so no electricity charges. Some sort of that areas if you select, then the RO will come little earlier than the urban areas. So it is depends on the area to area, and city to city and town to town, something like that. So end of the day, the maximum ROI we are showing 1.5 years.
So I think after talking to you, I'm quite excited. I want to tell my viewers that the single point solution EV charge system, I would call it a system, is fully scalable, is very innovative. It fits variety of different business requirements. It has a lot of analytics. It has a lot of different types of charge models when it comes to getting the money out of the business. It integrates with multiple types of payment solutions. So it's a complete ready to use application with complete maintenance, back-end maintenance. So I would really appeal to people who want to set up a new type of business as the new opportunities are opening up, the oil prices are crashing, and the world is moving towards completely renewable energy source. I think your company is definitely playing a pioneering role. I will leave your email address so that whoever watches this program can reach out to you directly. It was really my greatest pleasure talking to you and understanding the technology, the hard work, and the sweat that you and your team has invested in this system and solution.
Thank you very much, Chandra. So not only fuel charges, not only we are not looking at our fuel charges, and irrespective of fuel charges, we are looking at some global warming system. Like so if you use a fuel, then it emits some a lot of these things happen. So if you use electrical cars, so it is globally, and it is there is no pollution at all. So to reduce the pollution, so we encourage the people to use electrical cars, and even a government also, by the central government is taking initiations to convert all sorts of government vehicles into EV vehicles by 2022. But I don't know actually about after this corona what could be the way forward by government. But right now the situation, government announces that by 2022 all government vehicles needs to be converted into EV vehicles. So by taking that advantage, even we are manufacturing some sort of EV vehicles also, EV 3 wheels and EV 2 wheels, and EV scooters also we are planning to manufacture, wherein we are targeting some sort of rural areas, rural fleet, and we are targeting tourism departments to use these e-scooters, and we are targeting municipalities to carry the waste material and to carry the waste bins. So some sort of oil, some sort of water tanks also we are converting into EV. So we are coming up with various products, various EV vehicles also. But so our major contribution is EV charging solutions, EV charging ecosystem. So we are purely concentrating on it. And if anybody wants a different business model, so we can establish and we can suggest them, and we can give a consultancy to establish that business. So if anybody wants, to come into invest in this area, so we'll provide all sorts of information, whatever we have, and we can give them a total hardware and software support, and it's a ready to go products available with us. So that's what I wanted to tell to our viewers.
Very nice. And I think this is a solution with a lot of innovation, and the possibilities are immense. It's just up to
Yeah.
the imagination of the uh, person who wants to establish a business in the area of EV charge, and that is where the future is. So it was really my greatest pleasure talking to you, Satya, and I
Thank
will
you.
leave your contact details, and I hope a lot of people talk to you, reach out to you directly, and take advantage of your expertise and innovation.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Thank you.
Nice talking to you, Satya.
Pleasure is mine.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back, friends. And as you know, that we have started a very special group called "What You Should Have Learned in School, but You Didn't." And we have our first session coming up on this Friday. This particular event will be co-hosted by myself, as well as my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund. So we want to give you a little taste of what things that we will discuss in the group. And to do that, let me invite my friend Neville into the discussion.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. CK, you mentioned a word there twice. Friend. My friend from the UK, and good morning, friends. That's one thing we could have learned at school, how to make friends, how to keep friends, how to be a good friend. But we didn't really learn it, did we? We weren't taught it. The teacher didn't say, we're going to learn today how to be a friend. Did your teachers ever say that?
Unfortunately, none of the teachers said you have to be good friend. In fact, they said if you're too good with each other, you're making too much noise, so separate it out.
Exactly. And stop talking to your friend. And you've got plenty of time in the playground to be a friend. So it wasn't though friends, being a friend, making friends, having friends, keeping friends wasn't important, but it was for the playground. It was for outside the lesson. In other words, you had to learn it for yourself. And the thing is, the majority of people just went along and they made friends, but there was no plan, there was no pattern, there was no reason, there was no chemistry that you understood of why you're making that person a friend, and more importantly, how to keep that friendship. And of course, this next question, CK, how many friends have you got from your primary school?
Well, I think you hit the hammer on the nail head, and I don't have anyone which I remember that I studied. In fact, I had very close friends when I was in the primary school. I remember at least 3 names, and I've tried to search out their whereabouts, and I have failed so far.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? And you ask many men that question, and it's very rare that you've kept a friend that you've met at school. You may have kept a friend that you met in your street and then went to school, but it's pretty rare that you kept a friendship going with people that you met at school. However, women are very different. They keep their friendships, they make their friendships. There's deeper bonds with friendships, and they've got a chemistry that men don't have. So come along on Friday And we're going to be talking about all these things that you should have learned at school but didn't. So come along, let's have some fun.
Friends, I think this is just a precursor of what we are going to discuss on this coming Friday between 4 p.m. 5 p.m. India time. And this is going to be very, very interesting. So please join in. It is going to be open forum. You will be able to ask questions live and also ask anything that you want from Mr. Naval Gund, who is going to be the main chairperson of our discussion. So thank you, Naval, for coming live with us. We will catch up again tomorrow before Friday on our usual show. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Cheerio. Have a good day, everybody.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. Today, we would like to discuss about the Afghan crisis and how Afghanistan new regime can form the government. And to discuss this matter, I will be joined by my friend from Ahmedabad, Advocate Jeet Bhatt, who is a practicing lawyer at Ahmedabad High Court. And before we welcome him, friends, I want to tell you that we are live across all multiple platforms. So whichever corner of the world, whichever social media platform you're watching this live stream, you can actually use the chat function to communicate with us. If you have a question or an observation or a suggestion, you can shoot it right away. We will display your name and your question and answer it straight away. So let's welcome Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you for having me on your show, Akul Mac Live. And yes, today we are going to discuss about the interesting and ongoing topic of Afghanistan and the United Nations, and what are the international laws regarding treating a state to be an independent state and claiming the recognition under international law.
Yes, Jeet. In fact, I was also reading the United Nations Charter, and I think there are 200 and odd countries today that exist in our world. And the world is totally different. If you look at the world today, it is not what it used to be 500 years back. And in order to become an independent, sovereign nation or a country or a government or a state, there are certain criteria that a country has to fulfill. So I think over to you. You can tell us, tell our viewers about the legal criteria that United Nations has set for a country to be called an independent and sovereign nation. Over to you, Ajit.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. World has changed over 500 years. We see a lot of change in a lot of ways. But certainly state and its existence and the sovereign powers that it exercises certainly is a legal concept which has been developed under the international law. And we would certainly discuss how a state is recognized, what are the criteria which are required for recognition of a state, and how sovereignty can be claimed over the people. But yes, United Nations is the body which deals with a lot of international laws and its implementation and execution. But it will be amusing to know that Afghanistan was one of the first members to join the United Nations in the year 1945, when United Nations came into existence. But right now it is going through its own crisis. And therefore, we are going to discuss on its way ahead and how international law sees the current situation. But with respect to the obligations and the requirement of becoming a state, the international law provides that either a new state is born from an existing state, or an old state which disappears and comes with a new name, or by splitting an existing state into two states. So the states, if they enjoy certain rights, privileges, and obligations, then if it can get the recognition as a state, which is very essential under the international law. So under the United Nations Charter, as well as under the international law obligation, a state's acknowledgement or acceptance as an international personality by the existing state of the international community is in a way a declaration to fulfill certain essential conditions of statehood as required under the international law. So the essentials for recognition of a state are: it must have a population, it must be in a territory, it should have a government, and the government should be exercising sovereign power over its people, and the control should tend towards permanency. So the control of sovereignty which the state or the government exercises over the population in a specified territory, it should be in a nature of permanence. So sovereignty, as we see the concept in India, has been dwelled upon under the Constitution of India. And our preamble itself says that we resolve ourselves to make India a democratic, sovereign, socialist republic state. So therefore, by way of a constitution, we, the people of India, have resolved to make India a democratic, sovereign republic state. And therefore, India has been recognized throughout the world as a sovereign nation. And also, similarly, all other nations which exercise sovereign powers, because this is very important to have a legal personality, a legal relationship. So therefore, it is a very important concept, and it requires these 5 conditions. If it fulfills these 5 conditions, then it can be recognized by other existing states to be a recognized state in the world over. So there are so the conditions again, if I may mention, that it must be there must be a politically organized government which has control over definite territory, which must be permanent, and which must be independent. So this is what are the requirements for recognition. And then the existing states would recognize the country and its government as a sovereign nation in respect to international law. So therefore, there have been several cases earlier also, especially with regards to Israel and Palestine dispute, also China-Taiwan disputes, where some countries recognize these countries as an independent state, whereas others don't. And in fact, India did not recognize Israel till 1999. So therefore, though it were entered into relationships with regards to arms and ammunition, but it did not recognize Israel till 1999. Even China-Taiwan disputes, 15 countries recognize Taiwan as a state all over the world. The remaining don't. And the others see it as a part of Republic of China. So therefore, there are several such cases where there have been disputes with regards to recognition. But one of the very important conventions under international law is the Montevideo Convention. And the Montevideo Convention specifies that to consider a state as an international person, the state should adhere to the following 4 qualifications, which if are met, then as per this Montevideo Convention, it would be recognized as a state. And the 4 conditions or qualifications are that it should have a permanent population, it should have a definite territory, it should have a government recognized under the law or recognized in accordance with law, and a capacity to enter into relationships with other states. So these are the 4 conditions which are mentioned under the Montevideo Convention. And if any state meets with these 4 conditions, then it can be recognized, and then it becomes the duty of other existing states to recognize it. Now, with this in mind, considering the present crisis in Afghanistan, Afghanistan had a government which was run by the president, Mr. Ghani. And on 15th August, he had to flee Afghanistan, and he had to take shelter in a neighboring country. And he posted a Facebook video saying that the Taliban has taken over. And therefore, he had to flee to save his life and also for the safety of the people of of Afghanistan. Now, being a president under the constitution of Afghanistan, the only way for Mr. Ghani to have abandoned his post of presidency was to tender a resignation. Now, if he tendered a resignation, then the vice president would have taken over. And Vice President Mr. Saleh also had to flee from Afghanistan, and that was the situation that was created by Taliban. So under the constitutional setup of Afghanistan, the Taliban has not taken over through legal means. So the taking over of Taliban of Afghanistan is not in accordance with the constitutional law of Afghanistan. And therefore, there is a debate going on under the international law that because Afghanistan has been recognized as a state, the question is whether to recognize Taliban as its government in respect to international law. Now, Afghanistan does have a permanent population. It does have a definite territory because territories have been defined. It does have a government, and Taliban has claimed to have taken over, and it has already formed a new government. It also has the capacity to enter into relationships with other states. But the only question is that the government established by Taliban is not through legal and constitutional sources. And therefore, whether in accordance with these conventions, can it be said that Taliban has taken over the reins through legal and constitutional means? And the answer, in accordance with the Afghanistan's constitution and the rules of law, is that it is not taken over in accordance with law. It has been taken over by force. So therefore, it is a government established, but not in accordance with law. But we have seen experiences under the international law where, though the governments have been taken over, there have been dictatorships, etc. But the international law does not specifically want only a democratic setup or a democratic country. It can be any form of government, but it has to be a government which has the capacity to rule its people and it has sovereign powers. So then it would be recognized. So therefore, there is a debate going on right now that what is the status of Taliban with respect to Afghanistan, and can it be said to be recognized by the world over by different existing states? So right now, if we look at the current situation, European Union and US have set out certain conditions that if the Taliban can meet with the international law obligations of following the humanitarian law and the human rights, and if they do not violate the human rights of ethnic minorities, also women and children, and can establish peace without using force and without violation of human rights, then in such circumstances, it could be recognized. Though no state has come forward recognizing Taliban, except Russia and China, which have shown some willingness to accept Taliban as the government, de facto government under the Afghanistan. But still other countries have not come out openly and accepted Taliban as the de facto government of Afghanistan. So therefore, there has been a lot of debate going on. Technically, under the international law, Taliban can be recognized, but the only development under the international law wherein it can be refused is that though de facto it has established the government, but de jure, that is speaking under the law, it is not a valid government established under the law. And therefore, that is the predicament which might come for other countries to accept Taliban as the government of Afghanistan. But what I see through the statements being made is that if the Taliban is able to meet with certain conditions of complying with human rights and other international law obligations, then some governments would accept Taliban as the government of Afghanistan.
Very well mentioned by you, Jeet. In fact, let us summarize for the benefit of our viewers. Let us summarize the 5 to 6 conditions which have been laid down to form an independent sovereign country and government. So number one is you should have a land which is not disputed by any other. So you can't have disputed land and call it your own country. So that is, I think, Afghanistan qualifies there. Number two is you should have some economy, because if you have a land, you should have some business activity going on. So there also Afghanistan qualifies. Number three, people. If you have economy and people, I think the Afghanistan qualifies in first three criteria. Number four, as you rightly mentioned, I'm just summarizing, I'm just simplifying, oversimplifying what you just told us. Government by law. So when the government is formed, it should have a rule of law. It should have some sort of measures to take care of citizens. It should have a court system. It must also have a constitution. So you can have a democratic government or you can have an autocratic government. Both are possible as per United Nations. So I think there also what you're trying to tell our viewers is that the Afghanistan partially scores some marks there because they have a government, but it is not really formed by their legal process. Number five is recognition by other countries. Yes. And so that will take a lot of time, I believe, to justify what has happened in Afghanistan, and the new government will justify a lot of backdoor discussion needs to go through, and that will take hundreds of years. Maybe it will not happen like tomorrow. And so this is so far we have discussed. Before we proceed, Jeet, there is a message from one of our viewers, and his observation is his name is Mr. Syed, and he's joined us from Facebook platforms. And his observation is that the current government is actually established by United Nations. Their willingness, and he is also saying that probably some sort of agreement was signed in month of February 2020. So this is just an observation. I don't have any comment. If you want to take this up to you, Jeet.
Yes, so just as he said that government is formed by United States. In fact, United States had a very important role to play in Afghanistan because after the 9/11 attack, United States had captured and taken over Afghanistan from Taliban because they attacked Taliban and also Al-Qaeda. And their target was Al-Qaeda. They wanted to completely demolish the organization of Al-Qaeda. And they put up their troops along with United Nations and other countries, and they stayed there for almost 20 years. And probably in February, as he mentioned, I think it was the Trump administration entering into an agreement with Taliban and saying that they will withdraw by August 31st. And in pursuance to that agreement, the US withdrew its troops from Afghanistan. And this led the Taliban taking over Afghanistan. So yes, he has a comment to make, and that has a brief history attached to it as well. So yes.
So Jeet, in fact, now Taliban qualifies on 3.5 parameters out of 5 or 6 parameters. So I think it will be very tough for them to get recognized by the world community. Because they need to prove certain parameters. And I think I have one very, very important question that right now it appears, in fact, it is a fact that it's an autocratic government. That means they have seized power by using gun, and it is not basically because of willingness of the citizens of that land. So anybody can actually flout a gun and seize power. Right. But then it's is it recognized by United Nations? I mean, this kind of anybody can form a government this way. Is it recognized? Your suggestion on this, Jeet?
International law is also developing along with other areas of law, as we see domestically as well as internationally. So here, right now, there is a big debate going on whether to recognize a government which has not followed the legal parameters and which has taken over by force. So there can be revolt and there can be revolution in a lot of countries, and which may result into overthrowing the government, or it may result into making a new country. But every time it is not possible that this will, because though India is a leading example, because we threw the Britishers by non-violence and through peaceful movement, but that is not possible for a lot of other countries which used force. So therefore, they have been recognized in past, but right now there is a debate going on whether to recognize countries which have formed government through measures beyond the rule of law and beyond constitutional parameters. But I think time will tell if Taliban ultimately gets recognition. But it will have to prove itself, and it will have to show that it complies and protects and preserves the rights of its citizens and individuals in the country. And if it can adhere to the international law obligations of human rights, then probably there would be countries which would enter, because ultimately it has a long-lasting, it has been declared to be a state and has a long history. And there is a lot of trade going on as well with Afghanistan and other countries. So probably if Taliban can manage its affairs by not using force on its own people and can preserve human rights and the dignity of individuals, then probably over time it might see recognition of different states.
Jeet, we have one more question, and this time from a viewer called Edify Learning. And this viewer has joined us from YouTube, and basically a concerned viewer, and the viewer is saying that the autocratic government is basically not looking after the people. So can UN intervene and do something here? I think that's really the question here.
Okay. So if there is persistent violation of international law, then UN can intervene. The Security Council can intervene if there is a attack or the Taliban uses its territories or its borders for transporting terrorism. But otherwise, for its internal affairs, not for every action can United Nations intervene in this as and when it wants to intervene. But there has to be certain actions on the part of Taliban which justify the intervention of United Nations. Otherwise, United Nations is not a body which governs all countries or its internal affairs. It is to ensure that peace prevails over the world and trade and commerce happens. So if Taliban uses such force, then United Nations can intervene.
Jeet, I have one last question where you mentioned in the beginning that the Afghanistan was the first member of United Nations. So is their membership still stays, or is it sort of dissolved? What is your information?
Membership stays, but existing other states can de-recognize Afghanistan as a member state. But its membership will stay because it was one of the first joining members, and still it is a country. So therefore, only the question is recognizing the government as the government of Afghanistan. So Afghanistan as a country will not be de-recognized, but the question will remain whether to recognize Taliban as its government or not.
I think, the autocratic method of forming a government or seizing power is not a long-lasting solution. Usually, as you mentioned, Jeet, there are always revolution and coups, and such autocratic regimes are overthrown in favor of democratic regimes. So I think Taliban has formed the government right now, but it will be very difficult for them to remain in power for very long. It appears so because they have to fulfill many criterias. It takes number of years to build that trust among other countries, and also to continue being member of United Nations Otherwise, you will become a failed state like Somalia, where there is no support. So I think you have summarized the session today. Very, very important, because Afghan crisis, and it's all over in the news. Thank you so much for joining us today and explaining the legal aspects around this Afghan crisis.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on the show. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and today we are in company of a very accomplished leader from IBM. Her name is Melissa Sassy, and she joins us from SFO, and she is the chief penguin of IBM. Melissa, welcome to the Likeable Leaders segment of our program.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I hope I'm a likable leader.
Oh, of course, I mean, you are such a popular leader, you are world famous, so you are definitely a likable leader.
Wow, my head might explode.
But I think we will understand your journey today, and for the benefit of our viewers, your journey has to be conveyed to the people so that they can get inspired by things that you have done right and things that you have not done right. So I think this discussion is about all of that.
Awesome. Good. I'm here. I'm ready. Fire away your questions. I think I have answers.
Melissa, you had such a versatile journey. So to begin our program, I just want to say, as an overview, I mean, we have a lot of questions, but as a start of an overview, where it's all started and how you became what you are today.
Yeah, my journey is one of taking my worst nightmare and turning it into my superpower. And what I mean by that is about 13 years ago, my children and I became victims of parental kidnapping. And my children, they're safe, they're healthy, they're normal adjusted kids, but I never got them back. We're still in contact. They know they have a mother who loves them, and they know that this was not something that I opted for, I chose, or I even imagined. And I think a lot of people ask me, well, wait a second, how can something so awful turn into something that is a superpower? Like, unpack that for me. My daughter one day, and this is about 5 years ago, she said to me, and I was working at Microsoft at the time, and she said to me, Mommy, I'm learning Microsoft. And I'm going to walk with us while I let my dog get out of my office. So forgive me. She's scratching at the door. And if I don't do it now, she's going to give me There we go. All right. We're all working from home these days. And as much as we want to handle our distractions in a way that we have distractions these days. All right, now let's go back to my superpower. So she said to me, Mommy, I'm learning Microsoft. I'm like, what do you mean you're learning Microsoft? That's her accent. She's got a bit of a French Arabic accent because she has spent most of her life now in Tunisia. So sandwiched in between Algeria and Libya, the spark of the Arab Spring, the Jasmine Revolution that essentially changed Tunisia and the region, some for the good and some maybe for the not so good. But I tried to figure out, like, what do you mean you're learning Microsoft? And I realized that she was learning Word in her classroom, and she didn't have access to her own computer, and neither did her classmates. 30, 40 kids shared a computer, and she would go to the front of the class when it was her turn and file, open, type, and all the things you do with with Microsoft Word, and I thought, wow, how can any young person really learn to become a creator, a maker, and a doer, empowered by technology as opposed to a consumer of technology, if they're not exposed, through either formal or informal education. And so my daughter, was talking about how she learns in her classroom, and my kids had technology at home. So, laptop, tablet, phone, I got all of those things for them because I'm essentially a digital mother. I know that sounds kind of strange, for those who have not went through something that I've went through. And, everybody handles their things, their nightmares, their tragedies in different ways. But I thought, there may be something I can do about this. I mean, hey, I work at Microsoft, and so I went back to my leadership team and, found a way to get computers into our classroom. And what kind of led from, what kind of started from, hey, let me get my kids some computers, ended up becoming a program between Microsoft and HP, where we sent 400 laptops to 20 Tunisian schools, and a collaboration with the Ministry of Education. And I started thinking about, what is it that, technology can bring young people? And I realized that it's not just having a device. It's not just having access to the internet, which, by the way, only 50% of the world has access to the internet, actually 52%. And I realized that, a big piece of making meaningful use of the technology in front of you, whether that's a physical device or, internet access, is skills, digital skills. And as I started my journey of thinking about how can they make meaningful use of these devices, I thought, there's a place for me. And I may not be an engineer, I may not be an architect, but I know a lot of engineers. And what if I were to, collaborate with some university students in Tunisia? And what if we were to travel around and spend 3 weeks teaching young people to code? Not necessarily coming up with, a solution that would empower, all of these young people to all of a sudden launch their own business and, become the next best coder. But I thought, why don't I go out and demystify computer science and run some workshops, with young people, exposing them to computer science and enabling them to learn how to talk to computers, how to program computers to do what you want to do. And so me and 3 or 4 young students had a trunk full of laptops, and thanks to HP, we traveled around the country teaching young people to code. And what was kind of the beginning of all this was really just a summer vacation of giving forward in the community and, feeling good about empowering young people, through tech. And every time we went to a town, sometimes the mayor would show up, sometimes we'd have banners all over a town center. We had the National Guard show up, and we kind of looked around and didn't realize, that we were setting off to do something that, empowered people to transform their lives and the world. And we came back home from this 3-week journey, all of us in this stinky car, me and, 4 engineers and our trunk full of laptops. And we're sitting in the capital of Tunisia, in Tunis. And I said, guys, gang, this wasn't just a summer vacation. We have a company, and we have something that will not just change the life of Zahra, Zahran, and Yumna, my kids, but these are the skills that will empower young people to prepare for the future of work. And there's a huge gap. None of these kids had ever been exposed to computer science, didn't even know what it was. And this is not just something that is relevant in Tunisia. It's relevant on the continent of Africa, the region, the Middle East and Africa, and the world. And so we launched a company. And I think a few years later, fast forward to today, my life's work is digital inclusion and technology entrepreneurship. And that's all about empowering young people through access to such skills. We've now taught tens of thousands of young people to code in 12 countries, and it's fueled a career shift for me. So I now am a CEO and founder of 2 companies. And I also am the global head of a startup program at one of the largest tech companies on the planet, thanks to my daughter one day saying, Mommy, Mommy, I'm learning Microsoft.
What a story, Melissa. I think nobody can tell a tragedy and say that, hey, I turned the tragedy and my personal experience into my superpower. I think it's quite inspirational, and people who can, because most of us live in a very cozy environment and we don't see the hardship. So I think thanks for sharing some of the personal side of you. I think it's quite inspirational.
Thank you. It's taken me a long time to be able to figure out, how to transform that experience into something positive, and not just positive for me and my outlook on the future, my mental health, my physical health, but it's also been something that I think has empowered, many young people from around the world. I, uh, I often write recommendation letters for the students who participate in my program. And at one time, a large percentage of my students actually receive scholarships to come and study in the U.S. For a year or 4 years. A large percentage of them are very interested in international experience and cross-cultural dialogue, because one of the things that I do in my camps is we think about problem solving, we think about solving world challenges, we think about bringing in world leaders who are doing really interesting things in technology and entrepreneurship. So when these young people are going out and learning to code, they're not just going out to learn to build things for the sake of building things. They start off with, what are some big wicked problems in the world, in your community, and how does it impact you and your family or you and your friends? And how can you create locally relevant and locally generated businesses and technology, versus expecting everything to come in from Silicon Valley, but creating local leaders through this concept of how do you empower young people through problem solving, through critical thinking, crucial, how to have crucial conversations, how to manage your reputation and your personal brand. But how do you get those core skills, those core technical skills where you can hands-on build a mobile application or an IoT device that connects into a mobile application or an e-commerce solution, or even just a plain old website?
So I think you must have had a lot of challenges while you know doing your work or doing charity or enhancing the life of these youths with regard to language. So in Tunisia, do they speak French or?
Arabic and French. It's a version of Arabic, and actually I taught myself the local dialect. I'm not perfect and I can't read or write, but I am competent. And I've done TV interviews, I've done radio interviews in the local dialect, and I always start out my camps when I'm there. I'm not always there because my team really handles everything locally. And my team, by the way, is all youth-led and youth-run. So I have one person under the age of 35. Everyone else is, I have one person between 25 and 30, 25 and 30, and then everyone else is under the age of 25. In Tunisia, a lot of young people now are quite competent in English. Previously, the older generation or previous generations learned French and Arabic, and a lot of the school stuff was in French. The educational system is still very kind of French and very theoretical in fashion. So a lot of young people, finished university without having practical experience, because they've spent a lot of time memorizing things, but not necessarily knowing how to put those things into place practically. So that's kind of one of the other things that I think about. But I've been going back and forth to Tunisia for many, many, many years. I usually am there several times a year. I usually spend my summers there. So many times I'm around people who do not speak English and only speak Arabic or French. So I've picked up the dialect and tried my best. I'm very good with languages. I lived in France for a year. My French is not great, but I'm okay in French. And then I also am fluent in Spanish.
So this shows that when there is a will, there is always a way to pick up different languages, even though they are from a different segment. So, I mean, French and Spanish are from the Latin segment.
So, but I think it's good. I think it's
My Italian is not bad either. I can, and sometimes I can read okay and figure out the gist of things in Portuguese. I can't speak Portuguese, but it's my brain for whatever reason is able to pick up languages by hearing, and I can recognize patterns. I don't know why, and I don't know why my brain works like that. It just does when it comes to language. And I have some people say when it comes to linguistics that I have a photographic memory. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do remember things, when I hear people using common phrases, and my brain just remembers them.
very good. So before we move on to the next segment, did you get united with your kids?
Yeah, I see them all the time. We're really close. They haven't come back to the United States. They will when they're old enough to come back. My oldest is waiting for the youngest to get to become old enough to leave on her own, because she doesn't want to leave her there by herself. But it's been a while since I've been there because of COVID-19. I don't mind traveling there, and I would go there in a second, but there are a lot of rules and regulations right now because I only have an American passport. With the COVID-19 situation in the U.S., the U.S. passport is a bit of a challenging piece of paper these days when it comes to travel. But I heard there's some ways around getting into the country. I just haven't explored that yet. I heard if if you're not coming from the US directly, but you're coming from another country that you can travel from, they allow you in, but I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what I've heard. So, and I've been a little bit nervous to, I don't know, try that experiment in case I end up getting there and they don't let me in. That would not be so much fun.
Well, the worst that can happen is they will put you in 14 days quarantine. So I think you can take a try. I mean, just try it out. So.
Hopefully I get to pick the hotel. Versus getting thrown in jail or getting thrown in a less than favorable hotel.
I'm sure. I mean, they will not pay for it, so.
But that's okay. Tunisia, I think the currency exchange between Tunisia and the U.S. is pretty good. So usually coming over from the U.S. or Europe or other parts of the world, when you're in Tunisia, is you end up in a good spot.
Great. So, Melissa, in your long career, you have seen so many situations, and you have dealt with all of them. And while dealing with these situations, your evolution as a leader happens. So, would you like to share some experience? How, for example, you shared one of the experience that how the transition happened from Microsoft to getting into a CEO role, but over 2 decades of your entire career, how did you evolve considering the changing scenario of the markets?
Yeah, I think for me, I, when I first, so I studied international business in university and Spanish. While I was in university, I did a couple of study abroad trips, one to Spain, so that I could be better with my Spanish. I lived with a Spanish family, and they only spoke Spanish to me, so I had to learn. I was forced to learn, which was good because that's what I wanted to do. Because I'm good learning languages by being just immersed in the culture. I did a study abroad trip to Finland. So I spent the summer in Finland and spent a lot of time in Denmark and in Sweden. After I graduated from university, I decided that because I studied international business and I'm from the Midwest in the United States, so the center of the U.S., I really felt like I needed, more international exposure. But I didn't feel quite ready to go and work yet. I didn't feel like I knew enough. I felt like what I'd been doing was very theoretical in nature versus practical, and I hadn't ever really done an internship. So I went off and got my MBA. I studied finance as my kind of focus area, and I spent a year and a half in the UK. So I lived in London for a year and a half. I was planning to go out and work right after that because I felt like, oh, okay, I'm ready, and I stumbled upon a university that had a program where they sent you for a master's, you work with a company, and there are all these benefits. You get a job at that company afterward. And so I thought, well, I hadn't planned on getting a second master's, but it's in France. It's in the south of France, and I get a job out of it. So hey, why don't I go get another master's? So I did. I studied supply chain or procurement. Um, and I will tell you, it kind of sandwiched me into a career and a job that just wasn't the right fit. I essentially took the first job that I got because I needed to bring in money, and I needed to eat, and I needed to pay for my life. So I took the first job that I got, which was as an analyst in a chemical company. And there was nothing socially, good about what I was working on. I came in, I did my work, I earned my money, and I left. And I ended up kind of moving from that to consulting, to marketing. And I felt like at that point, like I really wanted to do something more with education, and I wanted to do something more with something more empowering for people in the world. By the way, I did a stint on Wall Street. So I worked at Goldman Sachs. I've worked at BlackRock. So BlackRock, for those of you who don't know, is the largest asset manager in the world. Somewhere between like $4 and $6 trillion under management. I was a director at BlackRock and a VP at Goldman. Decided I wanted to go into tech and saw the opportunities of tech being integrated into everything, everywhere that we do, and everything that we have, and that tech touches every single industry. And I realized that I could actually help make the world a better place, make a good salary, and be, and utilize the skills that I have while empowering others. And I didn't realize that a job like that existed. I thought that, you always had to trade off a good salary for doing good in the world. I didn't realize that you could do well while doing good. And so that's something that has been a big fuel of my career. And I think there's a lot of passion around, I have a lot of passion for my work, whether it's working with early stage entrepreneurs or young people who are thinking about careers in tech, or keeping underserved communities in tech, whether that's women and girls, the Black community, the Latinx community, or whatever underrepresented group might exist in a particular country. So for me, I think my tragedy fueled a lot of this, because it gave me this altruistic thing that I needed in life, and it wasn't just going in and making a bunch of money on Wall Street. I actually quit my job on Wall Street without having another job. I went in for my performance review, and they asked me, like, what do you want to do next? And I said, I want to put in my resignation. And my boss is like, what do you mean? She was like, where are you going? I'm like, I'm going to move to Nicaragua and go help make the world a better place. And so I did. I left my big high paying job on Wall Street, and I moved to Nicaragua and had some fun until I helped to kind of transition my career into, what it is today.
Well, this story reminds me of an Indian movie in which there is an Indian guy, very successful scientist working for NASA, but then he wants to light a bulb. So this whole story is about, from sending satellites into space, coming back to India and lighting a bulb.
There you go.
And you took the name of BlackRock. They were in the news here because they picked up a non-controlling stake in one of the large companies here in India. So
I have a lot of respect for BlackRock. I think they're one of the, one of the companies that really speaks out about, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, about that concept of conscious capitalism, about, doing well while doing good, and that corporations have a responsibility to the world and their shareholders to not just expect the government to pay for, certain social factors in life, but they have, I think, a nice stance when it comes to gender inclusion. Goldman as well, and a nice stance when it comes to making investment decisions and making sure that they've got, women, female representation, in the boards of companies that they invest in, looking at, climate action, and investing in small and medium enterprise. So.
Great. So Melissa, you have achieved a lot in your entire career. Would you like to share something which you feel is the best accomplishment so far?
Yeah, I think that for me, it's finding a way to compartmentalize, my tragedy, if you will, and, turn it into something positive, not just for me, but for others around me, and something that's much bigger than just me. Um, from a career perspective, so that's kind of a life thing, how did I deal with this and how did I get on versus being a wreck. And don't get me wrong, I was a wreck for 5 years, and sometimes I still am a wreck. Sometimes when I think about things of like, why me, why did this happen to me, why didn't I see it, is it my fault, did I do something that caused this, and if I would have done this and this, would we not be here today? But I try not to think too much about the things I can't control, which I can't control the past. It is what it is. But my biggest career achievement so far, and there are quite a few really cool achievements, but one of them was when I was thinking about this device giving program at, between Microsoft and HP, I participated in a hackathon at at Microsoft because I saw how difficult it was to get devices outside of, into the hands of nonprofits and into the hands of people without. And I also recognized that at Microsoft they had hundreds of thousands of devices that went into PC Recycle, and these are devices that weren't connected to the network at Microsoft. So areas where there could be no personally identifiable information or trade secrets that could be taken off the devices because they were meant for demos or marketing or in store and that sort of thing. And I realized that they were only breaking even with this whole PC recycle thing, so they weren't necessarily even making money off of selling those devices. It was just more a process of getting rid of them to make sure that they didn't end up in a landfill. And so I thought, wow, what if we were to take those hundreds of thousands of devices and put them into the hands of nonprofits, and truly live the mission, Microsoft's mission of empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And I thought, if you don't have access to tech, you don't have access to the internet, how can you really live that mission of empowering every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more? So I created this team as part of the employee hackathon, 4,000 teams, more than 100 companies or countries participating, so thousands and thousands of people, around the world. And we won first place in the Inspired Me category, and I had a chance to meet Satya. I pitched to Satya, so the CEO of Microsoft. My Twitter picture, the background is actually me pitching to Satya, so it's a picture of Satya and I. And I stepped in front of him. He was not coming to talk to me. My team said, Satya's coming, you're going to step in front of him. He's going to have a lot of cameras, and you're going to say, Satya, can I tell you about my hackathon project? He won't be able to say no, and this is your opportunity to make a difference. My team was about 50 people strong from all over the world, and I did just that. So he had to say yes, and he said, yes, tell me about your project, and the cameras are rolling. And I told him about my project of, Microsoft having hundreds of thousands of devices that go into the PC recycle and are not put into the hands of nonprofits or others who could make meaningful use of those devices. And therefore, we weren't truly living our mission of empowering every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more. And he said, tell me more about this. And so I did. We spoke for 30 seconds, a minute. It was a really quick interaction. He nodded to his person and said, I like this idea. We ended up driving a big change within the company. One of the organizations in the company ended up rolling out a policy that enabled them to make that possible. And they changed the way that they handled PC recycle activities for devices not connected to their network. It's now a program that's been rolled out worldwide in every single country that Microsoft operates in. And it really fueled a new career for me, and helped me to kind of get where I am today from a career perspective. So it was a hackathon, and it was stepping in front of a big CEO and taking a risk and not being afraid to step in front of the big boss to tell him something that I had in my head that I knew he didn't know about and I thought he should know.
That's a very good learning that we can have and get inspired after hearing this.
the confidence, and the drive. I think these are the two key messages that you're giving.
Well, I'm thankful to my team that they enabled that to happen. And what I mean by that is, nothing is you're not you're no good without a team. I don't know everything, um, and they always say this thing about there's no I in team. And for me, my team inspired me and empowered me and pushed me to take that big risk of stepping in front of one of the most famous, if not the most famous CEO on the planet.
Absolutely. In fact, over the last so many years, the industry is also getting transitioned. We used to see client-server environment very long back, and then we started seeing Windows and Windows-based systems, and then the Apple OS became the one of the most preferred operating system, and a lot of changes happened on the server side. So the industry kept migrating and modifying, reinventing. In your career also, you also have changed from the analyst to investors, now one of the world largest entrepreneur program. What do you see that is the winning uh, quality or essentials for any entrepreneur who want to get inspired by your story?
I think the biggest thing is to just go and do what you have in your head and not be afraid to take a risk, not be afraid of what might happen if you fail or if things don't go the way you think they're going to go. Surround yourself around a squad of people who will help you recognize that you're not an imposter, that you deserve that seat at the table. You didn't get there by accident. And it might be scary for some people who have never been an entrepreneur before. I became an entrepreneur by accident, and it took me a few years before I said I'm a CEO and founder, and that's how I felt a little bit shy to say that. I don't know why. I'm not a shy person, but I felt like it felt pompous or something, and now I wear it like a badge of honor of, yeah, I'm a CEO, I'm a founder, and I deserve my seat at the table. And it's not arrogant for me to talk about the, experience that I have. And it's not arrogant to help, empower others, with those skills by saying, hey, I made it and so can you.
Great. So now you're working with a lot of entrepreneurs. I mean, you started with empowering young people and youth, but now you're working with a lot of entrepreneurs. So where do you see the industry going from here?
I think that in my role right now at IBM, I focus on fintech, health tech, and insurtech. So for me, I see a lot of innovation happening, but I also think that these small companies should have access to enterprise grade solutions to keep our sensitive data safe. There are a lot of companies out there that have access to our data, and not all of them use our data in the right way. I think that we need to have more control over our data, and I think as consumers or business leaders, we need to make better decisions about technology, about incorporating technical solutions that don't enable people to gain access to our to our data, versus it being managed by policy. I want my data protected by the safest technology on the planet versus a piece of paper that tells an employee what he or she can and cannot do with my data. So I think we'll see a lot of continued conversations around data protection, privacy, and security, and that being both policy led as well as technically led. I think there's a lot of innovation coming in fintech when it comes to payments. I think we'll see a lot of innovation in health tech when it comes to predictive modeling. And, I have a lot of startups that I work with that are doing really cool things when it comes to predictive modeling or, bring your own record to your doctor versus relying on your doctor, for example, to have read your medical history and understand all of the different things that might have happened before you came to see that doctor. Those are a few of the areas that I'm thinking about. I mean, I think about like the role that quantum computing, will play. I think about the role that, cloud computing is already playing. And, seeing a lot of cloud revenue become fragmented, despite some of the larger players owning big pieces of the market. So lots of fun and cool things, but I think we need to be careful of that concept around what are these disruptive technologies. We know there are going to be lots of IoT devices. We talk about the role of 5G. We talk about the role that AI will play when it comes to replacing people, which I believe AI doesn't replace managers. AI replaces managers that don't incorporate AI into their work. So you have an opportunity to stay. But 52% of the world is online, right? That means 48% is offline. So while the haves are thinking about what are they doing with 5G and what are we doing with IoT and AI and all this sexy stuff, remember 48% of the world doesn't have access to the internet, and large portions of that population may have access, but they can't afford it. And so we are, in turn creating this world of the ultra haves and the ultra have nots. And I think that, as we continue to see technology advance and advance our lives, that divide is going to become bigger and bigger unless we think about how do we actually empower the underserved, through access to the internet, through access to energy, combining those two things together when you're going out and building networks versus going out and building a microgrid and then coming back and getting it, getting that neighborhood connected, but combining those two things together. And again, it's not just about having technology for the sake of technology so that consumers can go out and consume, but how do you empower people with true digital skills? Not everybody's going to be an engineer, not everybody's going to be a data scientist, but people need to understand how to keep themselves safe online, how to understand what it means to speak the language of computers. So
I think the IBM is doing a lot of pioneering work, and people like Microsoft, IBM, some of the large companies like HP, they are doing great. And I think a lot of other companies like Starlink is joining to make the Earthlink affordable all across the world, and you can just get it from the sky. So there is no need for laying cables. I think a lot of work is happening. And you, as you said, that there is an AI, virtual reality, a lot of things are happening there. And you also mentioned quantum computing. So a lot of things are happening there as well. Are you personally looking at playing some sort of role in any of these?
I think of it on a few different spectrums. If I think about wearing my IBM hat, my whole role is about being an entrepreneur, so an entrepreneur inside of a big company. And it is my goal that the 30 startups that I'm adding to my program this year, the 15 that I had last year, so I'll have a total of 45 under my management by the end of this year, that these companies revolutionize fintech, revolutionize health tech, revolutionize insurtech, and that IBM goes to market with some or all of these startups to really think about how can we bring innovation, creativity, new ideas, new business models, new technical, innovations into our enterprise customers, into government. I think there's a wonderful place that startups play when it comes to helping companies innovate. So I would consider myself kind of like a chief innovation officer within, or one of them. I'm not the chief innovation officer, but I would consider myself one of a handful of chief innovation officers, within, my division or within the world of IBM that's really kind of thinking about how can we revolutionize our cloud experience? How do we learn from our customers to help make the experience better? How can we enable them to do the things that they need to do and come up with the innovations that they need to come up with, by giving them the tools that can help fuel that. And how can we help fuel that through them? So I think it's a lot of co-creation and collaboration. I think in my nonprofit world, I'm very focused on how do we empower people through digital skills, professional development, and entrepreneurship so that they can become economically empowered. They can increase their healthcare outcomes. They can gain access to informal education that goes above and beyond what they might be getting in a formal setting, and enabling people through practical experiences so that others can go out and say, okay, what can I do with IoT? What can I do with 5G? What can I do, with the connectivity in front of me? How can I become more economically empowered or socially or politically empowered and be part of the dialogue?
Melissa, it was my greatest pleasure learning from you today. We have come to the end of our discussion today. We have learned a lot. What would be your last message to the budding entrepreneurs?
So I think it's very simple. It's do the thing, whatever that thing is. Go and do it.
So do the thing. Don't hold yourself back. I think that's a very clear message coming from a well-accomplished leader, Melissa. Melissa, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
And have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.